All right. Good morning, you guys. Now I'm embarked on the hero's journey. I am artisan MC, the sick, and I'm here today to do the string for you. The mic is not playing. The microphone is supposed to be playing. All right, I'm back. Apologies, but I had to try to restart my computer to see if it was something on my side. And it's not, it's on their side, meaning that they will not recognize my audio input, even though I keep clicking that shit and it's not switching to this microphone, it's taking it from this microphone, which is too far away from my fucking voice. That's what makes it sound all echoey and shit like that. So I tried to hard restart it, close the windows, restart it, and the shit was still doing the same thing. Even if I try to bring up another window and open StreamYards on a different StreamYard in a separate window, it will not connect to the microphone. This is why the audio gets so wonky, like between videos and shit like that. It will keep reverting itself back to the microphone, which I do not want it doing, and it'll do it on its own. Like opening up a different stream in a different window, it will not let me switch the damn audio to the audio mic. So I don't know what the fuck they got going on in the background, but it is annoying as shit. Yeah, they do, Aquatech. You move fast and break shit. Like they say, fuck it up fast and picking up steam. Fucking hell, dude. I can have a loud voice, but the way I breathe, I do not project everything outwards like that. So I need a microphone that's right there next to me so I can talk in my normal voice. Otherwise, you won't hear what the fuck I'm saying. And I watch streams back where that has happened, where I can't even hear what the hell I'm saying, even when there's people on the panel. I can't hear what I'm saying. Why? Because the audio is coming through the wrong mic. And somewhere in there, I've changed it to the other mic, and it won't do it. And it goes back, it reverts. It's usually when they keep making fucking changes in the background and screwing up your settings. Sportaholic said I must have fallen into one of Ironheart's many plot holes. Look, man, I said what the fuck I said. I didn't think that show was that goddamn bad, and I'm not joining the chorus of people that's saying it is just because it's black folks in the shit. I'm not. I'm not even worried about the cross-dressing in transition dude in the shit. You know why? I sat there and watched season 2 of Squid Game last night and on to season 3. So I fell asleep right before the last episode of season 3. And I didn't give a shit about that transgender dude standing in that shit. He actually had some story going on with him. Or them, excuse me. They actually had some story. So that's not putting me off on the whole goddamn show. Like I told you, I'm in California. You can see that shit any day of the week. Any day of the week. Even on a Sunday. It's not surprising. It's not shocking to me. I'm not from middle America or the fucking South. So what? I need to know why the hell they're in here. And if it makes any sense for them to be in there. Since it doesn't affect anything outside of the character don't look like the fat, blobulous white dude that it was, oh fucking well. Oh, the fuck well. What is this character's role in the story? How do they fit into the story? And all they was doing in the story is doing some unrealistic shit that I thought of, which was typing in them big ass long nails. I got a tech person that don't have tech fingers. That doesn't make any sense to me. The trans being in there made perfect sense. Typing with them ridiculous ass nails on makes no sense at all. What up, AB? Hey, Bizzle. Look, so excuse me, I was late. As it has happened sometimes. I get a 3-4 day weekend and I don't plan anything and I'm like excited to have some time off. In the minute I get to the time off part, I get fucking sick. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. I don't know how. Thursday I was fine. I won my pool game with my league. We're doing really good. I came home happy. Had one of them ludicrous spur of the moments, man. I paid off all my bills and shit. Got a little windfall. I'm straight. I wake up the next morning sick as fuck. Friday morning, I woke up sick as hell, out of the blue. Like, what is this? I couldn't even wake up till 4 p.m. Couldn't even wake up all the way. That shit was upsetting. So, for the last 2 days of my 3-day weekend, my sick ass has been laying on my couch, taking medicine and trying to eat, and mostly trying to stay awake. Because my body has been shutting the fuck down. Don't know where it came from. Now, it is the season for sinuses. I do have allergies, but I wasn't outside. I was indoors. But all this was fucked off. I had DoorDash here more times. I might as well invite them in to cook. The only people been here is Amazon and DoorDash. That's it. So I got my new office chair because my other one was broke. So now I got some back support. I got my new mat, a mouse for my work computer, some other shit. And I have been able to enjoy my fucking time. I couldn't even go outside yesterday and do my hardcore geeking. Couldn't move. So this is not alcohol. As much alcohol as I wanted to drink this weekend from being happy for myself, you know, when you have a plan and you stick to it and things happen in your favor, to have that plan work out to fruition, which means bills are paid, everything is paid off, no debt, nigga. I wanted some Uncle Nearest. I want to sit up the last 3 days and drink Uncle Nearest from Thursday night until Sunday afternoon. I wanted to be drinking Uncle Nearest. What I actually got was wasted time, liquor store closed, not able to get off work early because some dumbass believes that we need to stay there until 5 o'clock on the day before a 3-day weekend with little or no work to do, to wake up the next morning sick. I've been irritable. I've been really irritable because this is not how I like spending my free time. So yesterday, I finally started feeling like I have some mobility. I'm like, oh, good. I get to, be well enough to go to work on Monday, but not well enough to enjoy my fucking free time. And now this computer shit is acting up. I just can't seem to get your microphone. I don't know what's wrong, boss. You keep hitting it. I don't know. Fucking stupid, dude. What's up, Malika? Malika said he agreed Ironheart was cool. Ironheart was cool. I told y'all in my second review, and I didn't mean to go off on Sportaholic about it because I know he's looking for me to say that it was shit. It was not shit. There were shitty parts to it, but it wasn't shit. Stop listening to the same refrain from these white folks. They're never going to say that shit was any good whatsoever. Even finally getting Mephisto to show up, which would have been awesome for me if they hadn't spoiled that shit. If they hadn't have spoiled it, took the wind out of the sails of the damn show, it would have been better to see that. That would have been a better reveal. Because I told you before, if you want to talk negative about some shit, you can think of anything to say. And you know how you know this? For all of y'all who religious, Jesus Christ came down here to save people. They still crucified his ass. That is endemic in people. It's human nature. How the fuck do you think I study psychology? To figure out what's common in people. And what's common in people in this day and age is to take whatever the fuck you've done and say something negative about it. Be it based or unbased. They will do it. Especially to fit their idea of what they want to see from it. Because I don't know how anybody could listen to all these reviewers saying this shit and ain't nothing but black folks in this show. I listened to one dude, he keep using the same clip, and this motherfucker is always trying to, play into it, but not say he don't care about people calling him fucking racist. And then they have a problem with a black dude coming into a black home in a show saying, hey, black people. He think that shit is funny. Motherfucker, that's how we talk sometimes. The fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I get it. You ain't in a black family. A black dude you know will never walk into the room with you there and say, hey, black people. Because you ain't black. That's not a joke. That's common. If you've been in those rooms with those cookouts. If I walk into a room with black folks, like I say, what's up, black folks? What's up, family? Something to let them know we all are the same. You and most of your fucking cohorts wouldn't know anything about that. So it's comical to you. You think it's funny. It's dumb writing. It's not dumb writing. It's a dumb audience. Smartphones, dumb people who believe every experience in life is supposed to be mirrored from theirs. Now, I had somebody in my comment section that I was going back and forth with and trying to understand what their point was on it. And the only thing they were hitting on from one, not having any experience with the comic book character, two, not wanting to read the fucking comics, three, not watching the show, four, wouldn't care to watch the show, and five, not even liking Marvel movies, looking at me saying I was defending the show. And had an issue with me because I said it wasn't bad. Well, my friends that watch the stuff that are well in the know, and they're black, they said it wasn't good. The fuck that mean to me? Who the fuck are you and who the fuck are your friends? And why do you think the two of you goofy motherfuckers need to be impressing upon me what I'm supposed to say? Fuck all of you. I am not a joiner, nigga. I do not line up just because everybody formed a line. No. I'm like, fuck is this line going? Why y'all lining up? That don't sound right. No, I'm cool right here. We'll see what's happening. No. That is not me. And if you ain't watched it, don't know anything about it, why the fuck do you even have an opinion? On what? Nothing? You have an opinion and you going to bat for somebody else's feelings? I was asking this motherfucker how he don't understand he sound like a whole bitch right now. In a nice way. I was trying to get him to understand it as like, you going to bat for somebody else bullshit? You didn't watch it and wouldn't watch it, but you know it's bad because somebody else told you it's bad. And the first thing he spouted off was some shit I heard fucking Nerdrotic say, yeah, I heard that from Nerdrotic too. No, I didn't get it from him. I didn't get it from him. I got it from my friends, and my friends are black. What black dude tells you his friends are black? Who says that? I got a whole bunch of friends. And you know what you've never heard me describe them as? Colors, ethnicities. Not unless it was relevant. Because I don't collect Pokemon friends, motherfucker. I'm not doing this because I need the one black dude in the group. No. I deal with people as a geek that's cool and like the shit that I like. And usually, the main thing is they have their own strong personality and their own strong opinions. They don't have to agree with me, but they have to have strength within themselves to stand on their own and say what the fuck they gonna say. In agreement or outside of agreement. And then we can fucking rock. Because then we can have conversations where it ain't no, I'm just gonna pat your head and tell you everything you did was wonderful, baby. No! Nigga, that sounds stupid as fuck. Really? Why does it sound stupid? It sounds stupid for okay, that's enough. Goddamn, you didn't have to tell me all that. But I thought it was this. Well, no, maybe not. If you thought about it this way, yeah. But no, if you think about it this way, you get this. Okay. I got you. Thanks for that. So how do you think it would make the argument better? Well, I would suggest this. Okay, can you explain how you got to that point? Yeah, I got here through this, and this. Like, okay, I can see that side of it now. Okay, I got it. So we're sort of saying the same thing, just from different angles. And this is how I got to my point. You see a whole fucking debate about why you have the position you have, and none of it based on, well, I heard somebody else said this. So I jumped my supposedly black ass out there to talk shit about this show. To agree that the show is shit. Even though I didn't watch it, I never would watch it. I don't support Marvel, and I never read the comic, and I don't know the character. Then shut the fuck up then. Who was talking to you? Who cared what you thought? And why did you find my fucking video to dump that shit into? What? Nigga, you better get a life and get off the internet. Every show, every movie, like I've told you, every book has good parts and bad parts, and none of it is perfect. None of it is perfect. Even the shit I love is not perfect. Like I told you guys, I saw Sinners 5 times. Paid for it 5 times, literally 10 times, because the first time I just paid for myself. The next 4 times I saw it, I always paid for somebody else. So I'm well invested into putting money in Ryan Coogler's pocket for something that I thought was awesome. As close to perfect as you can get, and it wasn't perfect. Even after all those times seeing it, I can tell you it wasn't perfect. It wasn't. Close to you can get, but it ain't perfect. And that's just how it goes. So, in terms of Ironheart, what the fuck were you looking for exactly? And what you will understand if you listen to all these people complaining and echo boxing the same fucking talking points about what they don't like about this show, it either came from one of 3 people. I'll just say 3, because 2 of them hang under the other one like a pair of nuts. Okay? You either taking Film Thread's view of it, you either taking Nerdrotic's view of it, or you either taking the Critical Drinker's view of it. Everybody else underneath that repeats the same shit the other 2 said. They do. Watch the dude do his own whole video just playing drinker shit. Okay, that's a way to do it. It is. It's a way to do it. Get them that, what is it called? It's not serendipity, but you get that cross audience. You get to ride that algorithmic wave because your shit is tied to theirs. Okay, yeah, that's a way to do it. But what does that tell me? It tells me your ass is fucking lazy. And you don't believe your opinion is strong enough to rival theirs. Or don't want it to. Now, I'll get back to reading through y'all comments, but I just want to get this piece out on this shit. Ironheart was not a great show. Wasn't great, wasn't awesome. It wasn't Iron Man at all. But you know what? I wasn't expecting it to be fucking Iron Man. So I'm not disappointed by that shit at all. Because long before Riri Williams showed up in the MCU, Kevin Feige decided to kill Iron Man. Wasn't Riri's fault. He killed him. Before she showed up in Wakanda Forever, which we can all agree was mostly shit for how they destroyed that nation to try to put lesbians in it, Tony Stark was long dead by the time Riri showed up. Now, if you have a problem with a genius black girl, you just have a problem with genius black folks. Because if you remember, the MCU has a problem with that shit too. That's why Black Panther's intelligence was given to his little sister. Really smart black folks is a problem for some people. They don't want to believe that shit. I can't wait to see the outcry when Mr. Terrific is finally gracing the screen, how much they're going to bring up all that Arrowverse bullshit when he was all cornrowed and gay and shit. Can't wait for that. Because that character needed some redemption the way they did him in the Arrowverse. James Gunn and pulled him out of mothballs. Let's see what happens now. Let's see if he is as intelligent as he's supposed to be. I doubt it. But you know, sun shines on the dog's ass sometimes. Guess this will be today. Now, I don't usually name names in this shit, but I couldn't explain it to you guys without saying that shit. Because truthfully, I don't have anything against the 3 of them people. They do what the fuck they do. They're about as old as I am. But I understand they have their opinion based on their view and what they want to see, like all established fucking critics. Siskel and Ebert, and I had to talk about this because my mother asked me about it. She's a lefty, and she's listening to all this stuff surrounding the hate on this show. And she asked me on fucking Tuesday night, had I heard about how Ironheart was #1 for what it debuted in. And I had to sit there and break down to her all this news that she was hearing about, all this positive news that she was hearing about this show. I had to break it down to her how the white boys on YouTube would cover it. And it was all opposite. Oh, it was #1 for such and such? Well, they'll say nothing else was out that week. And they'll go back to try to compare it to something like the Acolyte or something like that, because they want the association with that to be this show was so terrible, the Acolyte was better. I watched both of these fucking shows. The Acolyte was not better. It was not. Acolyte may have had more memeable moments. It was not a better show. And I'm never saying that shit. I haven't found, and the reason being, for me, is the Acolyte did more damage to Star Wars canon than Riri Williams and Ironheart did anything to the MCU canon. They didn't do shit to it. That's what makes the Acolyte more fucking offensive. It was purposely done to rewrite canon, to destroy it, and remake it in its own vaginal image. From somebody who couldn't write worth a fuck and had the aid of somebody that's still in Lucasfilm to this day who couldn't give you a show worth a fuck either. So there is no way in hell Mephisto's or anybody else's that the show Ironheart was worse than the Acolyte. If you want to say that shit, you basically are trying to say you give Acolyte a pass because at least that was made by some white folks. This one got to go though. This was all black folks. Oh, they just had less black folks in Acolyte. This one was chock full of black folks. And no, there wasn't no positive white males in it. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Really? For the entire history of films, that's been there. What are you upset about now? Because you new age motherfuckers showed up? And they just pulling us out of everything. Man, shut up, you whiny bitch. We know who the OGs are. We got love for the OGs like you do. The only difference is we didn't think that was us. And the only thing that I see happening nowadays is they remove them to show you they ain't you either. And you, like some feminist bitch, is upset that you don't see yourself represented on the screen in all your glory. I just had to listen to you simple motherfuckers praising a century. A nutcase with Superman powers who was made up in the fucking 90s. I had to see you praise him and that movie that he was in. Y'all need to quit. Look, I find your lack of integrity disturbing. But I'm a lifelong geek, so I know there's always a difference between black geeks and everybody else geeks. And I know a certain segment of you always gonna ride with y'all, regardless. Because what you say is what they say. Because black folks, for the most part in this goddamn country, always need the approval of white folks to have their own opinions, to do their own shit. So some of them, I'm not surprised, riding with your corporate line on what was shit about this show. It ain't stepped out of no line and saying that shit. I'm not sitting up here telling you I stepped out of some line and I'm just trying to do something to be a rebel. And no, I'm just saying I watched the fucking show, the whole thing. 4, 5, and 6 was a hell of a lot better than 1, 2, and 3. And the stuff that I was seeing going on with the character was actually interesting. No, this was boring. Why is it boring? They're not a hero. This is a whole villain arc. So the fuck what? What do you think Doomsday is going to be? A hero arc? You looking forward to RDJ Doctor Doom for what? To see the origin of a hero? The Kang Dynasty wasn't going to be no hero journey, was it? I don't think so. Shut the fuck up, dude. I hate these ridiculous, baseless ass complaints. They can't stand up to one goddamn question. And the main question is just why? Not to the show, to you. Why do you see it that way? How did you get that from that? I was sitting there watching one of my favorite commenters, right? And I was listening to her go through this shit, and I'm like, I just heard this from the other dude. God damn, man. Okay, you got some other salient points because you actually thought about it a little bit. Okay, so you on the fringes. They ain't let you totally into the group yet, but you on the fringes. Okay, I get it. But I sat there and listened to that shit, and I was thinking, I really want to review her fucking video. I really want to review her video. She probably wouldn't respond to that shit, but I probably would want to review it because some of the shit I heard in there could be considered objectionable, just patently fucking wrong. Especially how the majors report some of this shit. Some of it is just patently wrong. I said, that was not the thing. The main thing I heard in the show was that Riri was fucking up at MIT because she was selling people completed tests. I'm like, she wasn't selling them no fucking completed test. She was completing their projects for them. She completed their projects. You know, the shit that they're at other schools trying to do and couldn't figure out, she figured it the fuck out for them and gave it to them so they can pass it off to their instructors as they did their work and they solved their problem. That's what she did. There wasn't no testing. Who the fuck said test? Do y'all listen to the dialogue? Do you read it? Are you dyslexic? What the fuck? You got a hearing and a seeing problem? That wasn't it. Yeah, you like the black girl being called on her bullshit about how tough it is and whatnot. Yeah, I like that shit too. It made me laugh out loud. You don't believe me? Watch it on Patreon. I laughed out loud. Cool. Call her on her shit. The other thing was, she stole this tech from MIT. For those of us who have gone to college, what does it mean when you get a grant? What is a grant? Why is it called a grant? GRANT and not a LOAN, not a loan? What does that mean? For you fucking, educated folks. What's the difference between a grant and a loan? Far as I remember, a loan means you have to pay that shit back. A grant means it's given to you. It's for you, not the school, for you. It's your money, not the school's. That's why if you apply for a grant as a student and you write your little piece and you got the grades to support it, they grant you the money to go whatever fucking school you want to. It's not the school's money. But you get one of them FAFSA loans, it's the school's money, nigga. And the federal government will be enforcing to make sure you pay back that loan that they're paying the school on your behalf, bitch. Now, that's not how I remember the grant system worked. It's your money. So if she was at MIT on her grant money, using their resources to build her Iron Man suit, her Ironheart suit, because she's not Iron Man, it's hers. Now, MIT can get all picky on it to say, well, we possibly own some of this because she used a screw and a screwdriver that we provided to her. How you know she did that shit? Because it had the school AI on it? Well, that was stupid using the school software, but that don't make the suit theirs. It's a school, not a corporation. Yes, ask those black folks that worked at AT&T that built your cell phone networks and all that shit about the stuff that they developed and built, patented there at AT&T, but they don't own it. The company does. So they family don't get paid nothing for all this tech. They still use it for free, nigga. So no, she ain't stole shit. What she did steal was something that they can use for themselves. And that's where y'all come down on that shit sounding like. Some pissed off white folks, oh, we can't profit off that. She took it. Then if you're so fucking smart, make your own. You don't need her shit, right? She got expelled. Take your shit and go. She ain't stole shit. If I remember, since I watched every one of these movies and don't call it fucking homework, Tony Stark fulfilled everybody's shit. Everybody. It was covered. It was paid for. The school ain't did shit. He funded it. So whatever the fuck they was working on was already paid for. It's their shit. Go forth and change the world. Be great. And here's the other little sticking point that I have motherfuckers not understanding what they watch since they're so goddamn smart. At the end of the show, where this technology is being used to walk through Riri's memory in her stepdad's garage and shit, that's not some shit she stole. That's not some stuff she made up. That's that barf technology that Tony Stark made up for his own personal therapy. The barf technology, pretty expensive, but he made it himself and gave it to the school. That's what she's using. Now, you want to say she stole that? He gave it to the school. Now you think the school owns it? It's the same tech. The most I can complain about Riri doing is she's trying to remake stuff that she's already seen herself. When she was talking about making the Griot AI, well, that's Shuri's AI. They can make your own shit. You don't have to necessarily base it on there, but AB in here, AB will tell you about programming, and BGS talk about this all the time. Now, most people nowadays are not programmers. They're script kiddies. They only know how to throw in other people's shit. They don't know how to actually do it. But they just know if you go here and use this part, you can throw it all together and it makes it. Chat GPT. Well, that's bothersome to me. But the smart people were either being disingenuous or don't remember that part. I mean, they only led off the whole beginning part of one movie where Tony Stark himself explains what the hell it is. Yeah, Malika, cut and paste generation for real. I had a motherfucker in my group that did the same shit. One of the questions asked of us, of our fucking thing, he put into a chat DPT or Grok or whatever the fuck it was. I'm like, what? Well, Grok said this is what it is. Are you fucking kidding me? They asked you a question, my dude. Why the fuck did you put it in the chat GPT to get an answer when you sitting up here with your chest out saying this is the answer? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God. I don't even know why I'm worried about AI taking over. It's already taking over. These motherfuckers ain't using their brain. Somebody else might as well. Oh my God, dude. The other thing I get is that the Natalie AI was annoying. She's annoying in the sense that two girls talking would be annoying. If you're not a young girl, teenage or in your 20s, listening to two of them talk when it's just them is annoying. I swear to you, I have a daughter, dude. I've heard that and it ain't shit. No. I've been around teenage girls talking. It sounds like some of the dumbest shit I ever heard. Just because of the tone. Just because of the tone. And trust me, this day and age, I wouldn't want to hear no 20-year-old girl conversations. I think the last one I overheard was somebody talking about the difference between Megan and Cardi or some shit. Oh, dumb as fuck to me, my nigga. Dumb as fuck. And something I did not want to hear any more of. So I left. Now, being that this is a show and I'm watching it, I take into account that it's a show. They're going to have some dialogue. And the main thing I got from it is I'm trying to really understand. You keep saying this is your friend. You acting like this is your girlfriend and not your heterosexual girlfriend, but we ain't admitted it to each other. We're Dina and Ellie out in the wild. Girlfriend. That's what it's reading like. That's what these scenes are set up like, which makes me believe, which shows me it ain't perfect because they didn't get this tone right with these two characters. Other than that, Natalie was funny to me. That young girl is nice, nigga. She is nice. I don't be trying to say that shit too damn often, but as far as I know, she over 21. So I can say she looking kind of right. She looking kind of right. But I can tell you this, for all the AI in the MCU, Natalie is the most human, the most personality. Outside of Vision, outside of Grio, outside of Friday, Jarvis snarky ass, Natalie is the more engaging. And at least she can project to where there's something that you can see and talk back to. It's not just a voice in your helmet. That makes it a little bit more personable. Now it kind of rips on the AI in Spider-Man 2099's costume. It does. Because his AI is hella personable. Annoyingly so. But you haven't seen that in live action yet. So you can forget it exists. Natalie was fun. And since it's using that barf technology, in a sense, to project itself, it should be giving her a little bit of fucking therapy. Should be. Yeah, Charles, Natalie was funny to me. She was. She was having a good time. In the first block episode, the one scene that made me laugh out loud at that AI, and this was one of a couple scenes that made me laugh out loud at AI, when it took control of the suit and it's in the house. Look, my best friend. This is my best friend. This looks like my sister and my cousins. That's what that looks like. It looks like my hood sister and my cousins hanging out, acting a goddamn fool. Like, oh my God. Y'all wild. Y'all wild. It looked like them, which made it funny. If you know the song she's singing, it's funny. If you don't, that's annoying. It's annoying because you ain't part of the joke, motherfucker. That's the problem. That's why they always got some shit to say about Ryan Coogler. Because as much diverse people as he used in his shit, there's always jokes that most of you square motherfuckers don't get. Because it speaks too much to these urban black folks. That's why. That's what you find annoying. That street feel. That's why I felt like the Thor comment was a rewrite for Natalie. The Thor comments sound like a rewrite. Because what's she going to do? Jump on the hammer? That was gross. The other one was kissing the dude in the closet. Sound like a rewrite too. Because up till that point, they was always together like they was girlfriends homo and not girlfriends hetero. That's what it seemed like. And that was my main criticism about the show. It seemed like they didn't get the tone right in that shit. That you can tell where maybe it was a rewrite or so, because the other characters in the show outside of Riri and Natalie don't seem like they have a clear idea what the relationship was between Riri and Natalie. Namely, Natalie's brother and Riri's mom. They don't seem to have a clear idea because they act in two different damn ways about this shit. And I'm thinking that whole Xavier kind of flirty with her shit is one of them. I think that's a rewrite put in there to make it seem like Riri has some interest in the boy, but you ain't never seen her kiss her. You kiss him, and you ain't never seen her really express no kind of feelings for him. But he just there. He Natalie's brother. Is he her older brother? And how much older is he? This the dude that just roll up in the house and it's good? Natalie never talked about, her brother and how much he liked Riri. She never said anything about that. Living or dead. Okay. If anything, like I would say, no show is perfect. That imperfect part is you can tell where the overlap is, where somebody came in and had to rewrite some of this shit. Because I think they went a whole different direction at first. And that could have been what was bad about the show 2 years ago. Why they had to get Ryan Coogler in there to actually give them some flavor, some seasoning, to make the show entertaining in the ways that it was entertaining. Because before then, it wasn't. Now, from my understanding, from what Dominique Thorne said, it was two women who initially wrote this shit. So I would not doubt that it was some lesbian overtones in that shit to begin with. That's why you had the motley crew of mixed up characters in this shit. In the Hood's gang. Which is 2025 standards, they filled out the diversity dance card all the way. They did it. They hit every checkbox they could on that team. And that took care of the whole show. The whole show could be whatever the hell else they wanted it to be because they hit every other box in that shit. That's what it looked like. And every one of those characters was gender, race, or just completely reimagined. Okay. But then again, we've already established this is not the comics, is it? This is the MCU. Well, we do things a little bit different. And the main spin we put on it is making it female. So I would think it would behoove you not to go into any of these shows expecting exactly what you saw in a comic book. It's not going to be, which is why I don't want them touching Blue Marvel yet. No. Nope. I don't need it. which is probably why they can't do a decent fucking Blade. Racially ambiguous? No, they have some ethnicity. You could pretty much guess some of their races if you was all into that shit, if it mattered any much. But I would say none of those villains actually fucking matter. None of the people in the Hood's gang actually fucking mattered. They was all C and D list fucking characters. So who gave a shit? Who cared? Oh, the Brothers Blood was the siblings. Two kick-ass lesbians or trans, whatever fuck they were supposed to be. Okay. But they're just supposed to be the heavies? I guess it could be anybody these days, right? I guess it could. I mean, we just saw these motherfuckers praising Thunderbolts, right? With 5'4" Florence Pugh kicking people's ass, right? I like Florence Pugh. She's a cutie. She wouldn't be doing that shit in the real world. So what are we talking about? Did anybody watch the Old Guard too? Nobody upset about Charlize Theron's 6 foot ass, skinny ass kicking somebody's butt? No? So obviously it's not that big of a deal nowadays. Yeah, what up, JT? Yeah, how dare they change Slug? That was an important white character. Really? Was he though? Was he really? Look, I told y'all before, some of the shit they do in movies and why I give comic book movies a little bit of leeway is you have to change things when it jumps media. It's gonna not it has to. It's going to change when you jump media. What works in a comic book doesn't always work in live action on the screen. And some fat ass white dude that's a tech genius would have raised more stink than a 6 foot black dude with green hair and fingernails on. Just would have. It's just a different group of people you pissing off. Even though I don't think it would have been very big for Slug. You're making us all sloppy and look bad and stuff. Whoa. Would have poked at too many regular Americans. So no, they changed it. It's fine. Some of those things can be changed, and it wouldn't make any difference because, like I've said before, how important is the character's race to what it looks like? Is Slug defined by being a white tub of goo, looking like a melted ice cream cone? No, then the character it can get changed. Ethnicity can be changed. Gender can be changed. It's not breaking anything to do that. And Clown, man, they was going in on Clown. Them white boys really had a problem with Clown. I don't know why. She was clowning around. She was kind of goofy and off-putting sometimes, but she was kind of fun. It's a wild-ass hipster. I don't see what they was all upset about. I don't. It's not that big of a fucking deal. The DEI bad guys. What's up, Triv? Yeah, pretty much. What up, Ray Hama? Look, would it have made any difference whatsoever to have the complete comic book accurate villains on the Hood's team? Would it? Would it have made any difference? Were they the leads of the show? Were they the most important parts of the show? No. I dare say the Hood and his cousin a little bit, or uncle, were the most important parts of that team. The rest of the people could just be there to get some camera time and cash a Marvel check and get the fuck on with their life. But they're not going to be there. They were never going to be there forever, nigga. So it doesn't matter Doesn't matter. I said it. Inconsequential, doesn't hurt anything, doesn't ruin anything. They can go away. And if you're that butthurt about it, why don't you call Kevin Feige? And when this Secret Wars board wipe happens, you can put those characters back in there as their actual things and see if it matters then. It won't. They were throwaway characters to begin with. And I'm not saying that. The comics are saying that. So what are you upset about? Just shitting to shit. Like a seagull. Right? Got you. Now, Wild Slug in current form was a bit off-putting because I don't like the idea of every time I have to see a black man on screen, he got to be some moist, squishy, flaming-ass gay person, which is a caricature of gay men. That upsets me. That's disappointing as fuck. It would be the same thing to me if that motherfucker got out there and was the sweaty face tap dancing motherfucker. Oh no, I'm just scared. What's Ironheart gonna do to us? That shit would be just as offensive. Because as much as you white boys bitch about you being replaced, and all your lead characters are being gender swapped or ethnicity swapped, black dudes can't catch a break either. They either can't make your fucking movie, kill you off, or make you squishy in some kind of way. Even Rhodey had to get crippled. He ain't never been crippled in the comics, but he crippled in this MCU shit. Why? Less effective? Nick Fury got to be sucking on scroll lips and shit. Huh? Okay. Cool. I guess. Black Panther gets killed, and his sister gets to take up the mantle. And then reject the throne? How does that even work? So, Slug was not the most offensive thing in this shit. It was the most off-putting because they made sure you saw that motherfucker every time. Oh, they made sure you saw him. You can't miss that green hair nigga in the fucking beanie, which just looked like a clown costume. But I guess if they wasn't letting the dude do full drag in the shit, got to do a little bit, man. You got to represent. I'm scared to be Isaiah Bradley. You saw what they did to Isaiah Bradley. They made him somewhat stupid and ineffective. Somewhat. Because it took Anthony Mackie on his movie to give Isaiah Bradley some shine. He wasn't in the cards before. You remember that, right? I'm sorry, that was homework for people. So you hang out with Klein in real life? Yeah, she got some wild ass energy, dude. That's all it took. That's all it was to me. This is some California kind of crystal hippie chick. She probably got some wild ass energy. Always be into some shit. Like, what the fuck is you doing, Klein? Oh no, I'm just in here getting my shit on. Like, man, you high, aren't you? You gotta be fucking high. I'm just high on life. Bullshit. Don't nobody wake up like that. Because it was a girl fight. Because Riri can't fight. That's the thing. And Riri giving away like a foot on each one of them. She got the boxer braids on, man. That's what's fucking her up. Yeah, fucking straw holder was really fucking him up in that restaurant, boy. White Castle was the who knew who knew Two Trim that White Castle was the Achilles heel. Fighting in the White Castle, man, they couldn't win. And this is where I'll big up Nerdrotic, because I was listening to his review and I heard some shit about, what is he saying? African American or some other chicks fighting in the White Castle in the restaurant, and I was hearing some fighting and shit. I was like, what the fuck? And then I had to look at the actual screen and look at this shit, and they cut in a video of some TikTok shit or something of people fighting in a restaurant. Hey, that was pretty fucking funny to me. It was pretty funny. That shit made me laugh. I was like, okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, because it's something that actually happens. So when you cut to a real video of people throwing chairs and shit, it's like, well, yeah, White Castles. It's not your castle. It's a White Castle. Yeah, you can get fucked up in there. Only thing worse, Rainfire in here. If it was a Waffle House, they would have got their ass shot. It'd have been over quick. They'd have rolled in there with that smoke and got shot the fuck up by patrons. Fuck these white girls thought they was. Fuck, who do they like? Malika said Clown was fucking annoying. She could be. It was the clothes. Clothes was annoying. But some of the ways that the actress performed was funny as fuck to me. It was like, what the hell? Like when she would put on the cloak, put on the hood and stepped out on that little balcony shit. I'm like, what the fuck? That was some clown shit. Not clown in the sense of the character from the Marvel, but a clown pantomiming in some clothes. That was hilarious to me. It's like, okay, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, you go put that shit down. And that was what I was saying the whole time, man. Take that off. Take it off, put it back. You gonna get yourselves fucked up. And sure enough, she got her head pushed into a table, which is probably what should have happened. Okay, cool. We all the same. You can get punched in your face too. Awesome. Yeah, she had to fight club in a White Castle for sure. What up, Beastly? You just finished watching Sandman season 1? Or did season 2 drop? I wasn't sure. He said I did smile when I saw Clown and Natalie, because those were girls I dated. Yeah, you on that coast, man. You on that coast. I kept seeing your last gig, Cree Summers and this shit, and I kept mixing up her fucking name. I was like, is this Rain Pride Cree Summers? I can't remember this bitch name. I said, but that's Charles was protecting her not too long ago. So he must be loving this right now. Season 2? Okay, I gotta catch season 2. I haven't seen season 2 yet. And I loved Sandman season 1. So check out Sandman season 2. I was finishing up Squid Game, so I gotta go back and watch the last episode of season 3 today. I think that Ironheart will get a second season if this is successful. It's not supposed to get a second season, Herb. It's not supposed to. I would think, given the changes they obviously made to this show and the publicity it's getting, good or bad, because that's what goes into some of this stuff. It's like, I played Easy E in the beginning, right? We want Easy. And you remember that scene. It was a scene from the Straight Outta Compton movie, but it was something that was said before it was ever in the movie. which was they're doing a hate campaign on NWA. They're buying all these CDs and crushing them out in the street and stuff like that. And he's like, "Don't you care they crushing our album?" He said, "Hell no, they bought them. Do whatever the fuck you want with it, right? Because publicity is publicity, good or bad. You publicizing the shit. That's why they keep scaring you with Acolyte season 2 possible, because you keep talking about that shit. That's why. Because the company only knows who gonna watch the shit. And if my mother was right, I haven't seen the report, but the numbers for those first 3 episodes of Ironheart were really high and really strong. What I didn't tell her is that's probably because all the commenters and reviewers were watching that shit. Just like the Acolyte numbers. We boosted it. What they would look for after that was the drop off. What was it for the next 3 episodes? Did they convince enough people not to watch it for another 3 episodes? Because that's all it is. That's why it's called social influence. No, you don't control it, but you can't say you have a large channel and have no influence. You're being hella disingenuous at that point, then, aren't you? Because that's all you're doing. Sheep herders. You're herding the sheep in one camp or the other, either to say it was good or say it was bad. And why, if it was bad for you, and not just it's bad overall because, we don't like Disney or Marvel right now. And we're going to stick to that. If you figure it out by now, because most of y'all are savvy enough to understand this dumb shit, the 3 or 4 things that you automatically know is going to make a show unlikable for the majority of geek commenters, you can name them right in the chat. You can name them. Cree Summer's character was annoying too. She wasn't annoying. She just seemed like a know-it-all. Dr. Tia-san had an interesting point on that character too. It's like, wait a minute. He had texted me that shit, and I was laughing when I read it. Wait, she's a baby mama dropout from Carmitage. Like, yep. Not only that, she's a single mama. She's a single mama from Carmitage. Dropped out to raise her baby. Like, oh my God, dude. Just ruined Carmitage. Look, I like Wongers, okay? I like Wong with his little, debutante airhead chick. I don't mind that shit so much because at least I know that something is happening in Carmitage other than magic. Okay? But the single mama shit, no. That's not okay, bro. That's not okay. Now, the first thing I thought of after that shit, Malika, was, okay, she was at Carmitage and studied there a while. You lucky Agatha a ghost right now. She should be coming up your way. Agatha should be rolling up your way. You lucky she a ghost right now. Your ass will be getting sucked dry, bitch. It's crystal rubbing and stuff. No. Zelda was kind of funny, but that's another ethnicity swap from a newly created character in Marvel. Okay, whatever the fuck. Whatever. But I was wishing like, oh, they witches? They know sorcery? You should be talking to Agatha. We already know Jennifer Kale is out there. And Jennifer Kale is that sexy sister from Agatha all along who got her powers back. And she out there flying around. Well, Jennifer Kale got some ties to the Midnight Suns. So we overdoing it with the Black Girl Magic. We kind of overdoing it with these motherfuckers right now. Kind of overdoing it. That's a lot. That's a lot. But look, They keep teasing it. I wanted Brother Voodoo a while ago. And you put Jericho Drum in Multiverse of Madness. Where's his brother? Can I get a Dr. Voodoo while y'all fucking around? Instead of constantly giving me another black chick working with magic and roots and shit like that. Look, dude, that's a no bueno. That's not good. Don't need the sisters working with the black magic. Scary, motherfucker, because some of that shit is true. Stop fucking around. I'm just saying. Yeah, her daughter was nerdy cute. Yeah, she was nerdy cute. And the same cuteness as Thelma from the fucking Scooby-Doo. You get like, I don't know, it might be something under the glasses, man. Objects in mirror are bigger than they seem. I don't know. She quietly told you that blurred cop. As soon as I saw that hat, I knew who it was. Because that hat is her trademark. And she had the hat on in the show. I was like, oh, that's her. I just kept fucking up her name. Well, I thought I was messing up her name. I actually ended up saying it right the first time, but I wasn't sure about that shit. But I recognized her face. Now we know why she was at BlurCon. She just happened to be in the area, huh? What else did I miss from you guys? Aquatech said he wanted to see how the magic infused technology plays out. Yeah. Some other commenters were saying this was how you get to your Doctor Doom, establishing that. Okay. For having magic infused armor, that shit got destroyed really quickly. That's the other part that I found a bit unbelievable in this shit, is that she spent little or no time making new armors. Little or no time. For the shit to get destroyed in the next minute. Like, dude, she's gonna have more armors than Tony Stark, because none of them was actually, I guess, built worth a fuck. They keep getting destroyed. But she ain't that big, so I guess it don't take that much to make them. I don't know. But they keep fucking up some decent looking designs. So for a magically infused suit, I would have thought that magic would have brought it back together, kept it from getting that kind of damage. But oh well, it is what it is. Rosie said, what's up? I mean, Dr. Rosie said, I really liked the show, especially the last two episodes. Yeah, I really thought the last two episodes were strong. I did. I was really into it. Like, what are you fucking doing? And Mephisto finally showing up, having it spoiled for me that it was Sacha Baron Cohen showing up as Mephisto. It would have been more interesting if I didn't know that it was Sacha Baron Cohen. It would have been. You know why? Because he wasn't doing fucking Borat. I'm like, oh, is this his regular voice? What's this weird shit going on with his voice? Meaning, you cynical geeks, like, oh, he can't keep his accent straight. If he is supposed to be the devil in the Marvel Universe, he speaks with everybody's tongue. That's why it keeps switching. He can speak with anybody's tongue. It doesn't have to be sitting on one. That's the point. That's how I took it at the very least. I thought it made the character a little bit more creepy because it gave his voice, the audio portion of his voice, a distinct quality that every other character in here doesn't have. That you understand when you're hearing it, you're hearing these tone and accent shifts. It's like, oh, this might be something different. It's like I told you guys about my favorite book, Wild Seed by Octavia Butler, the character of Duro, who could swap bodies. No matter what body he came to people in, his children and Yanwu, It didn't matter what body he showed up in. As soon as he started talking, they knew exactly who the fuck it was. It don't matter if it was young, if it was old, a male, a female, it didn't matter. When he started talking, they knew exactly who he was because his voice was that distinct. That's what it should be for somebody who's supposed to be a hell lord. You should understand who the hell they are right off the bat. If not, you should understand that something ain't right. And having that accent tone change in his voice, that's a good little thing to throw in there that I don't think most soft-headed motherfuckers would have thought of because they just expect him to show up and talk in Sacha Baron Cohen's accent. So, yeah, I like those last two episodes. I can say this for the last two episodes too, Rosie. I'm not sure how I took that last scene with her sitting down with Mephisto and him showing her a possible future where Natalie was alive. I wasn't sure we were in that future or not. I wasn't sure that she actually made a deal or not. I didn't see her make a deal or anything. What I did see is Mephisto fucking with her head and showing her what could be if she made a deal. So that last part where you see her hugging Natalie and then that shit growing over her arm, but I thought this was just the mental projection. Is this the real reality? They're going to have to clean that up because that's not clear. It's not clear if this was the reality or this was still the mental projection that Mephisto was giving her. That's how I took it as. I don't took it as she made the deal. I took it as he was showing her what could possibly happen, and you're still looking in that space of time where this could possibly happen. But she hadn't chosen yet because he's trying to entice her to choose. I had thought most of the time through the show, every time Hood pulled out a contract, he was pulling out contracts for Mephisto. That's what I thought it was. It wasn't just contracts for them to get paid and have all this wealth all of a sudden. No, they were Mephisto contracts that he was having these people sign. So, I don't know. Could they flesh that out in the season 2? Yes, they could. They could play into it a little more. Because as you understand, Riri is not necessarily a hero or anything yet. She's not. Did you miss that? And all that homework and shit? That Riri was just a college student when she got mixed up with the Wakandans. Yeah, she helped them fight. She wasn't necessarily a hero. As she said in this show, they went to war because of some shit she made. So a lot of people got hurt. You get to this one, she's not trying to she's not a hero. They went out and saved nobody. She went home with her armor and tried to get money to make her armors. And if you know the history of America, criminality usually funds all that shit first. You don't believe me? Ask Jay-Z. Or the Kennedys. Or the Rockefellers. Criminality usually funds that shit in the beginning. So I don't have a problem watching her journey through this shit. And it started from some ill-gotten means. She helped some people do some things and got paid a shitload of money for it so she can funnel that money back into doing what she actually wants to do, which is build this goddamn armor suit and this AI. Okay. They bagging on the show saying it was her villain arc. What makes her a villain? What did she do villainous? Leaving a dude to die who tried to kill her? Fuck Uncle John. I don't call that villainy at all. Uncle John was not a good person to begin with. Because if you want to say that he is Uncle John, you realize he had his nephew trying to rob his brother. You get that, right? So fuck Uncle John. Why are you on his side all of a sudden? Like it was a wrongful death of John King. No, it wasn't. John King went in there to kill that girl. Because she had a piece of cloth. Went after her with a fucking knife. Not to make sushi, my nigga. To kill her. She left his ass locked in a room. And not even her. The AI left him locked in that damn room. Too bad, so sad. Like Batman said, I don't have to kill you. I don't have to save you either. That's it. He done. He out of there. What you upset about? Now, I might have thought it was fucked up, but I just know she was going to have to pay for it afterwards because John was Parker's balancing point. He kept Parker calm. That's going to have a problem because when that leveling influence is removed, somebody going to go off their hinges. Somebody is going to have a problem. And it was Parker. That's why I knew it was going to blow back really quick on Riri. Not that she did something wrong and leaving his ass there. Fuck him. But Parker going to figure that shit out because the hood wasted no time in showing him that. So it's going to be a problem really quickly. Really quick. Yeah, Chosen Racer, what's up? She left a fucked up dude trying to kill her to die? Oh, such villainy. And these motherfuckers beating the drum on that. She's a villain because she left him to die. Are you on Uncle John's side? He is a villain. He actually did kill somebody. As far as we know, Rampage. Rampage still dead as shit. And from what Uncle John said, Parker liked being there sometimes to watch that shit. So my money is on Uncle John killed Rampage. And Parker watched it. So Uncle John is a villain. He robs from the rich. And he kills people occasionally. Whole villain. You want to label the chick that escaped his ass, got away from him, and left him to die as the villain. The eye that alters all. If I left the villain to die, in some situations, I'd be considered a hero. Would you feel better if it was Spider-Man that left his ass in there? Iron Man? Yeah, these critiques was ridiculous, Chosen Race. Some of them were absolutely ridiculous. You could, look, like I said, if you just want to shit on something, you could think of any reason to shit on it. You can. But the hard part is actually having some integrity and being fucking honest about it. Because most of the shit don't even stand up to a little bit of scrutiny. A little bit of scrutiny. How is she a villain and she was never a hero? Because she stole from people? So? She stole from people that wasn't doing no good anyway. Actual criminals. So she stole from them. What does that make her? A criminal. Good criminals usually steal from criminals. That's why they have turf wars and shit, right? So what am I upset about? What? Y'all gotta pick a side, man, and stay consistent. Because I don't give a fuck about none of them people. Now, I will say for Parker's daddy, Parker was being a little bit of a bitch because at least he was 12 when he got put out. 12 was kind of old for you to be still pissed off, my dude. 12 was a bit old. You know, in some other countries, you damn near 20 at that age. No, that's a bit old. It's not like you said you was 8. Not like you said you was 8. Okay? 12 years old, you're going to get into some criminality, man. Gang going to pick you up. They going to raise you. You're going to be on the streets hustling. I mean, I've watched most of The Wire. How old was some of them little motherfuckers when they first got out there on them streets? You might be all right. You got enough worldliness to know what the hell is going on. Your daddy was rich. Rich. Oh, shit. And your uncle was a criminal who helped you after a time try to rob your daddy. Nigga. You are acting kind of bitchy. Yeah, opportunist, yes. Villain, no. Exactly. I need money. I have no money. I've just got kicked out of school and I got to go back home and I don't have a job. But this is the thing I know that could possibly pay me. How do I do this? Hey, man, you got this job for you. Just use them skills you already got. You'll get paid a shitload of money. That's kind of wrong. What do I got to do? We ain't going to kill nobody. We just going to rob them and extort shit. Oh, so soft crime. Okay, I'm in. I don't know. Am I too close to the street to understand that? Because I'm not a street nigga. But I understand the allure of something like that. You robbing from criminals? I watched that shit in Reacher and I thought it was kind of cool. People laughed about that shit when he went out there and robbed a drug dealer, took his money and took his gun, committed a criminal act on a criminal, and you clap that shit up. It was nothing. Some little broke black girl in a janky suit went and helped some other criminals rob some rich criminals, and y'all with the rich criminals, oh, that was wrong. She's a whole villain. No, she's not. But it's sensational enough to get people to not watch the show. It is. It's sensational enough to get people to not watch the show. I get it. Most defamatory shit you can think of. What up, Hitflix? Hitflix says, so what I'm hearing is everyone complaining would hate Robin Hood. Exactly. Apparently, they'll be on the side of the sheriff. Robin Hood was a fucking criminal. He's doing criminality. He didn't kill nobody. He just took money from people who was, taxing the populace and robbing from them. He actually gave it to the poor. He wasn't keeping it all for himself. They, in their way, was keeping it for themselves. That made them greedy. That's what makes them criminals. By that stretch. But yeah, by this argument that they're making Hitflix, exactly. Robin Hood was a whole criminal. And you would be on the side of the evil sheriff to bring him in. Because Robin Hood is a whole fucking villain. Taking our hard stolen money from these fucking peasants. Stupid shit. And yes, Chosen Razor. Yeah, we got heroes that straight up kill people. Me and Charles was joking about that shit last week about how Captain America was in World War II with a 45 and a shield. Did you think he was shooting rubber bullets? No, he had killed a lot of goddamn people. That's why he didn't think he didn't think he might have been worthy to lift the hammer. But truth be told, that hammer got a lot of blood on it. Of all kinds of species. Because Thor has went out there and put in work, nigga. He is a god. An Asgardian. That's kind of what they do. So shake it off your shoulders. Yeah, John and Parker killed several people. Exactly. Villains, nigga. Villains. You watched Parker kill some people when he went in there and you found out that white boy knew who the fuck he was. It was like, take your little pennies and get the fuck out of my face. Well, he killed the security that showed up to try to get some get back for him killing that dude. So would I give a fuck about Parker getting stole from? No. Parker was a villain. Riri was not. Indigent circumstances. Motherfucker got killed trying to kill me, and he couldn't get out the room that he got locked in. Hey, too bad, so sad. Appreciate you, Sportaholic, for supporting the stream. Is that the only person that supported the stream today? Sportsaholic said the hood itself was indestructible like some Kryptonian god, but Riri was able to slice off a piece like it was apple pie. What's your comment? It's just a hood. If you look at the hood, it looks like flesh. It looks like flesh. It's indestructible because it's magical, not because it's super tough. You could slice it off, but not destroy it. It wouldn't burn. You couldn't acid it. You couldn't blow it up. But you could cut pieces of it off. It's just fabric or skin. It's a skin of a fucking demon. Even the Darkhold is, I think, made out of some demon skin or some shit like that. So it's not that big of a deal. Appreciate the Sportaholic. I will give you, where's my media assets? The Guts and Butts, so named by Charles Faulkner Jr. Appreciate
Number one, 3 or 4 times I ain't telling no lie, never let a hard time on the ones.
Well, that logic, how many people did Tony Stark kill with his weapon before he was Iron Man? Yeah, I've heard Neurotic went into that, and I think Critical Drinker went into that too about these heroes kill. Yes, we know these heroes killed. If you watch this shit, you already know that. Nobody had to tell you that shit. And they're still considered good people. You know, main two on the Avengers team, Hawkeye and Black Widow, are killers. Assassins, as they were so named by Tony Stark. Assassins kill people. Plain and simple. They've been there the whole time. So I don't want to hear this shit about heroes don't kill. Apparently, your team of Avengers kills, nigga. That's what they do. So shut up. That never needed to be told to me. Thanks for pointing it out. But I already knew that shit. I'm not the one beating on this stupid ass drum wanting to call Riri a villain for the dude dying who tried to kill her. But I ain't said shit about Wanda, Hawkeye, Captain America, none of these fucking soldiers who actually been in war. The Asgardian god who fights people with a fucking hammer. Hulk. Nobody. Shut up. Sounds ridiculous. Or excuse me, the one everybody wanted to see showing up, Wolverine. He's the best at what he does. And what he does is kill people. And he's the best at doing that. Shut up. Still consider him a hero all day long. He even gets to be an Avenger in the comics. Well, he's mostly good for just killing people or things. It was pretty cool for Spidey to wrestle for money to help pay bills for before knowing his true purpose. But Riri is a villain because she's a bit wayward. Yeah, that's the disingenuous part about it, Malika. Because what I could say, because it's a black character in there, putting that in there is not necessarily a trope. It's something that we deal with. I figured out younger in life that the road to criminality is very easy to go down because it was offered to me like that. I could have been out there in the streets doing a bunch of dumb shit. I could have been. I just chose not to and stood on that. But I understand, given the situation, if my situation is desperate enough, that is an avenue that would open up very wide to you. It is. Depending upon how bad you want it and what's the time frame what you need to get done. If it's immediate, life or death, you might have to snatch somebody's wallet. You might find yourself trying to rob a dealer, somebody hustling a couple of packs of weed or something. You might try that shit. If your time constraints and your situation is desperate enough, that's what you'll get to. Because that's how criminality works. At least in that part. Does it mean just because you committed this criminal act that you are a terrible fucking person? Not necessarily. If you've chosen this as just a way of life just because and you didn't have to do this shit, oh yeah, you're a terrible person. You do it with the intent of hurting people just because you enjoy that shit? Yes, you're a terrible person. But there's a difference between doing something like that, which is, oh, you stole somebody's wallet or pocketbook for money. And I just decided to go out here and start beating people in the head and abusing them to get their money. That's to me, it's two separate fucking things. Two separate fucking things altogether. Survival is survival. Okay? There are no favorites when it comes to survival. How you go about that and what you're willing to do to people is more determination on who you are and what kind of person you are, as opposed to I'm doing this to survive. Well, you can do this without doing all the rest of that shit. Charles said, fun fact, one of the requirements to utilize Thor's hammer is a willingness to kill. That's why Spider-Man could never use it. He's not the god of hammers. Shout out to Joe Herb. Appreciate you, Herb, for supporting the stream. What did Herb say? Fact. What was Thor like before he was humbled by his father? He was a straight up killer. Thousands were ended by his power. Can't convince me that none of the victims were innocent. No shit. No shit. I thought about it in that first movie when they went to Jotunheim, man. And fucking Odin there went through there with them frost giants. How he wrecked their shop. How many of them frost giants died? Trying to stop the Asgardian push, nigga. Got over there and saw Laufey. He was a beating people. Beaten so bad, Odin took his fucking son from him. Bro. Talk about indentured slaves. Ugh. He did them dirty, bro. He did them way dirty. And there was a lot of them killed. They wasn't just imprisoned. No. Asgardians kill. That's what they do. They got a goddess of death. Okay? Because they bring it often. What is their requirements to even get in Valhalla? You gotta die in battle, nigga. against your enemy. With it. Appreciate your herb. I will give you the power of many.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
And people are trying to say that ridiculous shit was better than Ironheart. How? Exactly? If the singing was cringy, Ironheart didn't have no singing in it. So automatically better than the Acolyte. Even if you want to say it's at the bottom, which I don't think it is, but even if you want to say that, it's automatically better than the Acolyte. It had no ridiculous singing in it. Steve Rogers, for freedom, eat this 4-5 and a front kick. Yeah, that's what he did. That's what he did. He shot Nazis. He wasn't out there subduing them all. Just hitting them with the shield. No. Nah, bruh. That's why people like the old school Captain Americans. Old school Captain America kills. That's why them gloves is red. Soaked in the blood of his enemies. And they were Nazis, so nobody cares about that shit. Yes, Guardians are Vikings, a feared warrior class, death, war, raping, pillaging, and part of their culture. Exactly. And what does it take for you to be a god of such people like that? You gotta be brutal, nigga. Your count gotta be in the thousands. Your count has to be in the thousands. If they worship and revere you, you gotta be worse than them. Stop it. This shit. So what I saw from all of this Ironheart talk was just hateful rhetoric. That's all. And a lot of people just echo boxing the same shit, who weren't predisposed to like the show anyway. They were never given the show a actual chance. Same way Brave New World was never going to get a chance. And while I could sit there and point fingers at them, I'm just saying Marvel doesn't do any favors to these black characters like that. The same shit that was the problem with Brave New World is the same thing that's the problem with Ironheart. Their scripts have been chopped and screwed so many fucking times. You cannot necessarily find a good solid through line in them. Now, I don't know what Marvel's problem was constantly putting these substandard writers on shit and then having to bring back people who are a little better to fix the scripts on these black characters, but they do that shit every fucking time. And to me, it's like intentional. They do it to fuck up the characters. So they can say, see, we put it out there, but people didn't like it, so I guess we don't have to do that anymore. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's that acting like they're throwing you a bone, but they really undermining you the whole time. Which would be another reason why you can't get a Blade movie yet, because the actual actor in the shit has to be the one to keep telling you, this is a shit script, and I'm not doing that. That's why. Not because Marvel didn't want to put the shit out already. No. Because the actor keeps turning down the shit that they keep producing. Like, no. Absolutely not. I'm not doing that. You could possibly change these parts. When you do that, come back to me and I'll look at it. But for now, fuck no. And that has been going on the whole time. The whole time. That is on the MCU. It's not on the project. It's on the MCU. You know, the people who make these decisions and sign off on this stuff and say, yes, that gets to go ahead, and no, this one doesn't. Utterly disappointing. Nope, I'm not up. So I'm not holding out holding on to a lot of hate for Ironheart. I thought it was decent enough. It was decent enough for a start. Would I want to see a season two? Yes. More than I want to see a season two of Ahsoka. I don't want to see a season two of Ahsoka at all. There is nothing interesting for me for that Ahsoka shit. None. At least with Ironheart, I know it's going towards something bigger that's already out there planned and ready to go, being Doomsday and Secret Wars, which means all this shit can get board wiped in a couple of movies anyway. Give me a little bit more on her to see, did she make this deal and how her life has gone on not making a deal? Does she regret it or whatever? Did she remake the Natalie AI? Since it's just based off her brain waves anyway, she scan that bitch again. Or did she make the deal, which is more interesting? And what are the repercussions of her making a deal with fucking Mephisto? Because she gonna have to try to find a way out of that shit. That you don't make those kind of deals without there being some snags along the way. But it would be more interesting to see how people get fucked in deals with Mephisto before you get to a Spider-Man Brand New Day that's supposed to revolve around, at least in the comic books, him making a deal with Mephisto. It'd be nice to get a little precursor to how that shit works in the MCU. Not saying that you have to forget the fact that you saw the first Ghost Rider movie or anything like that and understood that Mephisto is not somebody you make deals with. Not that at all. But since this is the MCU now, you need to reestablish that the deals that Mephisto makes are not necessarily good. Parker Robbins just got a little cloak, a little hood. They gave him some powers and was kind of fucking him up a little bit. Every deal don't look like that. Every deal doesn't look the same way. But you can see some shit going on, because you would want to, in my view, you would want to establish Mephisto a little bit more solid before you get to a Doctor Doom, a Strange 3, and Spider-Man Brand New Day. You'd want to establish Mephisto a little bit more, especially before you get to anything dealing with the Midnight Suns. Especially then. You want to solidify that a little bit more. And you could do it in the Ironheart show. I heard that other critique, like, why'd they drop Mephisto in an Ironheart show? What the hell is that about? They should have did this way back. He wasn't on the menu way back when, motherfucker. Excuse me. Excuse me. You see how Marvel plays fast and loose with characters they throw away in different places that don't make no sense whatsoever. The fact that he showed up at all is good. I'm fine with that. The fact that he didn't show up in an Agatha or something like that, who the fuck cares? You weren't watching those shows anyway, weren't you? Weren't you complaining about Agatha all along? You weren't going to watch it? Didn't you hate, as you've heard it called, Doctor Strange mom? So he wouldn't have showed up in that. Didn't you hate fucking WandaVision? So what difference would it have made if he showed up in there? You just mad that it didn't show up at the spots that you said it was. That's all you're mad about. So fucking what? Wherever in the MCU canon of characters, Mephisto can show up wherever the fuck they want to put him in. So he showed up in Ironheart. When you're dealing with somebody who has powers that are supernatural, that are relating to him directly. Sure. Why the fuck not? Who cares? Don't say you do, because you don't. Thor Odinson, god of thunder, god of strength, specializing in genocide. It's okay, he's a hero, though. Well, Charles, he's a hero, though. He's a hero. Just remember that shit. Artisan, it's wokeness and agenda versus integrity and good storytelling. It is. But we know that who actually look at that shit, not looking for the DEI of it, but looking for the story aspect of it, you see that shit right off the bat. Nobody I heard review the shit picked up on the story part of it, of some things seemed inconsistent in the storytelling. Except for the one reviewer. She kind of hit on it, which is why I wanted to respond to her video, but I'm not doing that shit. Because she kind of hit on it, because she actually went into what was working for her and what wasn't working for her in the show. Because she's about the age of the characters and a female. That makes more goddamn sense. You would probably relate to it a little bit better. 50-plus-year-old white boys? No. You can hate that Brie Larson comment all you want. But no, a 50-year-old white boy don't need to tell me what he thought didn't work about Ironheart for him in the girlfriend's relationship. I'm a 50-year-old black man. I'm telling you. Some of it was funny. Some of it was kind of annoying, but I don't spend a lot of time sitting around 20-year-olds listening to them, 20-year-old girls listening to them talk, because that shit is annoying. It is. It should be. Not for you. And it's okay. Everything's not supposed to be for you. Pout. Throw a fit. Make a video about it. It looks like he was on a crazy Fenty. All the scars of markets. We'll follow scars of markets. What? It made no sense. In the comics, Mephisto messed up with villains as well as heroes because he caused Norman/Harry Osborn to become the Green Goblin and kept Doom's mother's soul in hell. He's always been a pain in the ass. Because Mephisto don't give a fuck if you're a villain or a hero. He cares about his contracts and his results, man. Growing his influence. They should have made his ass a YouTuber. He cares about growing his influence. He cares about souls in his hell. That's it. And those boundaries need to keep growing like McDonald's serving billions, nigga. That's what he cares about. Your villainy, your heroicness, that's beneath him. That is not his concern. Not at all. What he can get out of you, what he can offer you. And will you grow my domain? Because I got to prove I'm better than the rest of these motherfuckers. That's it. Speaks in many tongues throughout the universe. So be mad. I don't see why, but you're free to be whatever the fuck you want to. So. Excuse me. So if you were looking for a straight up, I'm going to flame this show because it was so terrible shit for me. In some ways, I'm happy to disappoint you. Do not ever think that you're going to sit here and just know that I hate something because everybody else did. Do not lump me in that group of rote responses. That is predictable because of that. No. If anything, lump me in a group of people who will actually look at something critically without bias and give you my opinion on it. Not the common chorus. My opinion. What up, Mr. Matt? Say good morning. Yeah, the ultimate forked tongue opportunist. Like I said, that's why I don't have a problem with his language switching in between there, because that's what it gives me the impression of. He speaks with many tongues to everybody in the universe, nigga. Kree, Skrull, human, alien, everybody. So his voice should be a little different. And as far as Sacha Baron Cohen's playing of Mephisto, I liked his Mephisto. It reminded me a little bit more of the Lightning Thief and a guy who was playing Hades in that. That's what it reminded me of. And it was fun to see Sacha Baron Cohen playing a character other than fucking Borat or King Julius from Madagascar, of actually just delivering some serious lines. So you can understand that Sacha Baron Cohen can actually act outside of just acting like an ass, which is annoying. I like that. I like that Mephisto was charming and regular in some ways, just talking to people. That makes that whole contract signing situation a little bit more seductive. And not because he tried to seduce you into doing it. He just kind of put the options out there for you. You made the choice because that's all he needs you to do. He just needs you to make the choice. You're going to sign this contract either today or tomorrow. But you're going to sign this motherfucker. I just have to find the right sweetener for you. I knew he was coming up. What up, Mr. Matt?
What up, Art? Artist, how you doing, man?
All right. Still a little sick, but I'm good.
Did you talk about earlier about dude who just passed? Dr. Doom, guy who played Doom?
I didn't talk about anybody who just passed because I was talking about Ironheart, so keep up with the show.
I got you. Yeah.
What do you want to say about Julian McMahon?
I think that movie gets a worse rap than it should get. Looking back on it now, it's not as bad as we thought it was. That first Fantastic Four movie, I think some people kind of thought it was kind of hokey or weird or whatever.
I never called it weird. I actually liked that first Fantastic Four movie. I liked all of those initial Fantastic Four movies. Even the Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie has a little bit of love for me because we used to show it in the shop every year for Free Comic Book Day. And as bad as it was, it's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious. If you know the actors in that shit, you've seen them in other stuff. It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
The Tim Story movies, the only Fantastic Four movies directed by a black dude, which is why they get shit on the whole time. And people, they're just crappy or whatever. I didn't mind Ian Graffood as Reed. He looked like fucking Reed Richards. I didn't mind Jessica Alba as the Invisible Girl.
No.
I didn't. She just wasn't a white chick. She was a Latina playing a white chick, which is kind of fucked up. Right? It wasn't bad. Michael Chiklis as being the Thing, he had a prosthetic suit on, so it didn't have to be CGI.
Yeah.
Cool. Michael Chiklis had just came off of doing The Shield, dude.
Yeah.
People was loving his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Storm, Chris Evans.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't like Chris Evans? And then Julian McMahon playing Dr. Doom, and he had the cloak. It looked as close to the actual Doom costume from the comic as you can get.
Yes, sir.
Wasn't a bad movie.
No.
It wasn't a terrible movie. Not one, not two. The one they initially did the Silver Surfer in.
Yes, that's not that's Silver Surfer. Lawrence Fishburne is a Silver Surfer's voice.
The only thing that fell off about that Fantastic Four 2, Rise of the Silver Surfer, was they went with the Galactus Cloud, which was in the Ultimate Universe.
Yeah.
And not Galactus in the purple suit.
Yeah.
With seeing this trailer for this new Fantastic Four movie, and they got Galactus in the suit walking around, I said, that looks dumb. That looks fucking dumb. I'm waiting for Diddy to be out there. Come with me. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Like, oh my God, dude. It looks like shit to me. Like this, some things, like I said, some things work in comic books, do not work on live action.
That's
right. It's pain to be seen. But I don't need to see Galactus walking with his big purple boots. New York. Like, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh my God. So no, those two movies I really liked. They had good lead-ins. They tied together, and they led to something else. But that's Fox mishandling. That's all it is. It's just Fox mishandling shit. Like we don't know Fox does. Doesn't Disney own all those characters now because of how they handle shit? The X-Men and the Fantastic Four. So they were just handled wrong. That's all it is. But the movies you can watch the movies right now and be entertained. And after this new Fantastic Four movie comes out, you should go back and watch them just to match it up. Just to match it up. So you can see, was this really bad or was this actually good?
No, I like it. Silver Surfer is I love that movie.
I like the interplay between Michael Chiklis and Chris Evans as Johnny and Ben. Johnny and Ben.
It gives it like having read the comics. It encompasses their relationship very well. The way they wrote their characters in the movie.
Was he not big enough to be the thing in your imagination? Grow up.
But even in the comic book, like he's not super tall. He's not Hulk tall. He's really listed as what is he 6'4", 6'5"? He's not 7 feet tall.
I don't think so.
No, I mean, how tall is I don't remember how tall is the thing.
But yeah, Julian McMahon passed. He's one of the 3 people that passed this week that I've heard about. I just didn't mention them because I started the show late and I got on to talking about Ironheart because Sportaholic actually asked me a question about that shit and it sent me down a rabbit hole. And I slid down the rabbit hole like Disney's Tarzan on a vine. Going down that bitch.
Yeah, traditionally he was listed as 6 feet, like in the old comics. He was 6 feet tall. And then they made him taller later on.
Tyra said, love watching Ryan Coogler sell hoodoo to Disney. Hey. Ryan Coogler has pimped some black magic in the fucking Disney on the slide.
Facts.
He has done that shit. I was thinking that when I was saying that about how many black witches we got in this shit right now. And that's why I'm like, I need to stop that shit. I want to quit, man, because you don't play with some of that shit.
No.
What up, Darkness?
It's Faulkness. Get it right.
Oh, now you want to be the Faulkness again, huh? We calling you Faulkness forever, nigga.
Who said that? Trust me, I heard that for so many years.
Faulkness.
That's the last thing people like to remix.
No. What you got on this? So you actually sound like you might have enjoyed Ironheart a little bit. I'm fucking with this microphone. It's not even working.
Being stuck in the hospital for 4 days, you got to find something to enjoy. It did its part. You know, it was a bridging, connecting piece of the MCU. The chick who played Natalie is fine than a motherfucker.
Yeah, it's thick.
Every time I see a cute chick in a superhero movie, I go to check her age so I don't feel bad. She's 21 years old, so we got all to talk about. Yeah, she finally. When you go on her Instagram page, you see that red dress for the premiere of the Ironheart. Yeah, she found him motherfucker. He also played on the show. I forgot which is all like This Is For Us or whatever the show was.
This Is Us.
This Is Us. Yeah.
She was on that show.
Yeah.
I used to watch that show. Who was she on This Is Us?
She's one of the daughters of the black guy over there.
Oh my god! So she was what's his name's daughter? I'm forgetting the guy's name now.
Yeah. So she has a nice little thing, and go to her Instagram too. Good God Almighty!
Oh, that's her.
Yep. Yes.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
that was perfect.
That's why I was not complaining about every goddamn scene with Natalie.
Hey now.
Y'all white boys saying Natalie was annoying. What?
What?
That's a grown ass woman, nigga. Like,
I'm gonna
bruh,
tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what I just did right now. The most fucked thing I did.
lyric
I
law.
expect.
On the
I
list.
just. I expanded my screen and took a screenshot of that shit just now. Good God.
Man,
Whatever.
for real?
Whatever. Whatever God
That's
in the
CG.
universe. If there's a God, thank you.
That's CG. That's got to be CG. Hell
No,
no.
that's
Come on,
a
man.
That's not CGI. That's DNA with a lot of A. With a lot of A.
Yeah, there's a lot of A.
With a lot of A.
Yes, sir.
Just put that back up there for one more sake. To make it old man happy.
Make
For old time's sake.
wait. I gotta say that in my file.
Don't, don't honestly look like he used to sing like love songs back in the 80s
I
when his
did.
members only.
Oh yeah.
For old time's sake. Good God. So you can tell.
Yeah, nice cool ass
Whoever's.
too. Huh.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, that's why I was like, can y'all show more Natalie? Thank you.
Got some nice arms too.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes though. Good
Yeah.
lord.
Yeah.
Got some
Her legs look like it was rock spotted gods.
Hey, we say sturdy from the south, man. Yeah,
She built. You probably didn't see my. You didn't see my comment in the chat. I said she was fine as hell, and she's built like my daddy's F-250 Ford tough.
so 254.
Oh my God, she. Oh Lord, uh, I forgot what's the chick who plays Riri.
Dominique Thorne.
Yeah, Dominique Thorns. I love you. You're a cutie, but you ain't got shit on Lyric Ross. God damn you don't.
Nope.
Now you're gonna see motherfuckers be like, I think I need to watch that Ironheart again.
Hey,
Man,
man.
when they got to the end, and then she was standing there out in the street and shit like that, I'm like, does that girl got ass? Oh, wait a
Wait
she
a minute.
age. She had age. Like, good lord, she thick.
Yeah, I was looking at that shit. I was in my hospital bed. I was like, Lord, I need some drinking water.
Damn.
She's
You
a
good,
cute.
Charles?
I'm good. I just had to stay at the hospital for a really bad sinus and bladder infection.
Oh man. Damn. I'm sorry, bro.
And people thought, oh, well, you were drinking when they checked my kidneys and my liver. They said the doctors was like, no, it's just an infection. You got the kidneys and the liver of a 20-something-year-old.
Well, all right
So
then.
sometimes you get hit with stuff. It's called being human. I
Yeah.
don't care how super you are. The human part gonna kick in sometime.
Even you, huh?
Even me. I made a joke with the doctor. I was like, they were like, well, so what's wrong? Just a little kryptonite poisoning. They were like, oh hell no, you gotta move. And the doctor got the reference. He's like, oh hell no, you got to move me on the 11th. We gotta get you right.
Right.
Yeah.
And the show that,
I
well,
was like, yeah. I was like, look at the doc being a geek.
Yeah, man.
doctors are usually geeks.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Doctors and police officers are usually geeks. You'd be surprised. You would be surprised.
Oh yeah, a lot of them. It used to be funny because they would make bets on what superhero shirt I'm wearing under my uniform today.
Hmm.
And it'd be cute when you see little kids walking past you and they see your shirt. What shirt do you have under there? So you unbutton it and it'd be like, shh, don't tell my secret identity. And the kids be like, winking at you like,
It's a pretty face. That's a
oh,
naturally.
very pretty. Naturally
Yeah.
pretty.
That's a
I'm not
naturally.
gonna kick I'm not gonna kick out the bed.
No,
Look,
no.
and look, she got real hair, y'all. That's real hair. Holy shit, that ain't a wig. She ain't wearing a wig. She did not get the meeting about black women supposed to be wearing wigs in their 20s now.
But artisan, black women don't got long hair.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you do, but you take care of it.
Yeah.
you know, yeah. But to hear them tell it, no black woman's got naturally long hair.
No. because you did.
Just look at my partner here. Her dreadlocks are like to the small of her back.
If you was in the hood, your mama was braiding your hair before your hair even grow in all the way, so it fucked it up.
Yeah, that's true.
Putting that weave in your shit before it even grew in, pulled it all out.
Especially not taking care of that shit, like moisturizing it, oiling it. When you see a woman with really, really short hair and she's like middle school or teenager, that's because her mother was fucking her shit up with kitty perms.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She gonna look cute. She gonna be bald by the time she's 15. Did you quit that shit?
Yep. And split like that, like your mom and daddy.
So the show.
You know, I had a daddy.
The show, yeah, man, I have a bonnet. So the show, Charles. What? Let's just be honest. What did not work for you in the show? Just so motherfuckers will know that that's something that actually you do see, just like I see it. I see stuff that didn't work for me, but
I mean, I might be nitpicking, but I didn't see a lot of. I want to just say this: black male representation. You either had to be of the homosexuality or dead.
You know what? I was about to say that too.
I didn't appreciate that but I do love the fact that even though that was her stepfather and her mother was remarried only because her mother was a widow.
Mm-hmm.
If you paid attention to the series, she had a very positive, loving and positive relationship with her stepfather, who she pays homage to, which was the reason why she used the car. Was a homage to her stepfather's ingenuity and being a mechanic, but he also gave her the ability to separate and be a dichotomy from her genius and still be a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I didn't like the fact that some of it felt a little bit convoluted at times. I like the fact that there was a clear deference of the hood being a villain. There was nothing you should sympathize with this motherfucker. Like he was just gonna be a fucked up individual from the start. From his daddy on up, he's not a sympathetic person. I like the Mephisto. I can't wait to see him in red. But what I didn't like is that you gave too many clues to him, because everybody knows this from Civil War. Marvel can't hold water for shit.
No.
Give us do what you're supposed to do and give us a surprise. The MIT thing didn't make sense because she didn't cheat or anything. She just did the projects of everybody else, which is a common practice in college.
What I say is business, motherfucker.
If you go to
contractor to do this work for you, they did the work, they turned it over to you, you paid them for it.
Yeah, that's a very common practice because a lot of people have a lot of stuff on their plate. So as long as it's passing Chat GPT, nobody gives a fuck as long as they got their assignment.
Well, here's
so
the
I
funny
think that was
too, Charles. Here's the funny part about it. They weren't even saying she was doing that for MIT students. She was doing it for students outside of MIT.
So that means they really went outside their jurisdiction.
They outsourced. So I heard one commenter complain about that shit, saying that she was doing people's tests for them. But at the same time, later in the same video, he was saying that, she could have sold some of those patents so she wouldn't have to do some of this crime. I said, that'd be the same thing she was doing while she was at school.
You're an outsourcer either way.
She wouldn't own her shit then. That's the only thing.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, I will admit that I was proud to see Cree Summer in the series when she told me secretly at BlurredCon and made hints to it. But she told me exactly what she was doing. She said, just keep quiet about it, which I think I did a pretty damn good job of doing.
You did a hell of a lot better job than Marvel or anybody else in the world. Holy shit.
Maybe they should hire me. It's not like I don't. And the craziness about it is, her being in a Marvel project, not saying she wasn't a big star before, it solidified and made my business feel even more legit. Like, hey, you see that new Ironheart? You know, I was protecting some of those celebrities.
When I was on my Patreon stream, I said that. I said, that's Charles. That's Charles's client. He was just protecting her. I couldn't remember her name clearly, which one it was. Was it Rain or Cree? But I remember that.
And that's why when Cree was saying her stuff, notice I didn't get hard on her. Because I got a soft spot for her. So, and she's a very nice lady if you meet her. Like, she was a little hesitant because the team was so young. But once she saw what we could do, she was like, she said, I've been in Hollywood for 35 years, almost 40 years. I've never felt so protected in my life. Like, you guys, when we needed something like short story, she lost her hotel key. And I said to the guys, I said, this is your mission. Go behind that goddamn desk. Don't go in front of anybody. Don't let anybody hear you. Tell the lady that we need to go 5 feet away from the desk. Tell them we protecting Cree Summer. She gave us the room number, and we need this key. We got it back before she was ready to go because, she would stop signing. And Cree loves her weed, by the way. That's why a couple of team members had some great philosophical conversations about the ganja. She was like, I didn't even believe my key was back. And by the time we got back, she didn't even know. She barely noticed we were gone. And that's when it's like the Larry Hoover thing. At first, she was my man, but now you my nigga. So that made me feel proud that somebody who's in a very important Marvel project, was under my protection, and we have very, very high regards from it. Back to the show itself. I kind of wish we would have had more backstory with the family dynamic. I do like that's one thing I would say. I wish I would have had more family dynamic background story. I do like the fact that they didn't make her Mary Sue, that she was, as smart as she was a fuck up. And a lot of it is, it's due to,
You did not undersell that shit when you told me that she makes mistakes. She fuck up.
She fucks up. No, she's a fuck up. I was happy for that because that's why and I'm gonna just say this, which is gonna be controversial for some. This is probably the most balanced MCU character we had in a long time. She's actually better than her Marvel Comics counterpart because she's more filled out. Yeah, she's smart, but guess what? What's the fatal flaw of smart people? They're standoffish. They think they can handle everything. They think they can handle everything on their own.
Yeah, they overlook stuff.
They think they can handle everything on their own. Notice she started progressing when she did what? Her most successful was what? When she asked for help. So I like the fact that she had to overcome her flaws. I like the fact that she had to go through her biggest challenge with the PTSD. For anybody who hated Natalie made my day. Not just the actress, and good God, how she's built. But her performance is Natalie. Everybody need a friend like Natalie.
Yeah.
And Natalie, when she sensed her, of course, because she's an AI, having a panic attack, she was with her all the way. And when that one scene when she got upset with Natalie in the junkyard, I felt that.
Yeah.
I felt that. So when people say Natalie was annoying, she was supposed to be to a certain extent. That's her personality. She's the bubbly friend. You saw her with the suit dancing, like I'm trying to shake my problems away. That's a natural black girl thing. But because you suffer from this ethnocentristic mindset, white people, we use big words. We're geeks. We use big words time to time. For those of you who don't know what ethnocentristic means, is when you think your mindset and your culture or your race is better.
Yeah, everything has to go from that first. If it doesn't go from that, it's always shit.
Yeah.
It's deviant. Anything that's not yours is deviant.
Yeah. So just like the reason why you worship in a European way of Christ instead of the traditional Ethiopian way, But we won't get on that. Let's go back to the show.
Mhm.
It's Sunday. You can preach.
Hey, y'all better donate to this channel, man. I'm giving y'all some work. But I think it's a very heartfelt thing because naturally, when you look at other races of people, they're not as they're not as empathetic as black people naturally are. So
Mhm.
that's why it was a natural abrasion to those white boys because it's nothing for black people to be like, "What's up, my people?"
No,
That's
nothing.
how that's how we entered it. Like
Yeah.
I could be. That's
Oh,
why people laugh when I say I'm smoking my cigars, drinking my liquor, cigars because black people get it. And I'll end it off with this one and give everybody else a chance. It reminds me when I was in Iraq and this white guy asked me, "Why do so many black people have an aversion to white people?" And it was an innocent question because he was younger than me and he
mm.
really didn't know. He wasn't being racist. He was actually trying to get some knowledge from a person who's going to be
Ask the
fair,
question. Yeah.
yeah, fair and balanced. And I gave him this really good answer that made him think. I said, for black people, we got to know two different cultures to even barely make it. Yours and ours. We got to live in two worlds, which makes a dichotomy.
Mhm.
But you, as a white guy, you don't have to give a damn about anybody else's, and you're already going to be successful at some point. And I said, that's why, because you will literally look at what we do and say it's like you said, deviant. Even if you don't mean bad about it or mean any harm, you will look at it as adverse or deviant because it's something you never had to go through or experience.
Mhm.
For
Mm-hmm.
this one, I enjoyed it because it was basically the black experience told by superheroes,
Yep.
which is you're gonna get some type of violence in the hood. You put us there. You're gonna get some broken homes or maybe some friends die. You put us in these violent situations. Even though I really wish they would have had more of the stepfather, which two of the most balancing people in her life passed, her best friend and her stepfather.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And notice her way of coping with PTSD was what? Oh, she was basically Tony Stark. What did he do? Throw himself into the work. It
Mhm.
took Pepper Potts to say, look, you're a goddamn human being. You need to eat. You need to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Stop.
but
Stop partying all the time.
yeah. And for Natalie was like, look, let's go out somewhere. She wasn't always the suit. Let's visit these places. She was reminding her that Riri, you're a human being. Stop and smell the goddamn roses. But I digress on that part.
Well, that's why I say her AI, the Natalie AI, was more engaging than Jarvis of Friday, because you would see Tony Stark shutting Jarvis of Friday down often. They can make some snarky comments, but that was fucking it. He was
Mm-hmm.
master. They were serving. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't want to talk to you right now. And that was it. You see, hey, Natalie is actually giving her some smoke. Like, oh, you want to talk that shit? Okay, I'm gonna take this suit away. We're gonna go somewhere. Let
Mm-hmm.
you deal with that. You need a moment. Chill. Okay, we're gonna go do this.
There was no
Right.
complexity to the Jarvis relationship with Tony. It was like you said, it was just black and white. I
Right.
listen to what you say. I'm going to do exactly what you say, whatever. But the complexity of the relationship between Riri and Natalie, I mean, it's emblematic of actual real friendship.
Right. The actual relationship she had with the real version of,
Mm-hmm.
like, the Jarvis AI is supposed to be, if I remember correctly, supposed to be based on the Jarvis from the Avengers comics, who was actual a real person.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have that kind of relationship between Jarvis and Tony, even though Jarvis actually cares about Tony to an extent, but it's not as personable as the Natalie AI is.
Yeah.
Now that could just be through the course of time and through the course of the movies or whatever. But for me, watching this movie, having watched all the rest of these, this is the most engaging AI. This is actually more fun because it will do things
Mm-hmm.
on its own to protect the person it's supposed to be working
Yeah.
for.
If you
Like
really think,
Uncle King, hey, he had to fucking die, dude,
yeah.
because was getting her the hell out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't saving him. I'm here to save her.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
You got to think about it. It's no different than she was and I'm gonna say this, and people may get mad or they may say, "Hell yeah, Natalie was her Alfred,"
Yep,
because
definitely.
Yeah.
Alfred could talk to Bruce, can talk to Bruce in a certain way that nobody else could, and
Mm-hmm.
literally slap. And when he's doing some shit, he would literally slap him and say,
Yeah.
"Yo, the fuck you doing?
You tripping, boy.
You tripping? I ain't
Yeah.
raised you to be this punk ass motherfucker." And
Mm-hmm.
and remember, he was snarky, but he was witty about it. But he was caring. Why do you think Damien, when Alfred died, who was the most hurt? Damien.
Yeah.
Damien was crushed because that was the guy who said, "You're not a weapon. You're a kid. Be one.
Yeah.
Stop. Be what you're the most afraid of being as a kid." That's what Natalie did for her. Be what you're most afraid of. Be a human. Be a girl. Be a black girl. Have fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, like she brought a level of innocence in a way, but
Mm-hmm.
also with a level of grounding that you really don't see in the Marvel movies anymore.
Technically, she's the best AI in the Marvel Cinematic Universe because every other one that before, like Jarvis is kind of wooden. But every past Jarvis, every other one has been trying to kill humanity.
Well, Friday wasn't trying to kill humanity. Ultron is another AI
Yeah.
that
Okay,
was
so we got three good AI.
right, and then Jarvis ended up becoming Vision.
Yeah.
Right, so you got one of them out of the three,
Yeah, so
but
she's
Friday
one of the
doesn't.
best portrayals of AI in the show.
Yeah, Friday doesn't have as much as Jarvis was having on it since
Yeah.
Jarvis, transubstantiated into a fucking Vision.
Trent, good word use. Good word use.
So it
Who
is what.
said you can't read? Who said you can't read comics and be educated?
Yes, sir.
Look, I learn big words from reading comics, and I don't think I use that word correctly. I have to have trusty to make sure that shit, but I think that's the right word for what he
Well,
did.
he technically he incarnated
Yeah,
into he incarnated into Vision from the
between the two, because he was a fractured AI, but he took that body over to become the Vision.
mhm.
Either way, you got some decent AIs out there. You're waiting to see what this cataract, as I call cataract, white vision AI is on. You don't know yet, so you'll see.
Mhm.
Vision Quest show, but yeah,
Shout
she
out, shout out
Natalie.
to the West Coast Avengers.
Yeah, shout out to the West Coast Avengers. What site? But Natalie is about the most interactive and fun AI. Put it
say
that way.
I say well rounded.
Yeah, if you put the Avengers movie and you brought the Natalie AI in where she's walking around, maybe she sees Shuri and she's talking to Shuri or something like that, that would be interesting.
Mhm.
It would be interesting because it's a projected presence in the room too.
Mhm.
It'd be fun to see them go back and forth or something like that. Even
Uh,
even talking to
I would
Peter,
laugh I
even
would laugh
talking,
my ass off.
yeah, even talking to Peter, that might be interesting.
Mhm.
Like, whoa, this is an AI. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah,
She might actually find him cute or something.
yeah, he's kind of cute. Like Riri,
Now, 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 I'm gonna have to say this.
he's
Now
sprawling.
I'm gonna have to. I'm waiting for the Natalie when she beats Thor.
Oh, come on now.
That'd be hilarious. Like, oh my god, girl, it's him. Can I touch his
Like
hammer? You cannot lift the hammer.
it'll be like, how are you? Like especially when he's in Thor mode. How are you, Madam Natalie?
Yeah, she
Fine.
just
I mean, you're fine. I mean, I'm fine. You're bingo. Like I
don't
can
lie.
write that.
Whatever you want, Zaddy.
Like I would write that whole scene. I would write that whole scene. Now,
It would be
this is
hilarious.
where they could put me back as Isaiah Bradley. Take me from the past and bring me into New World. I want to meet Natalie, and I will write my own scene for that one.
Oh, you crazy.
And it'd be like, especially if I don't know, especially since he's like from the 50s, the youthful version, and he's like, doesn't know what the fuck AI is, and he just sees her. And you're
Mhm.
like, God damn. And I would just be like reactive, be like,
Mhm.
like I'm talking to somebody and I see her, like, oh, my damn. I would just
Take the
ad
hat
lib
off.
the whole shit. I would
You
just
gotta take your
stab the
hat off
leg
and be like,
off of
yes,
it.
ma'am, how you doing?
Like, how you doing?
But
Like, you look fine. You look mighty fine there, girl.
like I said, even Kit and Michael Knight had a good relationship. Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
You cared about that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
You cared about that relationship so much. If the car got fucked up, you was feeling it. Like, oh,
Yeah.
Kid, what they do?
A rock hit it.
Goliath, run from Goliath, man. You fucking him up. Save him, Michael.
Yo, I'm so mad at you because I remember that Goliath shit. That shit was traumatizing for a kid.
Traumatizing. What did I go to immediately? Yeah.
That shit was traumatizing. Like, y'all don't. Shout out to Mr. Feedy. Y'all don't understand about how traumatizing Kit versus Goliath was.
Oh my
When he got his leg back, it was it was one of the greatest things. I put that up there when he got his leg back with Goliath with a Hulk Hogan slamming off Dream Giant.
Yep. Oh my God, Goliath was fucking him up, dude. I was traumatized as a child. Like, oh, they gonna kill him. They gonna kill this car.
Killing a car is crazy.
Goliath was a problem, dude. Goliath was a problem. Car was good, but Goliath was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
This is the 80s geekdom, man. Just like hurt. It's like seeing Prime get killed. They're like, hold on.
Oh no, don't do not Prime.
Oh.
What kind of car was Kit again? I forget.
Pontiac.
Night Industries.
So
2000.
At least on the show, you threw out your part. Matt, you watched the show, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what was your one negative that you can pull from this show that bothered you, that just didn't work for you?
Kind of going off what Charles said with the convolutedness of the plot. Somebody actually mentioned it earlier in the chat. How the hood, that it's supposed to be indestructible and superpowered, yet she laser cut it off.
Yeah, because it's not supposed to be indestructible. You just couldn't destroy it by any human means. You can cut it.
Okay.
It's supposed to be, from my understanding, it's supposed to be like skin from Mephisto. That's what it's supposed to be.
Gotcha.
If you can't kill Mephisto and can't destroy him, but you could damage him or cut him,
okay,
that would make sense.
Gotcha.
Right? It's just fabric.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. No, you can't destroy it. You can't slice it off, but slicing it off is not destroying it necessarily. It's just separating the two.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have, for me, anything supernatural, I don't have too much of a problem with that shit, because it's got, by saying it's supernatural means it's playing by some rules that the rest of the shit ain't.
Mm-hmm. I got you.
It just isn't. Now, not being able to burn something that was from hell, well, no.
Yeah, obviously not. Yeah, you can't burn.
Obviously not.
Yeah. But that's thing, like if you laser burned but again, magic. When you talk about magic, I'll let you have it.
Yeah,
I'll let you have a magic thing.
Shit, we got a whole magic cloak running around here, grabbing people and flying them around and shit.
That's true.
Like carpet from Aladdin, and motherfuckers is upset that the cloak got cut off a little bit. But the bottom of it was all frayed anyway, like it was burnt. Yeah. So there's some pieces missing.
That's true.
So I don't have that big of a deal with that. Well, me personally, I'm sure somebody else could, but I don't have that big of a deal.
I hear you.
What else you got? It gives you a good early warning system, because that motherfucker go invisible. Somebody close.
What?
Well, I started throwing some baby powder up in there or something. Somebody around here.
A thing where like they make her, again, for plot purposes, they make her like she'll be dumb at little weird times. I'm like, she's smart, very dumb. Oh, huh? Smart, then kind of dumb. Then like, oh my god, like with the what's that?
No, I was gonna say, this is the thing I get on people about Whip's intelligence and genius. People like to throw around the term genius, but don't understand how genius actually works. Genius does not mean you're smart in everything.
Mm-hmm.
It does not. It's one spike out of all of your intelligences. So Riri is smart in technological shit. She is not smart in interpersonal relationships.
Mm-hmm. I get that.
Otherwise,
you
she has PTSD.
gotta realize is that she's not. It's a difference between intellect versus experience.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, artist. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, go ahead.
And it shows you can be very smart for a 20-something-year-old.
Yeah.
You're not going to be as smart as somebody in their 40s when it comes to real life experiences.
No, it's lived experience. That part is. That part is lived experiences. As far as your genius and stuff like that goes, it's like, put it this way, in the Marvel terms, Reed is smart in a lot of things. Magic, he's completely lost on.
Mm-hmm.
He does not do the magic shit. He don't get it. He's dumb as fuck. Dumb as fuck, which is why Doom can fuck him up. Because Doom is not dumb in that part, right? Doctor Strange is smart as a surgeon. He is not no technical guy. He ain't going to develop no machine for you to build it. He's not going to build it out for you. He's not going to make you a suit. He's pretty good at surgery till he got his hands fucked up. He's a master of the mystical arts. He got that shit covered. All the rest of that shit, no, he's not a genius in that. That's how genius works. It's only one point on all of those intelligences. It's not omni. It's not on everything. Oh, I'm a genius, so I'm good at all of this shit. No, you're not. The one I use in real life is people say that Einstein was a genius. Yeah, but if he was going to blow his brains out, if he could put two socks that match together, you was going to kill his ass. His genius would be splattered all over a wall somewhere because he couldn't do it. He's fucking colorblind. He couldn't do it. So where's the genius at to help him do that shit? It's not there. You have your weak points. It's just a spike. It's not all encompassing.
She's not a true polymath.
No, she's not. I don't think there are any true polymaths. That comes down to being like, I don't know, and a fucking AI.
The last ones you probably had with the true ones were like Da Vinci.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, Franklin, maybe.
Franklin ain't that damn smart. He can warp reality. He ain't smart.
I'm talking about Ben Franklin.
Oh, Ben Franklin? Okay, my bad.
Maybe somewhat. No, but he never saw vagina he didn't like.
Hey, Ben Franklin's a wild boy.
They tried a bunch of stuff. The way this shit works nowadays is you have to be so focused on one thing to even be really competent at it. You don't have time to do all of them. You just don't. It takes a special time person to be able to devote all of that shit to everything. Mm-hmm. I mean, we think Elon is smart and a genius. He ain't so good socially, but he got some ideas. But is he the one implementing all these ideas? No, he hired some other smart motherfuckers. What up, Beast?
Oh, nothing much.
It's like if you want to see a social genius, look at your presidents. That's why I had a question with this girl I was talking to, and she was in this advanced school. She said, "Well, you know, these guys are running the country of the world." I said, "Smart people never run the country of the world.
No,
socially smart people do. They manipulate those smart people because they want what the social. I don't care how smart you are. They always want what the socially smart or socially clever people have. Charisma.
Yep. At that, if you're going on that rate, you could say Kevin Samuels was a social genius.
Yeah, he's a social genius.
And that shit is still paying dividends for motherfuckers that didn't do nothing but stand next to him.
Yeah, you got to think about it. You talk about the controversial shit we talk about it. You make 1 million subscribers. Let's see you do it.
You better than me.
If it's that easy, you do it.
Yes.
I'm still waiting. They're still waiting for the heir apparent.
He would piss them off and they would still subscribe to him. He would almost cuss him out. Damn near cuss him out.
Say that again, Artisan. Say that again, Artisan. I don't think they heard you.
What's that?
They still waiting for the heir apparent.
Still waiting for the heir apparent.
Yeah.
Because not only did he piss them off, they subbed to him and supported him.
Yeah.
They paid him to get pissed off. Look, it was somebody at home flicking their bean to that shit. I'm sure.
Oh, for sure.
Look, I seen a clip of his reemerge because they tied him into the B Simone. They said, look, Kevin Samuels predicted B Simone because he said something about B Simone back in the day. I said, well, no shit, dumbass. A lot of us said the same thing. He's what you late to the party, man.
You know what's super funny? The whole like
Don't tell the late birds they late, okay?
the whole Subway thing. The whole Subway is hiring thing. It's guys are using it now. Like MTR is using it. A lot of guys in this in the whole kind of red pill space, they're using it. Hey, Subway's hiring y'all. I'm like, that's hilarious.
Yeah, like I said, standing next to the man.
Yeah. They're using all his little idioms.
So you gotta use something. He used a lot more, so you gotta use something.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, I'm just proving the point that about genius. There's different types.
Yeah, different types. I don't think that the MCU is really good at delineating the geniuses. I think you've made this point before, Artisan. How the MCU is really bad at delineating the different types. Like there's no robotics guy, there's no computer guy, there's no AI guy, there's no
because when they started the MCU, they only had the access of Tony Stark, so they tried to roll everything into him. And that's why the universe is kind of stilted in a fucked up way just on Iron Man, where he in the comics, he was never the main genius in that shit. It was always Reed. Mm-hmm. But since when they started the MCU, they didn't have Reed to use because Fox had him. Mm-hmm. So they had to run with what they got. Mm-hmm. Well, we got a smart dude here. We got Iron Man here. Well, he can do this and he can do that. They just worked it the way they could. But as time went on, they were able to get most of those characters back. So the universe has to pivot more to there's other smart people in this motherfucker other than Iron Man and Tony Stark.
Right. But they don't touch the nuclear stuff with with Bruce Banner. They don't touch that at all, which is
they touch it a little bit, but that was when they brought Banner and Tony together on the Avengers that you can see, okay, this is the brain trust, the two of them working together is the brain trust.
Yeah, two dudes is a brain trust.
We sure missed that. We
sure than what he actually had. They were giving Banner a lot more than what he actually had.
Yeah.
We sure missed the opportunity of watching T'Challa, Iron Man, and Reed Richards and Dr. Banner together. Thank you, MCU, where your heroes go to die.
We did.
Like, I was so hoping for him to be so intelligent. And I'm like, you gave everything else. You basically gave him the equivalent of giving Superman all his powers for giving his super strength to Lois.
Well, that's how they show that they value women. They have to give them a role like that. But that's why they fucked up Shuri in that sense, where nobody wants to really, comic book reader wants to really accept her as being Black Panther or anything else, because you demoted the main character to give us her. You could have just had Shuri be in there. She could have just been his sister and been his kick-ass sister that was not no young chick, not no some snarky fucking millennial, or not even millennial, Gen Zer. Been there, not scoffing at tradition or none of that shit. And then when it came time to have war against Atlantis, people would have been on board for that shit more than saying like, oh, you just trying to force this girl on us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't have anything against Tanisha Wright. I like her as an actress. Her Shuri, not the Shuri from the comic, but her Shuri was fun. She had some comical quips and stuff like that. But because she was small, Howard Mittens wasn't doing it for me in Wakanda Forever. It wasn't happening. You would have been better off making Okoye the Black Panther, because then we would have believed that she'd been out there fighting Namor. I don't believe Shuri little ass was out there fighting Namor or could beat him. No.
For those of you who ever been in combat sports and you got to deal with somebody who's physically stronger, that makes your skills better be on point, because they can do one thing and turn the tide on you quick. Whether if you're wrestling, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, if that person has a size and strength advantage, which me, for those of you who don't know Namor in the comics slap boxes with fucking the Hulk. Okay,
Yeah.
this motherfucker has no fear of Hyperion. Okay, he he, he does some crazy. Him and the Thing, he could go a few rounds.
But
Even in the comics, I'm
here's
not
the
saying
one
Black Panther mess with him.
here's the one that I like, Charles. Who's his regular sparring partner? Blue Marvel at the bottom of the ocean.
Ooh,
The two of
Well,
them
well,
go
well.
at it.
all that water pressure too. Damn.
He's the only one who can get in the Blue Marvel's hideout, which is at the bottom of the ocean. He'll show up and talk respectful. He don't talk respectful with nobody else. He talk respectful. That's the boy. They good.
That's his boy. They gave each other that. He gave it his base.
They can go.
I mean, he can survive 1,500 square inches, like 15,000 square inch of pressure. What can you do against that? That's why when people were
Nothing.
snarking at Aquaman, I was like, yeah, you said Aquaman. See, you said Aquaman against your favorite hero and see what the fuck happens.
He talked to fish. That's doing you a favor, nigga. They don't talk underwater. So he
You
should
saw
be
what happened with that submersible.
Yeah.
Guess
Right.
what? Where that submersible would have been was where he go take a piss.
Yep. No,
So,
no,
yeah,
I take nope. It's lower than that because that's not the lowest part of the ocean.
No.
That's only like a mile.
like he lives there. You're talking about a guy
Mm-hmm.
who has enough strength to lift a tectonic plate. A guy who basically can breathe underwater. He can move just as way faster than we can on land. The fastest thing underwater is him. By the way, you see all this sunken treasure? That's mine. Bling.
That's my
That's
shit.
my shit. I have the largest army on the planet because I have the largest country on the planet. So it's and any more you can say the same. So you're looking at, and I'm looking at Shuri. That's why I've never seen Wakanda Forever. I've never seen it. I finally seen Sinners. I like it. But
Oh yeah, it came on the match yesterday. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Right.
and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, how does she get the herb? You couldn't sit. This two things that always mess me up when it came to logic. You synthesize the herb from your brother's blood and what the Atlanteans gave you, and you're fighting these people who have a natural strength, speed, affinity over you. Oh, I'm juicing everybody up like it's Mr. Olympia.
Mhm.
Everybody getting this herb.
Yeah, everybody get a jab. Let me just answer this question. Tara Hyman. That is a fake name if I ever heard one. Tara Hyman. You fucking white booze or something else. Half the African American nerds are shilling hard for Ironheart. I would ask you, how do you know it's half of them? And why do you call them African Americans? Because you ain't black. And I don't call them nerds. I call them geeks if they know comics. That's just my thing, my nitpick. So I'm already picking your shit apart already. So how do you know it's half? You listen to all of them? The other half are saying, y'all motherfuckers need Jesus. What's the other half? Shilling hard. If you found something that you liked, is shilling? Is that what I'm trying to hear? You another person, I'm trying to figure out how you found my chat to say some of this dumb shit in there. It's not a perfect. It's not a perfect show. I've never said it was a perfect show. The Shields would be, to me, somebody who sees no negative in anything and is only positive. And you can point to receipts on past videos that they have that they always go the same way for the same people producing something. Those are fucking shills. You know, the ones that get to go to the corporate offices and stuff and sit down with the directors and the writers and shit like that and have those conversations. Those are fucking.
You mean the Disney Star Wars fanboys that defend the three movies?
Yes.
That's what I said. Yep.
Folks like that. Yeah, folks like that. To me, those are shills. You can say that oh no, we want you to give your honest opinion, but here's this goodie bag, and why don't you come to our corporate offices and sit down with the director of the show so you could ask some questions, because you got a big enough YouTube following for that shit. Bullshit. If you were critical of them, they never would look at your ass. Never. Because why would they? They don't like criticism. They don't. They like people who support their view. So if your view is that if all of this is good, all the diversity is awesome and shit, then you might make the list. They like Mephisto holding out a contract for you, dummy. Here, sign this and we'll get you all of this. No, you'll get access. I have no access to anything. That's why I don't understand what half of this and half of that you're fucking talking about. Because I've listened to black critics this geek stuff talk about this Ironheart show, and I have not heard, oh, if y'all don't like that, y'all need Jesus. That ain't what the fuck I've heard. So you need to be more specific in your critique, sir. Or be more honest with who the fuck you are in this bitch with that Tor Hyman bullshit.
I may have seen one TikTok laying that the way, but I really wasn't paying attention to it. I was like, okay, whatever. Click. But
yeah, I don't even listen to TikTok. So that's news to me. I don't form my opinion on what I see on fucking TikTok.
Neither do I.
I'm not that age group for that shit, nigga. I'm not. It don't even work for me because this attention span shit is too low. Fucking idiot. No, I just don't like trolls, and this motherfucker read like a troll. Because if you tear a woman's hymen, you just made her not a virgin anymore, and that's the name. That's a play on the words. And black folks are now African American nerds.
Where? But anyway.
I got wrenches in this chat. Why don't y'all fucking boot that person or some shit? This is just some ridiculous shit. Look, I found things entertaining about the show. I found things objectionable about the show. It's not one or the other. Is it as bad as everybody is saying? No. Absolutely not. I think you're putting 10 on 5, motherfucker. You're putting way too much on it.
Mm-hmm.
What reason? I want you to see if you go this goddamn hard. Again, because I already asked, I did the same thing with Sinners. Everybody was talking about it wasn't that good up front, or not Sinners, Captain America Brave New World. And I told you, wait till Thunderbolts come out next week. They'll be praising that motherfucker upright and center. And what happened? Praise was all over the place for how awesome that movie was.
Exactly.
The MCU is back.
The MCU is back. Like, back where? Are you fucking kidding me? Wolverine couldn't bring him back.
Not a bad.
Even though I will say this about Captain America: Brave New World, I want more Anthony Mackie as Captain America because I'm sorry, from being a soldier, okay, the way the SEALs and the Special Operations guys treated Captain America and treated him, people forget. He's a PJ. He's a pararescue. He's Air Force Special Forces. You know what they call their training? Superman school. You spend 1 year doing all the special operations shit, then you spend the next year becoming a nationally recognized paramedic. They literally have to, when the Navy SEAL or Green Beret gets injured, guess who comes rescue them? The paratroopers, the pararescue. So you give him a Captain America shield, and he's already a legit badass. And then you like the smoothness he got about it. You know, when everybody's like, "You're not Steve Rogers," he's like, "I'm not trying to be."
Yeah, he never was. Never was. If you did your fucking homework, or what I like to call watching the shit when it's coming out, you would have heard him saying that in the first episodes of his Falcon and the Winter Soldier show. He was never trying to be Steve. And Steve knew that. And the point that I keep bringing up now is that, Steve had a lot of decades to sit there and think about who he was giving that shield to. When he went back in time and lived his life with Peggy Carter, banging her ass out, he had a lot of time to think about who he was going to give the shield to. And he waited all those decades to get up to that point and still give the shield to Sam.
Yep.
Bucky didn't make the cut.
Yeah, Bucky was standing right there.
Yeah, but Steve said so, not us. Steve did. So shut up. Bucky was never.
Last time I checked, you didn't even like it when Bucky had the shield. So what the fuck was the problem?
Bucky had it for that long in the comic books, nigga. You holding on to this shit like, oh, we had a long history. Bucky is Cap.
No, he was not. Bucky, if you look at Bucky's history, Bucky was doing the dirty work that Captain America was the not, like assassinations. Okay.
held the shield.
Bucky has his. Steve knew Bucky has his own journey of redemption. This is like, wait a minute. This guy didn't know me from a can of paint. Was rocking with me. Yeah, this dude deserves this. And remember, here's the special thing people never pointed out when Cap went back into the past. He not only survived World War II, he went through the Korean War, probably did a few ops there. He might have met Isaiah Bradley then. Which should be Marvel, you're missing on a lot of interesting stories.
Isaiah Bradley was the one in the Korean War. I'm
Yeah.
still in the state of mind that the Captain America that Red Guardian fought a bunch of times was Isaiah Bradley. He just don't know that shit.
I think that would be funny if let's say actually show it.
Yeah, if they
Well,
actually show that shit, it'd be cool.
Like then it'd be like, wait a minute, Captain America, did he ever mention me?
No,
And it'd be fun. It'd be funny if he beats Steve Rogers. Captain
like,
America's white.
who is this? Who's this guy? This is not Captain America.
He's not Captain America. He's black guy, black strong guy, handsome guy.
Black guy like you, Cap. Like, oh, you talking about Isaiah Bradley? Exactly.
Oh, they miss it on the funny skit. I'm free to write for you, Marvel, but
Yeah.
it's also remember this. You went through the whole civil rights movement, the whole '80s, and you still give it to a black guy.
Yeah. There's a lot of time spent living life in America at that time, and he still got to that same point and gave the shield to Sam. Why, if y'all idolize Steve Rogers so much, why do you think he made a mistake? Stop worrying about the fact that Captain America is black and Sam don't deserve it and all the rest of that shit. Why do you think Steve Rogers was wrong and don't know what the fuck he talking about?
Mm-hmm.
He was Captain America, wasn't he? The best of us. He don't know who he should give the shield to? You don't trust his opinion now? You letting out your inherent bias, nigga. Your hood is showing. Shut up.
Yeah.
Shut up. So they were super critical on Brave New World, and then they got to Thunderbolts and was praising and glazing that motherfucker left, right, and center because they put mentally unstable Century in that shit. And then they didn't complain about the group hug. That I was sitting in movies like, oh my God, we're going to win with a group hug? Oh, nigga, what?
Which is why I was hoping for that movie to bomb because of the argument that I got in. Because my thing was people was making a big deal about, well, it made this amount of money. I said, but Brave New World had the same damn thing. It made this had made more than this movie, but y'all was calling that one a bomb. It made its money back. This one didn't. It didn't break even. It needed to break even, and it didn't. Brave New World did.
Y'all know I was in the bag for wanting to like Thunderbolts when it was announced. I remember these conversations when Thunderbolts was announced. The big three was complaining that it looked cheap, that it looked like it was going to be shit and everything else. And I'm like, no, that might actually be good because ain't nobody paying attention to it. Might actually be a good movie. I'm looking forward to seeing the Thunderbolts. Halfway through there, they start changing their tone. It's like, oh, we could be a sleeper. I said, oh, I wonder where I heard that shit before. Anyway, when I saw it, it wasn't a terrible movie. It wasn't overly good either. It was dumb in some areas. And how it went down was just like, okay, this is leaving a lot to be, desired. But the way y'all sitting here glazing this motherfucker is really bothering me because you trying to hype this up like this is awesome. This is not awesomeness, nigga. I just saw awesomeness 5 times, which was Sinners. This ain't that. And I can't say it's much better than Brave New World. I can't. The only thing that makes it better than Brave New World is the special effects was fucking finished. Brave New World special effects, some of that shit was trash. I still cannot believe they released that in a theatrical release. They still approved that. That looked like some CW shit, still waiting to be done next week. And they put it into a major motion picture. That's why I questioned the MCU. Like, you just want to kill these shows that got black folks at the head of it, don't you? You don't give no kind of a fuck about it. You got a half-ass widow running around in that bitch. You don't even explain what the hell is going on with her, really.
Oh, you mean the 4-foot chick? I'm just saying, I can't help it.
Yeah, the 4-foot widow. Yeah.
Well, I just found out that she has a disability. That's why she's so damn short. I was like, well, damn.
Yeah, I got that when the movie came out. I understood she had a disability. Okay, so I won't go as hard as teasing about her being short. But still, goddammit, you need to explain some things. Why is she there? Not why she is short as she is. Why she got a fucking costume. Y'all chop this movie up to shit. And don't even explain shit. One scene she wearing suits and stuff like that. The next scene she wearing a whole hero costume. Like, the fuck is that? What is that doing there? And then the leader... Nigga, if I ever wanted to see Battletoads in live action, that's what the fucking leader looked like. He looked like a goddamn Battletoad. That's not what he's supposed to look like. I will watch the Incredible Hulk movie. I like that one. I saw Samuel Stearns get the drip in the head. His head just supposed to be big, not this old bubble boiled looking shit that they got. I am like, ugh, whose aborted baby was this?
And the crazy thing is, they had that version. They took it out. I was like, why?
Well, exactly. Which leads to the question, Beastly, if you ask questions like this, why? Like, why would you take something like that out if it looks comic book accurate? Why would you take that out? To fuck up the movie. That's the only logical reason. Just to fuck it up a little bit more.
Because, I mean, we all bitching about comic book accuracy, like the number one thing that most of us will read this shit. What one of the things that, I mean, what did y'all not see? Then one of the reasons that Deadpool and Wolverine was a thing was because we actually got to see Hugh Jackman in the fucking cowl with the yellow and blue suit on. Mm-hmm. That was one of the biggest hypes about that movie.
That was supposed to be the MCU's stock and trade. Things look like they do in the comic book. Well, that fucking leader didn't look shit like he did in the comic book. What is your excuse? If you don't even deem it necessary to answer the fan base on that shit, then you did that shit on purpose. So you can't tell me a 3 for 3 going, Blade, oh shit, 4 for 4. No Blades yet. No Armor Wars yet. Ironheart is suspect. Brave New World was supposedly shit. That's
don't forget about Secret Invasion. Secret Invasion wasn't
5 for 5. About Secret Invasion. 5 for 5 that y'all have scuttled black character led shows. And then these white people talking about, yeah, see, they fucking terrible.
Well, you know, the MCU is just like golf when it first started. We got 2 rules: no women, no blacks.
Yeah.
Look, tell me, look, artist. And the funny thing is, tell me how the fucking Chinese gaming company can produce a better story with the characters than you can, and actually giving the one black character that everybody keep asking for is actually giving you that character, and probably gonna have a better backstory. Gonna have a Chinese gaming company. What's up? What's up with that? You about to get that character in the next month or so?
You want me to go in on that one, huh?
I don't mean to.
You mean to tell?
Please do. I need a rant.
The Chinese, or if it's even Chinese, I don't know what country is producing this one.
No, it's Chinese.
Okay, a Chinese company and Ryan Reynolds can get you a more interesting Blade than your ass can in 5 years. What excuse do you have? You have none. You have no fucking excuse. None. I've been playing Rivals. I'm pissed off that I ain't got Blade yet, nigga. Yet. Not because it's going to be the Blade from the comic books. No. Not because it's necessarily going to be Wesley's Blade. No. Just because I haven't gotten it yet. This is a character that people want to see. Not just black folks, mind you. Because that pop for Blade in the Deadpool and Wolverine wasn't just black folks in the audience like, oh my God. No. That was a white boy, a Canadian white boy understanding, you know, the fan base want to see Blade. So we're going to throw him in there. How about that?
Look,
Gambit and Elektra, Jennifer Garner Elektra. Nigga, I was like, oh, it's Jennifer. What's up, alias? Sidney Bristow showed up. What's good?
Look, so much so, artisan. There's a fight within the gaming within that community about what what his role is going to be. Right now, they literally arguing about him being a vanguard or a duelist. I was like, I don't give a fuck, just as long as he in the game.
As long as he show up in the game, nigga, he can be a healer. You fuck let him bite. Be a strategist. Let him bite people and heal them. I don't fucking know. But he should definitely be a duelist. You don't need to be a vanguard. No, you need to be a duelist though. So when Iron Fist get out there with that, he just start stabbing motherfuckers and put them down. You should have a quicker attack. He should have a quicker attack than Iron Fist. How about that? Take that back to the rivals community. That's my little offering. Quicker attack than Iron Fist, and so he can kill Iron Fist. He needs to be the Iron Fist killer, flat out.
Well, his hunting shotgun should be able to do it.
Yeah. What up, Red Pill, Sleeper Cell? And then Chosen Race said, that's why I checked out everything for myself. People just be flying with someone else's all the time, Chosen. And that's my only problem with the shit.
Come on, Louis.
Look, I can care a little less if you agree or disagree, right? That's not important. The important part to me is that you have your own opinion. But if I hear somebody else's opinion running out your mouth in the same cadence, the same structure, the same order as one of these other reviews I've heard, dude, I'm fucking irritated. I'm bored and I'm irritated because what you are telling me is there's nothing to you. And I refuse to fucking believe that. I refuse to believe that you walk through the world, live your life with a head full of other people's ideas and no thoughts of your fucking own. Mm-hmm. That's sad. That is a person right for AI to take over because you ain't using your fucking brain anyway. I don't want to hear that shit. I've heard them. I want to hear you. And if all you got to do is say some shit somebody else said, then shut the fuck up. You ain't saying nothing new. Say something from you. That's the only original thing about you. I'm into originality. I'm telling you, I'm watching these other fucking YouTubers and all they doing is repeating the same three people. Do you think when I come to just listen to regular people, I want to hear you repeating them too? I think I've heard that already. That is such tired bullshit. Such tired bullshit.
Yeah, by the way, Dr. T was reviewing the Barbie movie.
Yeah, I didn't watch that yet. I was like, what the fuck?
I saw that too.
Now keep in mind, this is not his opinion. This is my opinion from what I saw from that movie. That is a feminist wet dream.
I watched it.
I didn't watch the movie. I didn't understand why.
I was like, this movie's not meant for me at all.
Don't.
Dude, when that movie came out, the day that movie came out, I was in San Francisco on a date. And I walked back to my car, and there was a 5-foot-something Asian, plump Asian woman dressed all in pink and shit like that. Mm-hmm. What the fuck is going on? And I asked her, and she was like, she was going to go watch the Barbie movie. And I'm like, what do you have to watch in a Barbie movie? Why is the Barbie movie attractive for her? And then I thought about it where I was. I said, I must got some of this going on in it, right? I'm in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. Sure enough, I hear about some of the stuff that's in the Barbie movie. I watch some interviews and shit. I'm like, oh, so they just going out to support, like black folks should do. Oh, okay. So the number's going to be high on this bitch. What I heard about how they deal with Ken and stuff like that and the other men and that shit.
Oh my God, yeah.
Might sound like no shit I want to watch, dude. I'm full up right now. I gotta get some of this other bullshit down before I start taking in more.
You named the stereotype you think feminists thinks of a man. It's in that movie. I guarantee you. Any stereotype you think a feminist think about a man is in that movie.
Like I said, that's what I heard. I still have not watched the shit, and I had no desire to watch it because I've never been in the Barbie. The dreaded pink aisle was where I went to go steal my G.I. Joes.
Oh, not to mention everybody says, hi, Barbie. She's walking around, hi, Barbie. Hi, Barbie. I was like, oh, gosh. This movie is not
I might like Margot Robbie, but I wasn't interested in the Barbie movie. So when I saw Dr. T was reviewing the Barbie movie, I said, ooh, that is a brave soul. Oh my God,
The
bro.
only reason I watched it was because the baby girl was watching it, and I had to sit down and make sure. And I'm telling her, and I'm like, I'm not liking this movie. We about to turn it off. You're like, no. I'm like, I don't care if you like Barbie. I'm not liking the message. But why? Because I'm not liking the message.
You got to play it out. I'd say
Boys
turning
don't
it off.
operate like that, baby. No,
Yeah,
baby.
I would say turning it off in the middle of it will just feed resentment more than you got to understand the messages that you see.
Oh, I didn't. I played it. I sat right there and let it play.
Let it play out. Unless it's something really objectionable sexually, as a responsible parent, you just have to combat that shit. You might not talk through the movie about it, short burst, but afterwards you're gonna have to have a conversation about that shit. You're gonna have to have a conversation about that. That's probably gonna be 30 minutes of debrief on that goddamn movie.
We going back. We going back to Spider Girl. We not watching this. You can go back to Mayday Parker, but we ain't watching this.
This is the things that are not true in this and objectionable in this, and this is why I cannot allow you to watch this again. You watched it, you've seen it. Now you can be cool with all the cool kids. You all had the same experience, but you have the experience of your father telling you this shit is foul.
I would rather watch Spider-Woman 84.
And see, because the funny thing is, like,
I said what I said. Spider-Woman.
Yeah, you did. You held to that since you saw the movie, and I understood exactly what you meant.
That is Spider-Woman 84.
If it's just our personal joke, then it's just our personal joke. But I got it completely.
And the funny thing is, like, nickname my family is I'm Papa Bear because I'm always monitoring, making sure what everybody watching. Because I'm always asking. I said when she was watching something subjectable, I had to tell them. I said, now you see why I asked everybody what they watching. Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. You don't know what you watch. You don't know what you clicked on. There's a whole information button that you can tell you what you're about to watch, and you didn't read it. Well,
I just say having been that dad who would be watching these shows with my kids, that's what I would do. It's not so much to shit on their show and make it unenjoyable for them, but it is to sit there and monitor what is going into their head, because that's what's happening. It's just going into their head. So I combat that shit with questions and information on it. Don't take away from the fact that they may like it or may not, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just point out the things that I found objectionable that does not work overall in the world, right? They love Zach and Cody. I watched Zach and Cody. Some of it was funny. Most of that shit should have got them kids' ass beat.
You said that too, right?
Yeah. Now, I watched that shit with us like, yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, that little motherfucker right there is a problem. No, he'd see, if you did this shit in the real world, you would get your ass beat. It's funny, but you would get your ass beat.
Oh, I had to break that scenario down in Hannah Montana.
Or tell him, Hannah Montana was another one. See, it's white kid shit. You ain't white, so, you know.
No, the episode where she couldn't figure out who to date, she was juggling two guys. I said, I told him, I said, when he was young, I said, nah, X that out. I said, why? I was like, you don't fucking sit there and wait for a chick to pick between you and another guy. You move the hell on and get another chick.
Look, why is my crazy ex? Because she was trying to play that shit about money, about support, about somebody being there to take care of her kid. I wasn't doing that shit. I told her to go with the nigga who's gonna pay, because I'm not paying. No, that's not what I'm doing. You're not gonna ransom some. Fuck you. No, man. I'm go with that.
My prom date, in the middle of the date, talked about all the guys she wanted to date before she really started dating me. She didn't see me for another 12 years.
I
lost her number and forgot her number. She did not see me for another 12 years.
No, man. Self-respect is a funny thing for some people. It's an understanding if there's a choice, there is no choice. If there's a choice, there is no choice. You made it. I just don't know. No.
What's the old saying? If I'm telling you to come here and another guy tell you across the room, come here. If you hesitate, go to that dude.
Yep.
I don't play second fiddle. Both my mother and father taught me this on different occasions. We raised you to be a man, not henpeck.
Yeah, no shit. No. There's certain that shouldn't be a disqualifier, and I think of it in this way: if you were to tell a woman that in reverse, she would be pissed. If you reversed it, and it's you saying that shit to a chick, depending on the day and time, today they might go for that shit. She'd be pissed. A real woman would be pissed about that shit. No, we'll go with that other bitch. Because
don't waste. She first thing she'll tell you, don't waste my time to go to the other chick. If you picking, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hell no.
There were two wise men in the 80s who said it best. I can't go for that. No can do.
Quote my favorite British poets, Hall and Oates. The crew can't go for that. No.
The Reverend Oates with his partner, Saint Paul and Oates.
Deacon Oates. Deacon Hall and Deacon Oates.
Yeah, Deacon Hall and Deacon Oates. They were giving game. I can't go for that. No. You want the body, but you want my soul.
So yeah, there's I forgot where we got off on this tangent, but there was some stuff in the show that worked. Black folks ain't shilling for shit when they say they like something. Just because you don't happen to like it doesn't mean that black folks is shilling for it. Because trust me, black folks is critical on shit. Black folks is easily not to like any goddamn thing at all, especially other black folks, nigga. So trust me, if they watched it, they liked it.
Yeah, I watched this recent Batman movie that just came out. Batman versus the Yakuza League.
That sounds like some Asians made that one.
Batman Ninja versus the Yakuza League. It's a sequel
if
to the.
You don't shut up about that Batman Ninja shit. They made another one.
Yes.
Yeah. You didn't know? It generated a fan base. I'm sorry. A lot of people like that shit, unfortunately.
You know what? There's a lot of retarded kids in the world too. There's a lot of kids on the spectrum nowadays. I wonder why.
It was interesting enough. I watched through it. It wasn't. I don't think it was a bad movie.
That's that late millennial, the 90s millennials, them Gen Zs loving that bullshit.
This is how you get dumb shit to trend. So enough of you motherfuckers now that will follow the dumb shit. No, it was funny good.
You want a combination of Naruto and Batman.
Pretty much.
Like
it's so dumb that they couldn't figure out the difference between a ninja and a fucking samurai.
Yeah. I'm like,
that's the premise. Like, them being back in feudal Japan, that part was kind of cool. That's what got me to watch that original thing. But that original Batman Ninja was trash. Look technically cool, it was still trash, nigga. As a Batman franchise, which is amazing. Ugh. They made another one?
Oh, it's I'll give you a hint. It's called the Yakuza League for a reason.
League of Shadows.
Yeah. And oh boy.
So you getting Ray Shao Ghul?
Pretty much.
Shit, they fucked it up.
Oh no, it gets worse. I'll just go on and tell you, it gets worse. They give him a time machine, and like I said, it's called the Yakuza League. Yakuza replaces another word, and
well, I just know what the Yakuza is.
This is not getting any better. I've heard nothing that makes it any better. And I'm not hold on, let me talk. I'm not trying to put any extra brain power in to figure this shit out either, because it's a non-start. You know what that means? My brain refuses to fucking think about this anymore. Nope, we're not doing that shit.
He said it. He said this shit's making his brain smoother.
No, we're not going down that well. Fuck that shit.
So when they gonna do Superman going back to medieval Europe as Super Knight?
No. I need Superman back in the 1920s during Prohibition and the Klan. That's what I need.
Herb, you know exactly what I'm thinking about too. What, you didn't like the giant villain Voltron bot? No. If you don't get is the giant tarantula in Wild Wild West.
Mm-hmm. Well, they didn't have a giant villain Voltron bot, so I'll give them that much.
Wait, they had a villain Voltron bot in the first one?
Yes.
I'm not watching that shit ever.
Yes. That was the shit that was the most objectionable about it. Like, the fuck is this? I know it's Japanese, but we gotta have it.
I was thinking y'all ain't gonna watch this shit. I'll just say,
come on, you
made by the Joker.
They turned Superman into a lackey in this one, and Batman beats and naturally Batman beats the shit out of him with the red sun shit.
This shit, man. Look, some stuff does not need to repeat. Okay, some stuff does not need to repeat. Now I'm wondering. Eventually, I'll watch this shit because it's out there, right? Eventually, I'll watch it. I won't call it homework, but I will call it research, nigga, because I need to know this shit is out there. I need to watch it. I will want to see if it's story-wise, if it's better than Ironheart, because I did watch that Predator Killer of Killers. I actually liked that shit. That was kind of working for me.
Okay.
One of the stories was kind of neither here nor there, but it was interesting. I would definitely watch another one. I would, okay. Even though they made these predators seem kind of fucking stupid. But you know, you want to have the humans win, so sometimes they got to be stupid. Otherwise, it'll just be a lot more.
That one movie we watched behind the scene had I'm an independent Indian beating up that predator.
Oh yeah, fucking Prey. That people say, "Oh, it was awesome." What? Yeah, I saw it. No, it wasn't.
I was watching with Artisan, and the whole time, like, all I see is I'm independent, but I'm independent.
Oh my god! Yeah, I got to be the chief because I got my brother and all the actual effective men killed off. So now I get to be chief. Oh, great. That village is going to get destroyed. And what you see, you watch Killer of Killers, yeah. Them predators came back and took that bitch. And probably wiped out them people. Because they couldn't stand up to the second wave.
It was a sequel. Okay.
Played up a sequel. Because at the end of Prey, if you watch the credits, nowadays most people don't watch credits. If you watch the credits, all the clan hieroglyphs or the clan drawings and stuff like that are of the predators coming back there to that planet, coming back to Earth and those people. So when you watch Killer of Killers, it gets to a point where you see they got that bitch frozen, not in carbonite, but she in stasis pod. She's in a stasis pod. So they came back and got her ass. You killed a predator. Congratulations for you. Guess what your ass need to get to do now? You get to try it again. Run it back, bitch.
Basically do what they did in Robert Rodriguez's Predators movie.
Yep. Went and grabbed her ass, put her in stasis, and brought her back to the home planet so you can try that shit again. Let's get some sport out of you. Get some gladiator shit going on. And Killer of Killers, they've done this with different people throughout millennia on Earth. They got a samurai, they got a Viking, which the Viking chick was kind of bullshit. A Viking and this dude from World War I, I think.
They're determined to make a Viking chick fight like a dude. Okay.
They're determined to put a Viking chick out there. Yeah. They're determined to do that shit because, you know, you can't have none of this shit anymore without a woman being there.
They tried that crap with the Assassin's Creed game. I refuse. I played it male.
Yeah.
I just refuse. Like, no. Same with Odyssey. Nope. That's a male role. That is not a female role. She would
not have been there like that. She would have been the one getting raped and pillaged. What are you talking about? There was not no female Viking out front like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you trying to rewrite these people's whole history? Stop it. It's bullshit, and we know it. You're trying to make people empowered. Look, you can be a badass warrior. There was hella Konoichis, but there wasn't no women.
Odyssey is Cassandra's the canon entry. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm playing Alexios. I'm playing the dude. I don't give a shit. There's that this is not Xena Warrior Princess. I'm not playing Xena Warrior Princess.
Black folks and women is problematic nowadays for these modern geeks, or not even the modern geeks, the older geeks who have voice with these younger modern geeks. It's problematic for them. That's why that black samurai shit they was trying to debunk the whole time, even though the Japanese people said, no, this was somebody from our culture. They don't know what the fuck they talking about. Oh, but you do.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. You want to shit on the game?
Yeah, he was in their culture, like, yeah. They came out saying it's culture, but no, it's racist.
Yeah, it was dumb shit. Whatever, man. I see what your problem is. It's not with historical accuracy.
Come on, man. Favor. Okay, as Artisan, Assassin's Creed historical accuracy, really? Let's see. They've been to Jerusalem, France, Egypt. I still play Origins. I love that game. But ancient Greece. But we're talking about and they show ancient Greece God, but we're talking about historical accuracy. Really, really.
Yeah, Yasuke wasn't real. He was just a retainer. He wasn't really a samurai. Well, in their culture, retainers are samurais, aren't they? So shut up. What the fuck are you upset about?
Yeah, mercenary samurai. What
the fuck are you upset about? You ain't even Japanese. If you don't shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shit. Ain't has shit. So, be that as it may, I'll take Batman Ninja versus the Yakuza League.
It's on Max, so
I'll watch it. I have Max. If I would have known earlier, I would have watched it while I was laying on my fucking couch sick as shit. I would have watched it. Half the time I laid there with the TV off, just like, oh. It is what it is. But I'll check it out just because I do my research. I gotta watch it to have a real opinion on it. Right now I'm rolling my eyes because I know how bad Batman Ninja was to me. Didn't look bad. It looked awesome. It was bad. Story-wise and stuff like that, I didn't like it. But be that as it may, I will watch the second part. And if it's an improvement, it's an improvement. If it's not, it's fucking not. And that's just me doing my research, just so I can come back and tell you right now, I'm not liking the idea that they made a sequel. And now that I've seen it, this is what I think of it. That's all it is. I'm not crying about it. It's just, I don't know why they did it. But apparently, there's a lot of these soft-headed motherfuckers out there who got a large enough microphone that they thought, they liked it. We should do another one. No, you shouldn't. No, you should not. But you can give me another Killer of Killers. I would like to see one of those. Another one of those. That'd be awesome. Thank you, please. Just because I like that Predator shit. I'd be more curious to see what Kendra thought of that shit, because Kendra's a huge Predator lore person.
Oh yeah, she used to make her own stories. I missed those.
Kendra know that Predator lore backwards and forwards, nigga. If you want to tell me somebody who liked that shit or not, let me know what Kendra thought of it. Crimson Cure. Because it had predators in it. She should be seeing that shit.
Yeah, some good ass stories too, man. I
told you, I showed up for story time, nigga. I don't give a fuck if it's not, it don't get a bunch of views. I didn't give a fuck. A lot of shit on the YouTube don't get a bunch of views. So what? I don't get a bunch of views. Does get echoed though. People do see it. I like story time. Those are her original stories too. That shit was good.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Put out your novel. Say they franchise for them. When they do a Prey 2. which everybody's like, I really liked it. It was really good. No, the brother was really good, but the sister got him killed.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Yeah, so you gotta add season 2 of Sandman, Bat Ninja sequel.
I was already gonna watch Sandman season 2 anyway. So I was Old Guard 2 and Sandman season 2 was automatically on my list to watch. It's already saved on my Netflix stuff already. I just didn't know when the new Sandman was coming out because I was focused on getting the Squid Game stuff done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it came out like Thursday or Friday. I forgot it came out. I was like, oh shit, let me go ahead and watch it.
Yeah, so I would watch that regardless. And I never read the Sandman comic book. But this show, I'm really liking the show. Really liking the show. And death in this show could get my ass any day. Death in this show could get me any day because that sister was nice. Nice.
You see her dressed up in this season, so you might like.
Do tell.
They make her wear a dress in certain events. They're like, you need to kind of dress formal. Really? This is yeah, you need to dress formal for this.
Took out the black jeans, dude. She had that Janet Jackson in them black jeans. She had that Rhythm Nation in them jeans. Oh my God.
But that dress make her look real top heavy.
She is top heavy.
But you see it. I'm like, well, damn.
Okay. I ain't trying to dress her up and trying to make her look more feminine. She was working. Just as she was. Oh, guess what? They ethnicity swapped her. Like it matters. It's fucking death. Look like whatever the fuck it want to. It's not tied to an ethnicity. So yeah, Old Guard 2, because I want to see Charlize and Uma.
I thought I was the only one about death, by the way.
Oh no, Death could have got me that day. And watching that show, Death could have got me. Like, oh, that bitch.
Yeah, I'll probably finish watching Sinners when I get off of here.
You haven't finished watching Sinners yet, AB?
No, I've watched it, but watch it again.
Okay, yeah, I'm
gonna say it's on HBO Max for the 4th.
Yeah, it's on for the 4th right now because they wanted $25 for that shit on Prime to watch, and that's that. I figured I gave Ryan enough already. Like,
it's on HBO Max. They put it on the 4th of July, so it's on now. It's on there now.
Let's see. Let me get to my home page. Let's see, because I will watch Sinners again. Why they get given away for free now, nigga? That's okay. Keep burning that time because 25 years gonna come and go, baby. Oh, it is on here. Watch now.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the fuck now. I can watch that again. Now that everybody wants to do their reviews of it and shit, I'm like, oh, this was kind of good. Shut up, late bitches. Just like this movie, Split, is really good. I haven't seen Parasite yet. Bullet Train was funny. Get Out.
I watched that companion movie.
Oh, yeah. You did?
I watched that shit.
I picked up Ghostbusters 2 on Prime. It's only $5. Like, shit.
Okay.
You know, it's funny. After Sinners came out, a lot of blues records and Irish folk music just went up in sales.
Yeah, because people start delving into that shit again. A whole generation don't know nothing about that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be the same if they made a good movie about 90s music. You'd find these people digging up all this shit and understanding that it was awesome.
Yep.
That was just like this.
And this new shit isn't nothing, but yeah.
Oh my God. That fucking
The weirdest shit ever is having a 26-year-old tell me, I never knew Jadakiss was like that. I'm like, get out of my face.
Yeah, that's this thing I had been seeing. Like, as a friend of mine posted it on Facebook, and I seen people like when I saw the clip of Nori on the Drink Champs, and he was talking about that. A lot of the young people in there didn't know that he rapped. I was like, you mother. He said Busta Rhymes had to tell the young people that was working security to let him up on stage. He said, what you about to do? He said, I'm about to perform. He said, y'all don't know who he said. And he was looking, he said, Nori was like, he looked at me dead ass serious. Like, I was like, yes. He said, yo, that's the dude from Dream Champs. He was like, he rap? I was like, you know what that is? I said, see, that's the problem of you motherfuckers not respecting history and not doing
Yep.
your research on stuff. I said, it's part of that is us millennials because a lot of you motherfuckers didn't like to go to history class, and you said, well, why I didn't need this? I said, that's why, so you don't look stupid and have egg on your face.
So for those who didn't catch the reference earlier, when AB Media says Spider-Man 84, this is the movie he's talking about. Wonder Woman 84.
Yeah.
Because she spent a lot of time swinging on her lasso like Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Swinging on storm clouds and shit.
Is Spider-Woman 84 is the proper name of Wonder Woman 1984. Because they just did pull off Spider-Man movie. They just pulled it off themselves. Like, he was whipping that shit more than
in the air like Spider-Man. And I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck?
And still have better fight. And still have better fight scenes than one.
Spider-Man.
And don't get me wrong, I love Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, but that movie, man, the first Wonder Woman movie was great, but that movie, I was like, what are they doing, man? I mean, this is
hard pass on that.
Talk about seeing shit movies. I watched The Great Wall. Wasn't that
terrible movie too?
Yeah,
and I still rewatched it.
How to Train Your Dragon was good. Doom Prophecy was all right as a show. In Time was a good movie. Euphoria, never watched that shit. Sopranos, good here and there. Adventure Time, don't care for. Fuck Creature Commandos.
Yeah, I watched Beetlejuice for the first time a couple days ago.
Penguin, absolutely fucking awesome.
Creature Commandos, you mean James Gunn and his bitches?
Oh, you about to see that this coming week, so.
Yeah, Birds of Prey, Harley Quinn movie. Yeah, whatever.
I'm just hoping this movie does not make me throw my Superman shirt away.
We'll see. Oh, they got an It series coming out too. Welcome to Derry. I gotta watch that shit.
See, this is the problem that I don't like. I'm tired of them bringing back old shit. Like, we done already seen the original It movies, and they had an original TV series. My mama told me about the damn series, and she broke down to me. I don't want to see another damn It series.
Well, this one is going further back in time, and it's playing on the shit that actually happened to initiate the stuff in Derry. So that, to me, is interesting. Because that whole idea of this is a generational thing keeps going on, that they never really defeat this thing. It just goes dormant for a while. It's interesting, like in the X-Men sense with Apocalypse. Like, no, we beat him. No, you didn't. He'll be back. No, you didn't. He's recharging. When he get his charge up, like Odin in the Odin sleep, when he wake up again, he gonna be back. He gonna be back. You're gonna have to run it back with Apocalypse.
And if people don't read, go ahead, Charles.
I can imagine them demons in Helheim. Odin talking mad shit, man. If I get this 15-minute power nap, I'm on your ass.
Like, yeah, and don't make me come back here. I gotta go take my nap. Like, oh, is he down for the Odin sleep? Is he sleeping?
We got 30 minutes. If this motherfucker wake up, he gonna be a problem.
Yeah, we gonna fuck this up.
And the funny thing is, Artisan, if people read the damn Stephen King books, you would know that there is a creature that can kill him. That's one of the reasons why he hangs out in Earth. Because if you read the Dark Tower series, they mention the creature that can actually kill it has a name. I forget what it's called. He has an actual name other than Pennywise.
Right. Yeah. Something else.
What the hell is he? An alien, a demon?
He's like a transdimensional entity, but there's like a creature called, I forget what it's called, but it's like a turtle that can actually, that's his actual arch enemy that can actually kill him. If you read like the Dark Tower series with the gunslinger that Idris Elba did, which I was hoping they could continue with that fucking series, because that's actually probably one of the better Stephen King books. They mentioned the creature that can kill him. It's like like they said, it's like a turtle, basically. a giant ass turtle.
You talk about the ninja. You talk about the plumber guy.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the plumber from the Pop the Balloon show.
Not the
He a
Ninja
bad
Turtle,
motherfucker.
nigga.
It's
He a
big
bad
competition.
motherfucker.
Throwing the pop the balloon shit in there.
He really is a bad motherfucker. There. So like, what the fuck
What?
does he do? Just eat people, kidnap them, take their souls?
All of that.
Yep.
He just feeds. Put it that way. I look at it like Jeepers Creepers. And I'll be back. When I'm hungry, I'll come back.
Every 23rd of spring, I'll be here.
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be hungry. Y'all keep fucking around up there. That's okay.
So I'm thinking if I gotta wait this long, yeah, go get that 12 gauge slug. Eat this. Oh, he's down. Keep hitting him. He's mush. Okay. Collect half of that shit in one jar. Collected another one. Burn the first one. Throw the other one in the ocean.
I'd say get the fuck out of dairy, but you know. So anyway, a dairy show would be interesting to me, just on my own level. So I would check that out. I'd watch that. If it's going to be a series, that'd be good because the original It TV movie series did fuck me up when I was a kid. That shit was scary as fuck. That was kind of messed up. Pennywise was a thing of terror. So much so that I named my Pokemon Pennywise. Nigga, my Gengar's named Pennywise. That shit has not left me. That has not left
everybody got fucked up by the It movie. I missed that train. I didn't watch that one.
You're too young for that one. Yeah, you're too young for that one. But the 80s, niggas was coming to school scared. You could talk about watching that shit the night before. It played on a little bit too much. And Stephen King ain't nothing to fuck with. Like the Wu-Tang Clan. Right? So the remake of It was pretty good in some different ways because I've never read the book. I don't even venture to actually read the book. It's a little too close to the bone for me, I guess. I don't know. Because I was those little kids in the 80s playing in creeks and shit like that and walking into storm drains and shit. Nigga. All kind of shit could have happened.
Oh, yeah. Don't read the book. Don't read it.
I'm in the Adam generation where it's actually getting snatched and murdered. Okay?
Oh, yeah. The John Walsh generation. Yeah,
John Walsh before you even knew his name. Right. So that shit was hitting kind of close for us. And as freaky as that damn thing was, it was just preying on kids and kept making them see shit and stuff like that. Look, kids already got an active imagination. You don't need to make them see shit. You don't need to make them see shit too. Oh no, that motherfucker and Pennywise had a penchant for fucking with kids. That's all he did. He didn't mess with the adults too much, but them kids, he liked fucking with them kids. And in that time frame, you got Pennywise and Freddy Krueger, who loved fucking with kids.
Then you got then a few years later, you had John Wayne Gacy come out and shit.
Yeah, so no, it's something about that preying on those innocents, and you are underpowered to be dealing with this thing to begin with. That really makes it horrifying in a sense. And the fact that he always turned up in places, he'd be shape-shifting into other people and shit and doing weird stuff to you. Like, you can't trust shit you see. I'm surprised the kids wasn't crazy. You had to leave that town to get out of there.
Mm-hmm.
The only way you was moving away from your hometown. Why? Because there's some freaky shit going on there. I gotta get to LA where people.
What's her name? Stutter came back.
Yeah. Will Stutter. Yeah, Will got a stutter. You don't get the fuck out this town. But that goes into children just growing up in small towns and stuff like that, where you seem trapped. And it's nothing but secrets and shit like that, and all this negative stuff there.
Oh, don't let it happen in this small town. My ass cheek, but anyway.
Yeah, shit.
A lot of shit happened in a small ass town.
Born in that small town.
All you have to do is watch Unsolved Mysteries. You find out a lot of shit.
Well, this is why I said Unsolved Mysteries and like Ghost Hunters will be the reason what could be a reason why I would never stay long on the East Coast. It's too much old dead shit there. It's too much old dead shit there. West Coast don't have the same history as the further you go east, right? The further you go back east, it's older and older shit, right? That means there's more and more layers of old dead motherfuckers walking around there. So if you believe in ghosts, it could probably be fucked up for you. So when you watch ghosts, and they're always in some place in New England or something like that, that yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
I've heard stories of people that have gone down south and go in the fields where they used to pick cotton and shit, and they said you can still hear the most slaves humming and singing.
Stop fucking around, yeah.
Look, that's why my mama never went to when some of the properties out here in Houston that's on land is like some of these is like old plantations and shit. And like my mom said, we're not going there. I said, why not? She said, I'm not moving in that neighborhood. She said, that's a fucking old plantation. We're not moving there. I said, we from the South. A lot of this shit is old. I don't care.
I've heard from multiple people that you be in the fields and you can hear them humming.
Yeah, see that'd be a problem.
I'll tell you what.
Motherfucking slug. I'm good.
Growing up 40 plus years in Baltimore, shit doesn't scare me like it used to. As a matter of fact, I'll be like this: if you see a ghost in the house, hey nigga, where the rent money? Ooh, don't move me. Oh, you gonna disappear now, motherfucker? We talking about some goddamn money. Why you got the AC out? Take your ass outside. But I just need a place to stay. Nah, motherfucker, fuck that, you specter, motherfucker. They be like going down. They be like this. Oh, we got. They're like, I'm gonna buy an old plantation, and you know what I'm gonna do for my peoples?
No, we're gonna have to bless that shit.
I'm gonna have a bunch of white women working the fields.
But when I think about plantations, I think about that one story in Tales of the Hood. An old white dude and all them little people fucking them up. Then the big mama just appeared, just rocking back. She's like, I was like, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that was probably like the most fucked up part in that movie too.
I still can't find that clip either. That's how you know.
You got to find the original movie. That's what that is. You got to find the original movie.
Yeah. They refused to show that clip online because man.
What up, King? He said, peace and abundance, artisan and chat. What show are you more excited upcoming? Peacemaker season 2 or Twisted Metal season 2? Peacemaker, because I never watched Twisted Metal. I didn't even play the game Twisted Metal.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't been watching that shit at all. But Peacemaker, I'm down to watch Peacemaker again because Peacemaker was fun.
Yeah.
It was. James Gunn does teams good, and the Peacemaker show was fun. So I want to see season 2 of Peacemaker. Him and Vigilante, good goofy ass. I'm down. Even with Amanda Waller's overweight daughter. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll watch it. And I'll be down for it because John Cena actually showed me something acting wise in that damn show. You're not showing me much in the wrestling ring right now, but his Peacemaker was good.
Oh, you don't care for heel John Cena?
Fucking lame. Look, John Cena was always a ripoff 50 Cent to me. That whole ripoff 50 Cent.
Okay.
And wrestling has gotten over for a lot of years just mimicking black culture. Whatever the fuck. He retired and he did a lot in this shit. Being the greatest of all time? No, nigga. Stop throwing gold on everybody that you like. Everybody ain't a goat.
Not everybody's a goat. You telling me
if you have more than 2 goats, one of them ain't real.
No.
One of them ain't. Because the greatest of all time means it's an area that can't everybody be in. Especially not at the same time while they all still living.
Number one.
No.
If you think he's the greatest of all time for in-ring performers, no.
He's not even on Mount Rushmore.
I've been watching way too long for me to even say that for him. No.
You telling me he's better in the ring than Ricky Steamboat?
No, they're telling you he in the ring better than Bret the Hitman Hart, nigga.
You telling me a guy I met And the reason why I wrestled was because of Bret Hart. Bret Hart could wrestle air and it'd be a 5-star match.
Yes.
Bret Hart, some of his best matches were house shows. If you're amazed by the pay-per-view, his house shows were great.
Look, you could say Brett was not as charismatic as everybody else, as John Cena on the mic or something like that.
You didn't have to be.
But Brett was technical as fuck. Brett could wrestle, nigga. He could actually wrestle.
You know what the Undertaker told him, right?
John Cena's matches I see always look sloppy. Always. I'm watching Raw now every week, right? The shit looks slow and sloppy.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks slow and sloppy. Like these motherfuckers got no gusto.
You're telling me, and that's because this is the difference, right? And I told this is the stark difference. When they made that training center, everybody wrestles the goddamn same. There's no variety. There's no experience. That's why Brett and Owen came from the same household. Older brother, younger brother.
Mm-hmm.
They can both do the same move, but they have their own style.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically different. And then on top of that, what does it say? Charles Halter, can you do a live stream about the army shaving, which will disproportionately affect black men with skin conditions? No, it won't. No, it won't.
Yeah.
Let me put it to you this way. A lot of black men can shave with razors, even the ones who got shaven with can shave with clippers instead of razors and get a close shaver. It's not going to affect you. It's called black men be lazy. They don't have to let you in the army. They can discriminate. You don't fit the bill, we kick you out. Remember, you don't submit to the army. The army doesn't submit to you. You submit to the army.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you go into an organization thinking it's all going to be about your needs when our organization is built on war? We can be laxed on war, but this is the reason why you can't be laxed when you're in the garrison. So, you get a guy with a 5 o'clock shadow. Everybody wants to take it a step further. Most of you motherfuckers can't fucking grow hair in your late teens, early 20s anyway, so it's not going to really hurt you. What hurts you is this. Get a fine trimmer, change the fucking blades out every so often, and get a close shaver. You will be fine. Guess what the fuck I had to do? So I don't feel sorry for people. Called laziness. But back to the show.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
some random ass comment.
Charles, can I address the Sienna Plantation comment? Because I used to live in the subdivision not too far from Sienna Plantation, where my mom said she didn't want to move. It's a bunch of black people out in that area. That's where Hightower High School is, which is a bunch of black people that go to that area. Ain't no white people finna move in that area. They all when we moved out there, they all moved out. One of the reasons why my mom stopped liking about that, she said it's too many niggas that starting to move out here, and we gonna have to start moving at some point. Because all of the ghetto ass hood niggas started to move out in that area and started fucking the area up. When they made housing, when they started making where you can get them when back that fucked up the housing market, when they started making you can get all them housing loans and shit for the cheap, that's when that happened. Because that pissed my mother off royally. She said, we moved out here to get away from all these fucking.
Kind of like Vallejo. Vallejo was moving out of Richmond and Oakland, and then it became the same shit because of the wrong people moving out
there. Yeah.
And they just had to move a little further out that way.
Get all those fucking vouchers, man.
Yeah, so Sienna Plantation had a lot of black people because my mother worked in the mortgage thing. That's how we was able to get the house out there to begin with, because she was in the mortgage industry and she had her own business. One of the things that pissed me off about her is that she died broke, and she should have been a fucking millionaire, but she fucked off all her money. Something that her and my aunt used to get into arguments about her budgeting and stuff. So I know about Sienna Plantation.
Damn, he just ran it down for you. So that was a random ass question from somebody I've never seen before. Okay.
I mean, it's funny.
In real estate. That's a hell of a transition.
It's funny. People want to talk about disproportionately. It ain't disproportionate. It's the fact that you guys do a little bit more. You see them. You can run faster and do more push-ups than the white boys. You see them complaining? You see them complaining? No. That's what. Get a fucking trimmer, and then get a foil shaver. Get a foil cold shaver. You'll be okay.
You know,
Well, you
Charles,
do.
generation we didn't have daddy in the house to teach him how to shave. And mama taught him how to.
And here's the crazy part. I shave my head with a razor, and it's as smooth as a baby's ass on an oil slick on the Antarctic. So when you never claim to be, when you look at these excuses for conformity, when they gave you a chance to make a beard, you motherfuckers wanted to look like the second coming of Bin Laden. You didn't keep it shaped, so guess what they said? Fuck it. We're gonna treat everybody equal. Fuck it, cut it off. If you can't make the cut, then don't make the cut. I've already told you what the fuck I had to do. What makes you better? What makes you better? So if they want to talk about discrimination, no. Discrimination is I should have let you win.
It's an excuse to do less. Like you said, laziness. It's an excuse to do a little less.
Yeah. You coming in with them ugly ass 5 o'clock shadows and uniform is off putting.
My father never taught me how to shave. I didn't have a father in my house. Single mother raised. I never had a father in my house. I had to figure that shit out for myself. One of the things I figured out for myself is how not to have hair bumps. Either my skin don't like razors, I don't use that shit correctly or whatever. My skin has to be clean, and I have to keep it clean if I want to be using this goddamn razor on it. I don't like using a razor, so I use clippers. Got to clean those blades, got to clean them in that alcohol, and get you some new blades every once in a while. That's just what you got to do. That's just maintaining a fucking beard. That's it. I'm not a style coach. I can't testify to that shit. I just figured out what works for me. If I was in the military, I'd figure it the fuck out.
No. It's called Do You Want to Stay?
I want to sue because you're making me have hair bumps, man. Baby soft skin ass.
I'll tell them. That's what you need. A lot of times people need to toughen their skin up anyway.
You need to. Tenderfoot.
Because when you out there in the field and they're spraying whatever the hell you're exposed to, you getting cuts. Oh, you're gonna see because you got a cut on your hand, or you gonna learn how to fix it.
No. I have to tell the people at my job this is that I have to let them know that because this society right now is so litigious, people are just trying to find any reason to sue somebody. And it's bullshit. It just ruins shit. It's not that it's overly bad. It's not that it's really something is wrong. It's just that, well, I can complain about it and sue so I can get something for it.
You got enough people in positions that will let you have your way behind it, that will let you sue.
I don't think everything should be sued for. Personally, I don't. Everything is not a lawsuit. Some shit can be worked out right then. Other shit you have to bring a lawsuit for to make it stamped out and stopped. Flat out. But everything should not be sue worthy. I don't believe in that at all.
No.
You should get charged. Personally. That's just me. I'm making a law. Except on this channel. So we were talking about wrestling and John Cena, but it's put out of the Peacemaker shit. I will watch Peacemaker season 2 to see how tightly it ties into James Gunn's new universe of characters he's making. I mean, last season he had the Justice League in there, right? What is he gonna have this time because he threw away that Justice League?
Yep.
It'll be kind of interesting to see how that shakes out now. Outside of I want to see what happens with this character next, which I thought about it for my channel, how I don't give real ratings on movies and shows and stuff like that, that I don't have a real rating system, a number where you can tell how many it was to see how good it was. If it was good enough to watch again, it was good enough to watch again. If I thought it was awesome, I thought it was awesome. You can figure out the rating from talking to me, but I don't put numbers on the shit because a lot of this stuff is apples and oranges comparisons. It's not the same across the bat comparison. Even in geek movies, even in geek shows. Because like I told you, when I watch a geek streaming show, the best show I've seen so far is The Penguin. Second best is Supercell. Daredevil Born Again sucked ass compared to both of them. So sue me. And that's just judging streaming shows. Now, would I watch a Daredevil Born Again season 2? Yeah, because I like Daredevil and I want to see him get it right. But I'm not excited for them to be in Spider-Man. And I didn't think that last season was anything special. I didn't. I'm not glazing it for broken bones. No.
I liked last season, but I thought it was a little lacking.
No, JT says it best. Bored again. I was bored again. That's how I know. Daredevil.
Bored again.
You know what?
Yeah. How the fuck do you start off with a fire first episode? Fire first episode. It's like you got this blazing inferno, and here comes somebody coming to piss it out.
Easy. You get somebody to come back and rewrite the shit saying, "What did you do? You shit the bed. We got to fix this because nobody's going to watch this shit in the beginning if you do this." And then you gave us a good first episode. And all that shit that came behind it was like, yuck. What is this? That's how.
Do you think one of the problems too is that they always giving us these 8, 6, 7 episode fucking seasons? Because I personally feel like I'm tired of that. I actually want them to actually make longer seasons at this point.
For an 80s person, I can deal with a longer story arc, just like anime used to be like 24 seasons or some shit like that, or just ridiculously long seasons. I like that format. I do see the streaming format is like 8 to 10 episodes. It might be your sweet spot depending on the story.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not making a good story in 8 episodes, you're just not making a good story. The episode length ain't got shit to do with it. To me, I would think that if you had this huge arcing story and you had to compress it down into 8 episodes, that means those 8 episodes should be fire. Should be fire front to back, right? But that's not what you're getting. What you're getting is these 8 episodes and you squash it down a little further and maybe 3 of them is really good. That means it's a lot. Or a template or a matrix or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And they only filling in the box for that because they still think they need to have that there. And that's why the show ends up being crap. Because it's bloated with a lot of shit you don't need, like filler episodes. I personally don't think I need a filler episode in 8 episodes. In 8 episodes, you don't give me no filler. I don't want no filler. There should be no filler, man. You should trim the fat and give me nothing but bangers every time.
Story to story to story.
Story to story to story. You should
Kinda
have
like
a line for 8 episodes. Just think of it as 8 books, and you should get to that storyline in that 8 episodes. Because at that rate, you're getting more time than a feature film. You can't do a better story than somebody else can do in 2 hours? Fuck is your problem?
And that's the problem right there. You have a lot of people who are non-comic book fans or non-literary readers in the damn writing part of this shit. That's why they always got to put certain criterias in it. We don't care about your LGBT. We don't care about your, if this person has to be black, Hispanic, white, Polish. We don't care. Can you tell a good story? There are people who really think that Wakanda Forever and Agatha were some of the best things they ever heard. And I'm looking at it like, I'm like, I bet you when you became an adult, the Cat in the Hat was still kicking your ass, wasn't it? Like, it's part of it. Part of the shorter seasons is because, one, people have short as hell attention spans nowadays. And then 2, You can't tell me that. Like, I was surprised they went to the 6 method instead of the usual 8. It might have worked out better for them. Who knows? Or it might have. It might have. But I would have got more about the relationship with the father. Give me a little bit more backstory or something. But we got what we got, so it's actually interesting because now you have us all curious, especially if you do an Ironheart second season. Which, okay, did she take the deal or she didn't? What's going on? So
you could have flushed that out in 2 more episodes.
Yeah.
Right? 2 more episodes, you could have got that. It was cool where they left it with just 6. With just, Marvel short or whatever. So that's cool. But you could have got that in 2 more episodes. For me, streaming shows, 8 episodes is probably about the minimum just to fill it out. But it just depends on your story. Like Andor couldn't have been done in 8 episodes. Andor could not have been done in 8 episodes. You needed that long of breath to get that story. But doing it in those 3 episode blocks is what worked for it. It was just that last season, that first 3 episode block was tough to get through. And it was set up, but it was tough to get through as fuck.
Because what got me thinking of it is like finishing it up early this morning, finishing up the Sandman show. And I'm thinking like, damn, you know what? I kind of want a little bit more, but where they ended it is a setup for a season 3. But I'm trying to figure out I heard they canceled the series.
Probably so. But
and I'm like, fuck, you left a huge ass cliffhanger. Like, what we doing here? Like, damn, that's why I was like, I want more episodes in.
But that's because I think they killed that show because Neil Gaiman got into that legal shit.
Oh,
that's what I think.
He
got
I think that was part of it.
But, grooming and some other shit going on, and everybody wants to believe that Neil Gaiman is a piece of shit right now. So,
I'm about to run out.
All right, AB, good to see you.
Hey, peace.
That's not Spider Woman 84 beaming out of here. That's just AB.
Yeah.
No,
but also with the structure that you were talking about, I think when they first started doing streaming, they didn't really know. So they had all these episodes. So they figured we have a chance to fill them in. And they noticed that, they were just making up, like you said, filler episodes that kind of just made everything disjointed. And then when they lowered it to 6, I thought that was not enough either. But I always thought, like, especially when they were doing like the Daredevil and Luke Cage and they were doing Iron Fist, I was thinking like, well, if you don't have enough to say in 12 episodes or 10 episodes, then get like 6 or 8 episodes of Daredevil and then use the other 2 or the other few for Iron Fist that you may not have a bigger story for. Just maybe a smaller introduction of a different, season you want to test out to see how it worked for a couple episodes just to see, without taking the big chance and making it a full 10 or 6 or 8, and also finishing up your current story with Daredevil, which you like already.
Right. And you have to remember that the streaming series stuff is not even that old. It's not, 10, maybe 10 years, 5?
Right.
6
right.
Old?
You're trying to figure it out. Yeah.
Trying to figure it out. That's why they've gone the gambit with 6 episodes to 12 episodes of seeing what works for streaming, because it doesn't necessarily work the same way for television, right?
Right. So we were kind of watching them build the ship as they went, and it kind of reminded me a little bit of how Howard Stern was when he went to Sirius and they could curse all of a sudden, and then everybody just cursing just because they could. It's like, wait a minute, you could still have the same energy. This is just used for if we had other things we wanted to say that wasn't okay on terrestrial radio, but it doesn't mean you curse every 5 minutes because you can.
No, but that's the joy for some people of being able to do it. Me personally, I like cursing. I like curse words. They're fun. If you can be creative with them, it's fun. Right? It can be freeing a lot of times for people who have to always monitor their language around people. It's a lot more free to like, okay, I don't have to monitor my language anymore.
It's such freeing to say the words third motherfuckery.
Oh,
Yeah, but it was just like in that situation, it was just the fact of having like the capability to do something, and that doesn't mean you have to. You don't have to fill that
right,
space,
right.
And
Because that would be a
so
villain.
right,
So 8 episodes or 6 episodes for Ironheart work. There's not a lot to tell. The character hasn't had that big of a comic book life anyway. It's fine. I will point out the fact that people were saying that her comic got canceled or whatnot, so it's not that good of a character. X-Men comic got canceled before too. You know that, right? So
that's how we got the better version.
exactly. So comic book
everybody's
is not
comic got
necessarily
canceled.
an indication of how good or bad they are. It just happens.
Right.
You
Right.
motherfuckers-
Everybody's comic got canceled at some point.
Everybody's comic got canceled. Captain America couldn't keep a comic up for a while too. Like Iron Man, come on, man.
Iron Man
Sometimes
is
just
a
an
C-level
interpretation.
character.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's an interpretation. It might be the writer-artist combination, because you might have great writing, but the art suck, or the art is great and the writing suck, or they both suck, or they good for a minute and then they take it to another story.
My favorite version of the Ultimates got canceled.
Huh?
With Black Panther, Blue Marvel,
Yeah.
Spectrum, all of them.
America Chavez when she was still good.
Al Ewing, Rocca art. Yeah, that book got canceled too.
Yeah.
Was it shit? No, it was awesome.
No.
You
And
pick
then
it
sometimes
up
they
for
steal
the
the
next 10 years.
and sometimes they pick off the good artists and stuff. So there'd be like the story that needs help or whatever, or somebody has a great idea, and then the story does great, and then everybody want to poach them. You'd be like, hey, let's put them on this book here, and it's like, just because it's successful, don't make us suffer.
Yeah.
It worked out.
They do that all the time.
Yeah.
Comic books do that shit all the time. That's how J. Michael Straczynski's Rising Stars ended up going away and getting canceled, which was a lot better story than what they had going on in Marvel and DC. But what Marvel did was poach him to come bring him over to do Thor and Spider-Man, and then treat him like shit to kill his books that he was doing, Rising Stars, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's notorious for doing stuff like that.
Notorious for doing that shit. When Authority was awesome, Wildstorm Comics Authority, when they was talking shit about DC and Marvel, who hired them dudes first?
Right. Because they're not crazy, because they know it worked.
To give you those X-Men with Emma Frost being the front person.
Right.
That's what they did. They killed the Authority by doing that. They do that shit all the time, dude. So a book being canceled is not necessarily an indication of how bad it is. It's an indication of something, but it's not necessarily meaning that the book was fucking terrible. No.
Right. Just because you stub your toe don't mean you got to amputate your leg.
Yeah, exactly. Like let's not jump out the window, okay? Like it's just a toenail. Okay, just a toenail.
Exactly.
Now Xena versus Iceman, that shit was terrible, and that shit should have been canceled.
Well, they made him gay. They do everything to Iceman. He's like one of those characters who's going to try something on. So
they're going to try everything on Iceman.
Yeah, Iceman had a little bit of everything going on. So depending on when you read the comics, you got a different interpretation of Iceman. I love him because of Spider-Man and Amazing Friends. So then when I seen him, I knew he's an X-Men too, but that was a different interpretation. But to have this version of Iceman in that cartoon gave a lot of
awesome.
Yeah, it was. So it makes you kind of wonder how come they didn't continue that with that show, because he had to jump off. Matter of fact, he should have been more popular really than Wolverine and all the rest of them, because he was our first introduction.
To be
and then see how they turned him. It's just like, what is this? You had a leg up.
Because television and the comics don't always do things the same way.
Yeah.
That's true, but they get a good handoff. Take it.
We can't talk over the host. The interpretation you got from the show was really good, but it wasn't the same thing that was happening in the comics at that time. It wasn't.
Right.
So it was going to be different in some senses. But the shit that they're doing in the comics right now is trash. It's not what was happening in the movies. I still don't recognize Iceman as being gay. Because as far as I'm concerned, nobody can show up and tell you gay and all of a sudden you gay. That's not how that shit works.
I agree.
Jean Grey showed up from the past and said, "Oh, did you admit your feelings for him yet? What the fuck you talking about, bitch?" No. I'm not buying it. It's bullshit. North Star, Iceman, no.
Especially since he's been a known womanizer since Spider-Man and the Amazing Friends.
Exactly. I guess next Johnny Storm would be gay, right? or
Oh,
some.
you gonna see that in this new one. You
They
heard
trying.
what they did to him.
I mean, they made the Silver Surfer a woman, so and
Johnny's
yes,
not
it's not
trying
gonna.
to bump her. Like he ain't trying to get some of that surfer.
So you
Oh
ain't trying to get
no,
some of that cosmic booty.
this is the. How are you gonna make him
Damn,
gay?
they missing.
If
They
this guy,
missing out, man.
this is the guy who slept with Dr. Dre's fiance and almost made him have a conniption fit.
Have you guys saw that different cut of Sinners?
What different cut?
There's a different cut.
It's funny. Okay, so my boy he be getting you know how people just get stuff early, you know,
What are
on
we talking
he
about?
has so on Plex they have where people pull like I guess like quote unquote like bootleg versions of movies and stuff. And it was funny. I wanted to support Sinners. I seen Sinners 7 times, and I was trying to support the movie. And my boy's like, "Oh, I got it on the Plex. Like, you can watch it on there." And I'm like, "Man, I'm seeing it in the theater. I want to get his money." So after I saw the movie that many times, I'm like, "Well, it don't matter if I see it bootleg now, whatever. I just want to see certain parts of it over again." And so I'm watching the movie, and it's like a different cut. And I'm not saying like a bootleg, like people walking, you know, like it's in the theater and somebody's filming it and somebody's walking across and you can see the top of their heads kind of stuff. It's like another cut of it that I think that's what they use to kind of to show it to other folks is to get their feelings on it or whatnot because it's cut different. It's cut different as far
How
as
so? You just keep saying cut, but you're not giving any
okay,
specifics. What's different?
what's different? There's more of the brothers interactions. Do you know how when the brothers split off, one went to town and one went to go get the people to get pulled
Mhm.
together? It's a
Right.
lot of back. It's like one takes it gives you like more of each one doing their thing when they go off their separate ways versus the other cut is like back and forth. Like they show a little scene of smoke, a little scene of stack, like continuously back and forth. The part at the end when you see how he's reflecting and you saw like the people helping out with the food and all that kind of stuff that happens in the movie. That's not like a cut scene at the end. It's during the movie.
So it sounds
You,
like it was a screening copy of the movie
yeah,
that one of these early reviewers, these shills would actually get to view a movie from or getting the screener for, and somebody released that goddamn screener.
yeah. It's interesting because because one of the actors had mentioned something and he was asking him, I'm not for sure what cut of it you saw. And then when he said that, I thought it was kind of weird that he said that, but I'm seeing this is
Weird.
probably it's probably I know, but I guess because it was weird to me because he said that. Normally, you don't hear the actor saying what you know. I wasn't sure what cut you saw because they asked about a scene, and he was asking, you know, he was trying to figure out what. It's almost like the actors didn't know exactly what was put out. I will say this too.
The actors
Uh,
usually never know what was put out because the movie
yeah,
goes to editing after they've wrapped production. So they
yeah,
never see the movie until they either get a screening before it's theatrically released or they sit in the audience watching the shit with them. They don't know what
right,
was on, what made it into the movie or not. So they never know.
okay.
That's why you
Well,
don't ask them about that shit.
yeah, because it was interesting because like the part when he went to the store and he told the girl and gave her the lesson about the money and stuff. Like that's not in there.
Yeah,
That part is not in there.
yeah.
He
So
just goes into the store.
that sounds like yeah, that sounds like somebody's screener reel that they
Yeah,
released, which they're not
yeah.
supposed to,
And then when Delta
which
Slim was
makes sense why
talking,
it was on Plex and not being heavily produced somewhere. They don't want to get back to them that they leaked that shit.
yeah, and then Delta Slim was talking to Preacher Boy, and that part that they kind of intercut as a flashback, that was the actual conversation they were having. And he's like, "So where'd you get this from?" And he said, "This is from us." And he's like, "From the Delta?" He's like, "No, yeah, no, Preacher Boy, from Africa. It came
Mhm.
from us." He said he mentioned Africa coming from us, and they had that conversation. He said, "I'm not calling you tonight to perform, you know, to perform." So this is all when they were getting the restaurant together and getting the people there and showing up and pulling stuff together. So it was no actual
It sounds like a
scene.
lot of longer scenes, and it
Yeah,
seems like what it was before they edited it down to the
right,
version and the speed that you got.
right.
Because
And
it sounds
Pearline
like a
mentioned
lot
her.
of longer. It
Yeah,
sounds like a lot of longer stuff that
yeah,
was probably better served edited down for time than just left in it. That's why it still sounded like a screener.
Yeah, and then Pearline was saying that her husband was old, and because he's like, "Where's your husband?" Oh, he's old. He's an older man. So it did more explaining than it needed to, which I thought was kind of cool because the cut that we got in the theater was more or less streamlined. It wasn't hand walking everybody. It wasn't filling in all these little blanks. But watching it, you could tell what it meant by the things that it said. It, like I said, it wasn't as blatant. And then and at the end too, when they showed they showed the concert of Sammy older and performing and stuff, that happened, and it showed more of the performance he did before he was sitting after the performance, and then it came in at the end. So it was pretty cool. Like I said, it was just reordered a little differently, and you had more more scenes in between as far as like giving more information that they really didn't really need to do because the movie was pretty self-explanatory for the most part.
Well, it would just seem like an early cut before
Yeah,
the theatrical cut,
yeah,
which
but
okay, so it makes okay, so it was more information that was cut out of the movie to give it what you have. It's not something that
yes.
supersedes what you have.
Right. They kind of, because there was even a scene when he met the guy about buying the spot, and you know how there's a scene where you see I think it was Stack was pulling out his knife. You can see him kind of reaching for his knife before he kind of moved over, like while he's talking to the guy making the deal, and he's kind of like stepping out of the frame. Like that part wasn't in there, so it was just like he appeared behind that white dude, and you're like, wait a minute, what how'd he get there? And it's so it just kind of showed in between stuff as well. It was just little stuff here and there. Um,
That part was CG, I believe. It was put in because
hmm,
you have Michael B. Jordan in the scene on both sides of the guy at the same
yeah,
time. So it was
yeah,
post special effect or pre special effect.
yeah,
Okay.
and then it. Yeah, so like I said, it was interesting to see, and it threw me off because I thought I was gonna be watching the same thing, and I'm like, I don't remember this part. And then when they showed, like I said, what really made me realize it was different is the fact that they showed after everybody, after one got the food and the help and stuff, and then the other side was kind of like I'm getting the music and all that kind of stuff. When they all pulled up together at the spot, I'm like, that's when I knew it was different. And then that's where, like I said, Preacher Boy had a conversation with Delta Slim about music and where it came from and all that
We
other
don't
kind
need
of
to
stuff.
give every scene away that's extra in that shit because if you found it, somebody else can find it online. But for me, I'm really adverse to somebody releasing a screener cut of that man's
Yeah,
movie because it
yeah,
just takes it. It kind of defends what he already put out. Put it that way.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
not supposed to be out there in the wild like that. So
yeah,
how much of the extra material will make it into the special features section of the Blu-ray? Exactly, Aquateki. That spoils anything that he would put into a Blu-ray or a director's cut of it.
yeah.
That's what
But
that spoils that.
because I heard that they had like a scene where they talked about where those two clans, the couple that they had a baby and they had a scene and that wasn't in the cut. But
Can we get back to the show? Because I'm not going to talk about this cut of sinners. Nobody
oh, no
but you.
problem.
All right?
Yeah, no problem.
I'm not going to turn the whole show into talking about that shit, but it does sound like something that shouldn't be out there in the open already, and it can potentially end up ruining that man's Blu-ray or later edition if he wanted to make it a cut of that movie because somebody's already thrown it out there.
Yeah,
So it'll end up being I saw this so many years ago and I saw this on this other channel. The fact that Plex is running that shit, Ryan should be looking for their ass to see
yeah,
what the fuck where that came from because that should not be out there. You have not heard of anybody else's recently blockbuster movie coming out and the unedited cut of it being out in circulation on any streaming platform. You have not heard about that. Where is
yeah.
the uncut version of fucking Thunderbolts? Have you
If
seen
there
it?
was one, I didn't really care for the movie. I saw it, but
Where's the uncut version of Superman when it comes out? James Gunn's Superman. You think you're gonna be seeing that floating around anywhere? No,
I wouldn't know. Yeah,
no, you won't. That sounds like some shady bullshit right there. So, um,
Well, he got my money. I saw it 7 times.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I did it intentionally. So, did you watch Ironheart or any?
Yes, I watched Ironheart. I had
So,
mixed feelings about it. I thought it was better than I thought, and it wasn't as bad as people were saying. Um, yeah. Considering what it probably had to go through to get it to come out, then I figure it's fine. But I parts of it had a lot of heart that I didn't expect, and some of it was kind of what I kind of expected. I felt it ways a little bit just because like with the with not a lot of strong black men, it was a lot of like I don't know soft men and then a lot of strong women, and so I felt a ways about it, but then people could simply say it wasn't made for me. But I'm like, well, I buy the comics and I support stuff that's like that. So I don't know. It's funny how people could be really dismissive if you don't like something when they kind of turned it against you, or you know, it's like you want the piece of cake, but you put your finger in it. It's like, well, you kind of messed up my cake, and you still want me to act like you didn't defile it. And so I would have liked if your finger wasn't in it.
yeah,
It's not just
I'm like a more or less finger.
yeah. Yeah, but I thought it was interesting the mix of magic and technology, because usually you don't see that two together in quite that way. Um, the AI part is a mixed bag. I liked her, but then it also kind of got on my nerves because she did kind of confused, like how do you know this stuff? I'm like, well, it came from your mind, so she's probably gonna know just as much or at least less as you do. It's from your head. So I was kind of surprised how she was surprised by that, considering how she knew where it came from. Now, if she was saying some stuff that happened after she had died, then I'd be like, hey, how would you know that? Because I didn't even know that. Or how would you? But she was kind of surprised by something that came from her. But,
Yeah, I credit that. That was an issue I had with the shit too, because the AI was she shouldn't have been mystifying you. There shouldn't be
yeah.
things AI knows that are coming from the AI's perspective because it's an AI. But
Right.
in Reese's position, I can see her having a problem with differentiating between the AI and the actual human because it's looking the same.
Yeah.
And she still has not dealt with her PTSD about that shit. So she's relating to the Natalie AI like it's Natalie the goddamn person. Of like, it's not the same
Right.
person. It only knows what you know, which wouldn't be a lot.
Right. And then she kind of then she kind of went from, being disturbed by it, which makes sense. But it seemed like she would have been more understanding. But I understand her being disturbed by it when she first came across it, to just like, hey, this is my best friend now. And it's just like, that's a big jump. And then like you would know that her brother would be tripping off of that, right? Like you could see how sensitive he is about stuff. So I thought his reaction was fair, but the way people acted about his reaction, I thought like, well, what do you expect him to do about that? It would be a lot, to see your sibling. Like I got a brother that passed away, and much as I love him, if I saw him just kind of pop up, I probably have the same reaction as much as I would have been happy to see him. It'd be like, that's not right in some kind of way,
disgusting. Yeah. That's disgusting. You did something way out of line. Yeah, I can get that from that.
Yeah.
What was your biggest complaint on that shit? On the Ironheart show? The thing that bothered you the most about it?
I think I guess my pet peeves is that sometimes it got a little sister girlish, and I'm very sensitive to sister girlish stuff from you know and then also I guess it was just like I said, just be like the example of men that they had in there. I thought it was kind of interesting how, you know, like you're covering a big gamut of everything, but just like black men is either dead or weak, and then you have like these, little women just kind of, throwing guys around, beating them up and stuff. I'm like, so how? uh, We're not there either. Like her dad is gone. Her brother's kind of interesting. I don't know really how to categorize him, but he was different. So I don't,
Xavier was simping over Riri, but you don't say why. He just
right.
was. He
And
just
then I
was.
know that. Yeah, and then I didn't know their ages, so I was like, "Is he too old for her?" So I didn't know if it was wrong or not. I couldn't tell if he was
That's what I
young.
wasn't sure of. I was like, how old is Xavier? Is he
Yeah, because
older than her or what? What the hell's going on?
yes, right. So I didn't know. I didn't know if it was like her older brother that was messing with a young girl. I didn't know how to take it, so it was kind of uncomfortable. Like I don't know who. I they like you said when you said that they probably put him in later. That kind of made sense. 'Cause I'm like, because he just kind of got there, and then when he did, I didn't know nothing. So I didn't know even how to organize him as far as like how he's dealing with people, and
Yeah, I don't think they put the character in later. I think they put that little emotional relationship in later. I believe the
but that
character is in there, but they
okay,
had being kind of simpish for Riri later because it doesn't
okay,
make sense. There's no reasoning as to why. And she doesn't
right,
really return that shit in any way to him, except, well, I
right,
want to be around Zay. That's why I didn't know what his fucking name was because he's either Xavier or Zay or some other shit somebody else was calling him. I'm like, can we get
right.
some consistency? Because I don't know who the hell this dude is. I don't know what his name is. Like,
Yeah,
it took
and
me
then
3 episodes to figure out, okay, his name is Xavier.
right, yeah, me too. That's why I was kind of confused too. But then also it was kind of like using a situation like that. Even the AI Natalie would have been like, "You've been liking my brother for a long time. Why don't you get together with my brother or something like, or y'all was always tight or
She,
something."
yeah, she never mentioned anything.
No,
Regular Natalie, nor because you didn't get much of her, but AI Natalie would have thought about something like that because
right,
Riri would have thought about something like that. And if AI
exactly.
is not thinking about it, then Riri wasn't thinking about that shit. There was
It,
never a thought in her head about Xavier and liking him or anything like that. So it's like it sounds like that was just something that was put in a rewrite and
yeah,
not
I
having
agree.
to be fleshed out. It's just he doing all this shit for some chick that he liked, who's not
Right.
showing any real signs that she like him outside of wanting to hang out.
Right, right. Because like I said, that AI should have knew way more than she
Yeah,
actually did in real life.
it's your best friend's brother.
Yeah,
It seemed like y'all should have been grieving together,
exactly.
but that's not what
Exactly.
was happening. Like,
No.
okay, something is off in the writing right there.
Yeah. So those are my feelings about it. Like I said, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and it wasn't as good as I wanted it to be necessarily. But um, to each his own. But I'm glad I watched it, and I was curious, and I wanted to see more. But it was different.
So, what would you have wanted to see happen in this show, despite finding out more than one line of dialogue that her biological father was actually dead?
Okay, what would I want more than, or just in general, what was I expecting?
Yeah.
Kind of.
What did you want? What would you have wanted to see happen in this show with this character?
Pretty
Because you
much
said it wasn't exactly what you wanted, so I'm like, okay,
yeah.
then what do you want?
I wanted to kind of probably be a little bit more streamlined as far as like the like how Tony Stark was. It's funny that original Iron Man movie would have had more magic in it, but they knew to kind of keep it grounded for the story. I thought this was going to be. I guess I wanted a more grounded story with less all the magic and stuff. I just think it didn't line up like I thought it would based off of what I saw in Wakanda Forever. I thought it'd been more straight line. So for it to have like the magic and her joining the crew and all that kind of stuff, I just thought it would be. I didn't expect none of that stuff. So it probably was more or less the stuff in there that I didn't expect to see in this type of show.
Hmm.
But it would have been the same thing. She still would have had her arc and stuff. I don't think she would have made the deal with the devil. I don't think that she would have. I was surprised by the AI. I know it wasn't going to be Tony Stark. I knew that, and it's fine that it turned out to be Natalie. But yeah, and then Stain came in, and I wasn't expecting that. So I don't know. I thought it would be straightforward. I thought it was just a lot going on in the show. A lot. It had a lot to carry in it for it to be her show.
Well, I would say I expected somebody to be in a armored suit, so
That's fair.
expectations unsubverted. The magic element in there was interesting, but once I found out that the hood was in it, I understood that magic was going to be involved in it. I'm interested in seeing the Hood adapted to live action because I think it could actually work. It can be a kind of fun character because he is not a good person. He's not a good person. He's not super bad, but he's not good either, which makes him more fun in how he operates and whatnot in the comic books. Now that they got the Hood in there, I'm waiting to see the Hood's Illuminati. That's what I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see the Hood's Illuminati. This should be a character that can hang around a while in the MCU since they have a habit of killing off all their villains. Let this one hang around for a little while. Let them get some, some seasoning. I like the fact that you can see her actually making tech. No, I was not expecting it to be Iron Man as much as her armor operates the same way Iron Man's armor operates, which I would have liked to see a little bit more character from her in that it operates the way she operates and not the way Tony Stark operates and makes armor, right?
Right.
That would have been a little bit more fun to me, but seeing the fact that she can take a barracuda and cut that shit up to make an armor out of it, I thought the black and red armor looked fly, man. I did think it looked fly, but I thought it was fucked up shit with that barracuda. I got a cousin who would be mad as hell to put up a barracuda like that. Like, god damn, dude, what is you doing? What is you doing? That is a classic. Make the shit that got broken up on his first mission,
right?
You wasted money. that
did hurt.
Yeah, that was hurtful, man. That was really hurtful. The suit looked nice, but that shit was hurtful.
Right.
Apparently, we'll get her next superhero armor by the time we get closer to Doomsday. So I guess I'll wait to see what that one looks like, if it looks more like the comic or whatever. And as much as I still don't think she took the deal, Aquateki, I don't think she took the deal. I think we're seeing Mephisto playing with her fucking head still. I think we're still in that headspace of him showing her a vision of what things could be and not actually doing it. I don't know. But I would not like to see her take the deal, even though her taking the deal would be a lot more interesting to see how she gets out of it. Because
she knows her arm had the scarring.
Notice the arm. I saw that part. But the whole time when she's sitting down talking to Mephisto, he's going back and forth with fucking with her head of showing her things and then talking to her at the same time. So she's not sure what's reality and what's not, which meaning you as the viewer is not sure what's reality and what's not. What everybody seizes upon is that, look, her arms are growing. She took the deal. But that was happening in a vision he was showing her. Of possibly showing, he was showing her a possible future. She hadn't agreed to shit. They're just having a conversation. So it's not clear if she actually agreed to anything or he's still showing her a vision of what she could have if she takes it. It's not clear to me like that. But it's interesting either way it goes. If you want to do a number 2, a season 2, and push that out, I'd be down for that. I would. Yeah. There's enough room for that.
Yeah. I can tell
the way out a little bit better than the comic. But
no, I was saying I couldn't tell if it was the way it was cut or not. And it's funny, I was talking to a friend about this recently about how certain directors, it kind of cuts out some questioning about stuff because you know their style and stuff. So sometimes if it's a new director or somebody you're not used to seeing their work, you can't tell if that's just the way they cut and edit stuff or if they're really trying to keep something ambiguous, But I see what you're saying. It was intercut with that conversation. So I didn't know if it was just showing us. It could be either way.
Yeah, it could be either way. And the Hood, I don't need a lot of explanation on Aquateki. I don't need a lot of explanation on how the Hood works. Once you say it's supernatural and he has some abilities, you don't have to explain all of them. You don't. You just have to have him show up. It won't be a MacGuffin because he's a regular person just with something supernatural on. And you already saw who he got it from. So he could probably do a lot of shit, but he's not utilizing it to that point because he's not fully taken over by it. That's fun. That's fun for me. I like that part. The Zeke Stain stuff was more interesting to me because I didn't know it was in there. And so throwing the Obadiah Stane's son part in there, I was like, oh, that could be actually really fun. And then hearing about his part in the comics and stuff like that he's a straight up villain in the comics, Well, it can be fun not to have him be a straight up villain here because I don't have anything against what is his name, Austin Eckhart or whatever the fuck his name is. I don't have anything against that guy. I thought he did fine in Solo. I wanted to see him in the Solo too. They never gave me that. It is what the hell it is. But him being in a Marvel show, I like his charm. He's charming. I like his little quirks and shit like that he has. I want to see that character go forward. He can do a season 2 and he could be the big bad.
Because I thought they're gonna go to Marvel film and make him like.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying I'm glad they didn't go too far from, because at first I thought they was gonna just make him click and be a evil guy. So when they kind of did his thing and was kind of like, just get out of here, I thought that was pretty dope that they didn't just make him all of a sudden this evil guy who don't care, because he was pretty much the same guy. He was just trying to stand up for himself.
Yeah, he did come off looking like Whiplash 2.0 to me though. So as soon as he started throwing electricity, I'm like, Whiplash. Really? We going with the electricity again? Like, oh shit. All right. Whatever. He better do something other than throw electricity. That part kind of rubbed me, but it wasn't taken away from anything from me. Because he was kind of buff when he had his shirt. Like, man, this nigga got some size on him. Like, okay.
Right. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, give the female not yet hero a villain that's a white dude. Yeah, that'll work. Let her have to fight against Zaddy. Fight the power.
And they did really good with the hood. They could have made him over the top, but they didn't. I thought that was cool as well.
No, he was real grounded. Yeah, he was scary and grounded in a way.
Yeah.
I was loving Zeke's revenge arc with his inconsiderate neighbor. Here's the thing, though. His inconsiderate ass neighbor leaving dog shit in his yard, fuck her. Cutting her plants. I never got to see what he did to her flowers. They just showed us that he cut them. I didn't see what it looked like afterwards. So to me, he didn't do shit. I want to see him leave that shit on her front doorstep. Wipe it on her door or something like that. Piss in her yard. Pour gasoline over her fucking flowers or something. Something needed to be done that you understood that he was really getting some revenge on her for the shit that she was doing. She was hella disrespectful. Oh, I can't do it over there. The dog's feet doesn't like that. Bitch, if you don't get this dog out my yard shitting, I will electrify the ground so it shocks itself when it comes over there to take a piss. Like, no, I wanted to see something more because she was a bitch. I wanted to see something more.
It's funny how they didn't pay that off, really.
Not really. Yeah. No, not really. He went across the street all mad and shit and cut her flowers. I'm like, that's it? That's it? Nah, bro. You got to take that shit over there and leave it somewhere for her. Or pull of me, myself, and Irene. You go over there with your newspaper and you take a shit in her lawn. Drop trowel right there and just shit on her lawn yourself. Right. That's what you do. He didn't do it. He cut her flowers. I'm like, that's bullshit. Whatever, man. Move it along. Move it along. Move it along. Move it along.
And you know what? One thing that you made me think about when we were talking about scenes and stuff was when those siblings went to a security area and beat up all the security guards and nobody shot or anything. That was a lot. But then Riri was able to kind of hang with them inside the White Castle. So I'm like, Yeah,
I've heard that repeated twice now. The siblings beating up the security guards initially, you want to know why that shit worked? Because the security guards were just as shocked as the audience. Like, what? These bitches? They kicking our ass? What? The thing is raining? Get the fuck out of here.
I was shocked. They did look surprised.
Yeah, just as shocked as we were. That's why it happened. I can remember fighting my little brother when he turned 21. And he was in there trying to beat me up in my fucking room. And he's actually winning because I'm laughing my ass off because it's so fucking ridiculous. Like, what the fuck did you get off me? I'm winning, man. I am a man. Like, if you don't get the fuck off me, well, I start taking this shit serious.
Yeah.
That's how I clarify it.
I like that.
The obligatory women kicking dudes ass fight. Like, okay. Okay, it's the MCU. It's what they specialize in. Little bitches kicking big dudes' asses. Whatever. You saw Wakanda Forever.
Oh,
Hopefully only one time. I don't
I
blame
saw
you.
the Brave New World too.
Yeah, Brave New World too. I don't blame you. Fucking hell, Brave. Thank you, Beasley, for reminding. Brave New World is the most objectionable because they got a whole midget in that motherfucker doing it. Jesus
Sorry.
Christ, certified dwarf in there kicking grown ass men's asses. Holy shit!
Oh man.
Doing ninja flips and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, kicks. She even pulled a hurricane run on him. Like, have you ever had a little kid do a hurricane run on you? They don't flip you over. They too short. You got enough mass to flip you over.
When I first saw her, I thought I was seeing wrong. I was like, this can't be right. I'm like, maybe the angle or something. When I saw how tall she really was, I'm like, this is crazy.
I thought it was me too. What the fuck is that?
Right, like that can't be right. Like she really that small? Or I know Anthony Mackie ain't that tall.
Holy shit! The Black Widow program took some budget cuts. Holy shit! We got a little widow in this one. Like Florence wasn't short enough. They got somebody shorter than Florence Pugh. Like, god damn.
Right, and she's the enforcer. I'm like, you sure that's who you want? Blocking bullets for you?
Yeah, she looked like a fucking Lolita, Natalie Portman in The Professional. They wasn't expecting her to show up.
Right.
You're a little girl. Little girl armed to the teeth showed up to kill me.
Right, but she was the head of security, so she had that surprise about her. Oh boy!
I think I beat the Iron Horse, Ironheart death, or beat Ironheart to death. I don't think it was a bad show. I stand by that. Oh, my DoorDash is here. 1 second. I'll be right there. No. All right, 1 second, you guys. Beasley, take over for a hot second, please, sir.
All right, hold on, Artisan. All right. So, unfortunately for me, I did not watch the Ironheart show.
Really?
So, no, I haven't. Not till I get my damn Armor War show, because I wanted to see Rhodey do his thing before I saw her.
Is that still happening?
I have no idea. I think it's off the table.
Okay.
And so, me personally, I have not watched that show for that particular reason. So, and I can't give a take on something that I haven't seen. So, I haven't read the character in the comics, nor have I watched the show. So, I can't give an honest take on the character of Riri or Ironheart.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. So, what have you watched recently? That was good.
Recently I just finished The Sandman and Sandman season 2, which I don't want to spoil it because it just came out. I know Artists still gotta watch it a little bit.
I still gotta watch it too.
And because that's where my conversation about the shortening of seasons, episodes during seasons, because like when you have a good show, but it's only so many episodes, it's like, damn, they told a good enough story towards like you want more, but you kind of want to wait till like the next season and everything. And mainly, I've been kind of just going back watching old stuff because there's so much, especially since they always keep trying to bring old stuff back. It's like, it's kind of like, what's the point in watching anything new if you're going to just bring, like, if like, for instance, Jurassic World reboot. It's like, goddamn, like we not even that many years removed from Dominion wrapping up, and you went and turned around and produced another movie that I'm pretty sure is not good, because I didn't like Dominion or Fallen Kingdom. I thought Jurassic World was cool, but then Fallen Kingdom and Dominion, what the hell?
Yeah.
It kind of like I already broke down. So I'm iffy on, do I want to waste my time going to see that movie or what else is coming out? And even with Superman, so it's like, all right, what we gonna see with this? I'm curious as to what James Gunn, because as I stated before on this channel, I watched James Gunn's pretty good, made
Yeah.
decent Guardians movie.
Yeah, he
But
has.
it's just what you did with three of those characters in those movies that are badass, and you made them into fucking jokes, and that is what I'm worried about. That is my only concern. Is if you have too much of this jokey, campy shit in the Superman movie, I'm going to be royally upset, and I will dedicate this YouTube channel into flaming your ass into oblivion.
Well, that's how it's leaning. You seen the trailers. All the trailers have some jokiness or some kind of lightness about it.
Yeah,
Because
stop messing around. Yeah,
yeah,
get
you
the
know
fuck
what?
out of here.
When I seen that scene, you know who he reminded me of at that moment when he's like, I'm trying here. It reminded me of kind of like Brandon Fraser from the Mummy movie or something like that. I'm like,
Yeah,
don't do this, please. Don't. You know, it's funny. I won some tickets. So I'm gonna go see a screening of it tomorrow. So well, if it's good, I'll see it again on Friday. If not, then that's gonna be it. So we'll
That's
see.
not an endorsement.
Say
You
what?
said, you said Brendan Fraser from The Mummy. That is not an endorsement. I never liked The Mummy. Brendan Fraser was still Encino Man to me. So
Yeah. And I'm not knocking those movies. I like the Mummy movie, to be honest. But I'm just saying it reminded me of that, and that was like a light movie. You know, it was an action adventure, but it was light. And so this seems like but James Gunn, like I said, all his movies for the most part and his shows I really dug. So I'm assuming the guy who did that is going to bring us a decent Superman. It's going to be a different take for sure. And everybody's complaining about how dark the other one was. So maybe might be, might be perfect. Who knows?
record, yeah. I expect the Superman movie to have standout scenes for the rest of the actors in it that
Yep.
you'll probably like, Hawk Girl and Green Lantern and stuff like that. Hopefully, Mr. Terrific is actually, terrific in some ways.
Yeah.
But his overall Superman might be lacking, is what
Yeah.
I'm expecting. Now, I'll put that all aside and just watch it for what it is and grade it on what I see. But that's what I'm expecting because I understand James Gunn making movies. How he does.
Yeah.
You can't tell me. You can't tell me you're not gonna get some funny scenes with Guy Gardner in this shit. It's Nathan Fillion. It's James Gunn's friend. Nathan Fillion always have funny moments in his movies.
Yeah.
Think it's not gonna happen again? Shit.
Hey,
one person we missing, Rucker.
Yeah, he probably gonna be in there some kind of way anyway. He'll be somebody.
Some uncredited role thrown in there.
Yeah. But like I said, the guy who let us like a raccoon and a talking tree, he could do anything. You know what I mean? So that I give him credit. I give him a lot of credit and leeway. Like I said, it'll be different, but I'm looking forward to it.
Rocky was funny because he talked.
Yeah.
Crypto don't talk. So I'm waiting to see how funny this shit is. Even though I want to see Crypto.
Yeah.
This can't be the whole fucking story, man. I'm not showing up for the dog.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Super Pets. I don't care.
And that's what I'm hearing is it's partly based on his interaction with a dog he adopted.
Mm-hmm. I heard that too. So what? What's the rest of the story?
I saw Super Pets and I did actually like it. I didn't think it was going to be good on paper, but I to see the movie, I did enjoy it. Surprisingly.
Okay, so The Rock and Kevin Hart appreciate you.
Right on. Right on. Like I said, wasn't expected. It wasn't made for me, but I enjoyed it.
I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
I don't have any young children anymore.
Yeah, my youngest is 8, so that's.
Oh yeah, you the prime audience for that shit. You could not see Super Pets, sir.
Exactly.
You thought you weren't going to see it?
It's part of my job description. Yeah.
It is like dad of an 8-year-old. You going to see Super Pets?
Yeah.
You probably had to go see Moana 2.
Go see what?
Yeah. Moana 2 and live action Lilo and Stitch. You got to go see all that shit.
Yeah, I circumvented that so far, but I took him to see what you call it instead. What did I see? It was some other kid movie that wasn't too bad. But
How to Train Your Dragon.
Yes, that's what it was.
That was probably good because the animation was good. Animation
It was
good.
really good.
It was really good.
I still think the anime was better. But
that's what I've heard, and the only thing I've wanted to do since the live action has come out, which is go watch the anime again.
That's what I did as soon as we saw that.
I just saw it on Max when I pulled up Max. But How to Train Your Dragon, I watched that today.
Yeah, I own that one. It's really good. Those are good movies.
Mm-hmm.
Really good movies.
But it's about 5 hours in, so you guys got some final thoughts so I can close this out and eat my food and let these people go on with their day. It's only almost 2:00 here. I got some geeking I need to try to do if I can leave the house.
All right. Well,
So
I would like to say thank you for letting me in. I watch your show from time to time when I can catch it. You guys always have insightful thoughts and perspectives, which is good to hear.
I try.
I like to know the fact that we have something like platforms like this where older Black guys have a common folk that's like us, and we're not alone out there in the world. Because sometimes when you're walking and you can't tell people who you are, or they don't know who you are, it can be lonely sometimes. So it's just nice to have community with folks who dig the kind of stuff that you dig and have different thoughts and ideas about it. So
Definitely.
thank you for letting me join in.
Oh, no worries. This is the Church of Geekdom. All geeks are welcome. As you ain't no fucking trolls. All geeks are welcome, dude. All opinions are valid unless you're full of shit.
So, you know. All right.
So other than that, I don't care. I like to hear it. Because I can do a stream talking to other content creators all day, but that's not the people. That's not, the people who are actually paying for this shit. Right. I like talking to the folks. So it's just the same conversation I carried over when I was working in the comic shop and doing everything else. You're talking to the people who's coming in there spending money.
Where'd you have a spot at?
California, El Cerrito. Actually, I'll show you a picture.
Down the street from from the movie theater?
Yes.
Oh, I'm from Vallejo. I used to go to that shop sometimes.
Okay, stand up, man. This.
Yeah, stand up comics.
Yep.
Right next to the liquor store.
Yep. Pick and pack.
Oh, that's crazy.
Pick and pack. There you go.
That used to be my spot, man. I used to catch the BART over there too. Okay.
That was my spot for.
Ah, yes, because the new stuff will be on that far wall on the left-hand side.
Yes, sir.
What?
Yep.
That's crazy. Okay.
It is crazy. We should close now, but that was my church. As I love that place since I was a junior high schooler.
Are you serious? You wasn't the only one that worked in there, though, right? Or were you always the only one in there, or no?
Mm-mm. Well,
okay.
no one. A lot of people that worked through there. One of the things we like to say it was a family-owned business, just not the owner's family.
That's right.
One of the only black dudes that worked there, one of two. Maybe
okay.
Because Purnell worked there too for a short time. But the main dude that was in there for a number of years was a boy, Zach. And Zach was kind of an asshole. So a lot of people who have a bad reputation of the place or bad interaction with the place come from dealing with Zach or Ford.
Okay, it might have been Zach who I would see when I would go by there, and I wouldn't. He would never mean to me, but he was kind of not cold, but it was comic book style. You know how comic book shops are.
Stereotypical comic book guy. Yeah.
Right. So I wasn't offended by it. I knew what I was dealing with. So hey man, what about this over there on that corner right there? Okay, thank you. I got it.
Yeah, it's funny what you get used to, right?
Right.
It's a stereotypical comic shop worker guy. Don't like people.
Yeah, it comes with the building. Yeah,
exactly. Comes with the building. That's another thing we used to say. Yeah, comes with the building.
Well, nice to meet you then. That's cool. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I was in there for a while. And I had the ability to own the place for a while. And then I had to close it down after a while.
Sorry to hear that.
So that
would be my spot when I would work out that way, and then I started going to local ones. But yeah, that's
you probably go to Flying Colors and shit. If you're over in Vallejo, you got to go to Flying Colors.
Yep, I'll go to Flying Colors. I would go to Zeppelins. They opened up years later, and then Benicia.
I never heard of Zeppelins in Benicia.
Yeah, they've been there for several years now, at least 10 years, if not more.
Fuck are they at in Benicia?
First Street. They used to be on one of those side streets before, but then they've been on First Street for at least 7 years. First
Damn.
Street, top of the block.
Okay.
Right hand side. If you come from Vallejo, be on the right hand side.
Okay. I have to check them out.
Yep.
So I tucked away. I stayed in Benicia for a couple of years, and I never found a comic shop in that bitch.
Yeah, like I said, they had them for a while, and it wasn't on the main road, but and it was this husband and wife couple that ran it. They were relatively young for the most part, and they blew up, and they ended up moving to First Street, and then I believe they sold it maybe 2 years ago.
Good.
Yeah.
Because that's always, like I've told people here, your local comic shop is a solo venture. That's all for love. It ain't for money. It's all for love.
True.
Because there ain't a lot of money in it. So you gotta love it to actually want to do that shit. And they're solo ventures. They're not corporations.
True.
Somebody putting up their money and somebody working and funding the fact that they are keeping a comic shop open.
True.
I know how much money I was throwing into a comic shop to keep it open. Nigga. That's what I didn't believe I was making that much money. So I saw how much I was putting back into that bitch. Like, God damn, I'm running this business. It ain't running itself. I'm funding all of this shit. Yeah, buy these comics, goddammit. Buy this shit. You don't want to sell that? I'll sell all of this shit. I don't give a fuck.
That's
sell this dude's life behind the counter if you want it. Shit. I'm being there like Mephisto, making deals.
Yeah.
But no, you're welcome. Thanks for being cool. You could have been a troll. It didn't seem like you were a troll. So good. You're welcome to come back.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no worries. Just first time on the panel, I don't recognize you. I got to see who the fuck this is because I've had people throwing white ping dings up on my stream. I don't understand why they thought that would be interesting.
No, that's fair. That's fair to check.
Yeah. So what the fuck? You could have thrown some white pussy up there. Maybe I'd have been interested, but dick up there. I'm a lesbian, like a motherfucker. Ew. Ew, that ain't cool to look at. White women don't even look at that shit. Those are your fucking brothers.
Oh man.
Weird perverts. Anyway. Beast, you got some final thoughts while you're over there playing video games?
I'm not playing nothing right now.
Stop lying.
I'm not. I was actually fucking eating.
And I'll tell y'all, if y'all didn't watch that stream, I don't know if I should stream that when me and you were playing Beast. I think I did.
Yeah, the other day.
That shit was frustrating. You know how long I played that game after I got off with you?
Well,
5 hours, nigga. I was
trying to get a win.
I was on 2 in the morning trying to get unmad. trying to make myself not be mad. Like, oh my God.
Nah, shit. You will the way people play in this goddamn game, it's like, dude, you would think it's like, do you motherfuckers have any? Ain't you the Call of Duty Fortnite cats? Y'all don't know how to freaking take people out? Like, what we doing here?
So this is what I figured out from that shit. You already hit me to it yourself. Certain times of the day is the times you don't want to be playing because you play with all the idiots, all the Fortnite players.
Mm-hmm.
So bedtime is over, right? Those players. But there's another crowd of people that only play around the holidays. Don't play with them motherfuckers either. Don't play with them either. Oh my God, these motherfuckers. Me and Beast was playing, and I'm like, I almost had to start cussing at Beast. See what I be dealing with? No, I'm dealing with it too. See what we both dealing with. These motherfuckers would not shoot a flyer for nothing. Not shoot a flyer.
And I had to go Namor just to take out the flyers. I was like, fuck this. I'm tired of dealing with this.
I started playing Jeff because I'm trying to do my dailies. I got to do this certain amount of healing for this day. I'm playing Jeff taking out 3 flyers. There's 3 of them in the air. Nobody's doing shit. I said, are you fucking kidding me? All the ground-based people have to go after the flyers? And the Punisher still running out there in the combat and not shooting fucking Tony Stark or Ultron? I got to do it as Jeff? Nigga, what is wrong with y'all? Like, kill counts is awesome. I'm not playing for the kill count. I want the victory. I want the V. I want the dub. Can we focus on that goal? And not, look, I got 30 kills. But you lost, nigga. What point is it? What point is there to having 30 kills and you lost the damn match? The bigger goal. Let's keep our eyes on the bigger goal. Let's do that. I can have 9 kills and 17 assists, and we win. I don't give a shit. I want the V. I thought that's how it worked in tournament level. You play for the win, not the kill count. I thought that's how that shit worked.
Exactly.
That's how they graded you. No, these motherfuckers I just need to roll my kills up.
Well, this in season 3 is about to start in a few days, and so they made some changes to some games. So Thane now has an ability to where he can auto lock to you and hit you with his stone haymaker and drop specifically flyers out of the sky. Because they know this thing won't get no play. I say, because he ain't got no goddamn shield, so he can't really stop the flyers.
No,
so
they can't get no play because that stupid ass run shit. It changes how you run is stupid as fuck. That's why he didn't get no play.
Then they gave Squirrel.
That shit was you.
They gave Squirrel Girl. They put her with the Iron Man and Ultron team up to where she now has a homing missile acorn. So she can fire it and it can auto lock on you and take out people. And then, but the problem is they did all this stuff to kind of counter the flyer things, but you got to play with the flyer in order to get the goddamn team up. Like the new Spider-Man and Human Torch team up to where he gets a web where his tracer, he gets an exploding tracer where he hits you with it, and then you can stack another tracer in it and double up the combo, and it gives burn effect. So it can one-shot you basically if you time it right. And so, like,
if they want to make an improvement for me on this game, get rid of the auto locking. I hate auto locking. That's bullshit. Because the people who play the characters that auto lock, Iron Fist and Star-Lord, they think they really goddamn good. And that shit is lame as fuck. Because most of the other characters on the game don't have an auto lock. They don't. If Star-Lord has an auto lock, well, he does. I was gonna say Punisher. Punisher's ultimate auto lock if you're close to him. If you're in the area, it will home in and hit their ass. But you got to be close to them. You got to aim it at them, right, to hit them. Otherwise, you can just miss all day. That auto lock shit is lame as hell, though. It's just, especially for that Legends Fury Ultimate, that's stupid. We throwing shit all over the place. There shouldn't be any auto lock on that. Whatever. Get rid of that. You don't need more characters with auto lock. You need less of them with the shit. And make some of these abilities make sense in the game, as opposed to having, oh, Mantis could stun you, but only for less than a second. Then that's not a stun. That's useless. But I see people playing what they stun me for like 3 seconds or more. Like, how's that shit working? Am I just playing it wrong?
Yeah. Well, what it is with the Mantis stun, you can't hit them after you stun them, which is stupid to me. It's like you should be able to get a few hits in before they wake up.
Yeah, you should. That's the whole point of sedating somebody, right? Not in the Bill Cosby sense, but you're supposed to be able to have your way with them after they sedated.
Like, I don't like for instance, Hulk's radiation lockdown. I don't like when I hit somebody with it and exile them. They can't take no damage. Unless the Hulk either hits him with one of his punches or thunderclaps him. It's like, well, damn, what is the point of me stunning them if they can still get away if they got one of their abilities to get out of there? So it's like, just let us do some damage to them before they get out of the hole.
Right. That's my thinking. If when I'm playing Mantis and I got her to captain, right? I'm trying to get her to Centurion. If I sedate your ass, you shouldn't be able to move for at least 3 seconds. I don't need a 5 second or 7 second recharge or some shit like that. That's bull crap. But recharge is taking longer than it took for you to stay stunned, motherfucker. At that rate. No, that's lame. Jeff does some shit. I didn't realize it until I was playing Jeff more regularly because I hadn't played him at all. He was still agent level. So I got him up to knight, going towards captain, right? Realized his swimming in the ground and shit had a 3 second timer on it or a 7 second timer on it. Like, what?
They just added that.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought people could just hang out like this all the time.
Nah, they just added that for the start of the season.
That's kind of lame, dude. Like, he's a fucking shark. It's not like it's somebody else doing it. He a street shark, nigga.
Yeah.
Shark. Look at that shit.
That's what a lot of people who played Jeff was bitching about because they reworked his whole kit. He used to could shoot the little bubbles. He used to could shoot 6 of them. His healing didn't do damage. It would just heal you. But they made it to where now it heals and it has piercing damage. And then they removed his little spit where he can shoot. They made it 3 when it used to be like 12 shots that you can spit. And so he just swim around and he didn't have the energy gauge to where you gotta swim around for a certain amount of time then you resurface. He used to just swim and terrorize people's backline. That's the thing was DPS Jeff. Like, oh shit! If you got them with somebody who's a DPS Jeff, they just be in your backline just shooting spitballs at you and killing the other team from the opposing side.
That's what I've done, but I've done that with his regular water cannon. Go right behind the lines at the beginning of the fight, get behind them, and then they all up there fighting everybody, and I just start laying their ass down from behind with Jeff because they looking at the people in front of them, not the people behind them. And at the same time, the same water spit I'm doing that's damaging enemies, I can be healing the people that's in the fight with them at the same time, which I like. That's how it should work.
Yeah,
12 of those.
I think it's better because of that.
12 of those explosion shots. You don't need 12 of those. That's a bit much. Okay, 3 is all right to make you use the motherfucker sparingly. It makes you use his main weapon, which has 100 charges on it anyway. That makes more sense to me. Being able to hang around in the backfield forever, swimming underwater, I think it's kind of stupid, but it makes sense because people was abusing that shit. Just like fish shouldn't have a auto lock. He shouldn't just be able to chase me all over the place, throwing punches, especially if he missed and not even looking at me, which I've seen on replays of KOs. The motherfucker wasn't even looking at me. He just getting points for being in the area.
Proximity.
Yeah, hell no. I can't get shooting his ass, but he can get proximity for throwing punches.
But the crazy one is that they tripping about is the new team up with Jean and Wolverine, where he gets some of her Phoenix Fire when he does the Pharaoh Leap. That when he Pharaoh leaps somebody and he lands on them, it burns them and it gives him life steal. So as he's cutting you, taking your life away, it's healing Wolverine. And so everybody was like, oh, hell no, Wolverine's about to be permanent again. I said, well, if nobody's playing with Jean, you ain't got to worry about it.
Yeah, but people going to play with Jean because she's coming out. It's either playing with Jean or Invisible Woman. I'm just saying. I'm looking forward to Jean just so I can have her fucking over Hela. I want to see that Phoenix Raptor manifest bigger than Hela's shit.
Oh, yeah. And it destroys all summon. It destroys shields, summons, and over health. So anything that character that got like an over shield health, like Venom, when he pops that damn symbiotic shield on him, instantly gets destroyed. So you can finish him off.
Yep. I'm fine with that. Because some people, like when we were playing the other day, some people was getting away because they were having, they was getting that extra health or people were letting them get away when they was like low to no health. Like these motherfuckers healing like a healer is next to them. This is fucking damn near ridiculous in some points because I don't get an extra boost in power. So whatever. There's some stuff they can change on it, and it's just my critiques from as I keep moving through. As you see, when I was playing with you, I got pissed off when I had to use the Punisher. I was pissed.
Oh yeah,
off.
I noticed that.
Yeah, I was pissed off because the other folks on the team wasn't doing their goddamn job. So I had to, like I told you before, if I've already figured out I mastered a character, I move on from it. I don't want to go back to it. I'm moving on to some other characters to master. Every time I have to go back to that character, I'm mad. If I didn't just start off playing it, that game with it, that match with him, I'm irritated. That means you're not doing something on the team. The team is not functioning in a way that this is being covered. And now I'm having to drop back to this role to make sure it is covered. And if we start making pushes then you playing this shit wrong, homie.
Yeah.
You lost the match. Or was that you we were playing with? We had 99% and lost and let them motherfuckers come back from damn near 3% to 100.
I was on the point the whole goddamn time fighting by myself and some as you was trying to do your thing with Spider-Man, and these motherfuckers were nowhere to be found. I'm like, where the hell is everybody at?
I was pissed, nigga. That should not be happening ever. We had that one. I think we had the one where we were pinned down, getting beat back to the damn respawn because these motherfuckers keep running to the respawn to heal. Like there's not healing shit out there on the map. Where are you going, you coward?
The one match I was healing everybody, and when I kept saying the tanks kept backing up, I said they keep backing up, and so it's causing me to back up. I was playing Cloak and Dagger. I'm like, yo, stop backing up. You bringing them to me, and so I'm having to plot. I was spent more time being Cloak, trying to just dark dimension their ass. I'm like, dude, what the hell? Stop backing up.
That's what I had to keep saying. Stop. Don't run backwards. Stop backpedaling. I don't know why people don't understand that shit. When you play football, how many steps does your quarterback take? Probably 3, right? He take 3 steps. That's as far as he dropped back. If he dropping back farther than that, you fucking up. These dudes is running whole yards back the other way while they on a convoy push to stop them from moving forward. You giving up all the ground. And if you need to heal, run laterally, side to side, take 3 steps and then cut the other way or something. Get behind them. But don't start running backwards into your end zone. What are you doing? These people, I'm telling you, I was playing after I got off with you. These motherfuckers was winning that convoy shit in walks. And it wasn't walks because they wasn't getting fought against. It's because the people they were fighting against were constantly backpedaling. All the way. The whole match probably took about 5 minutes. Because they were backpedaling the whole time. I'm like, these motherfuckers right here, man.
And like, it's shit. And it's even worse sometimes with rank. It's like, okay, y'all got to understand about positioning. Y'all got to play high ground. Like I'll tell people on the mic, I said, I'm playing high ground with the tank. I'm like, yeah, with the tank. Because I'm giving myself tactical advantage. So as soon as they come out of spawn and I'm on that, especially on that mid-time map, I'm up high ground, shooting magnetos, I'm in volleys, just capping, especially your healers. I said, I'm capping that back line all day. I said, play high ground. Like I had to tell my young cousin who's playing on inside, I said, you playing Namor, you need to take high ground. He's like, why? I said, because you're giving yourself a tactical advantage so you can put your squids up super high. That way they can't shoot them.
And use what I was having to tell a dude, use different angles. What I found, which is irritating, this is how I know the fucking thrill killers out there. We playing the game, I find a spot, I'm picking people off in. This motherfucker will come over there to where I am to try to be in front of me shooting in the same spot. And I'm yelling, we should not be in the same spot. Pick a different angle. Give them 2 different directions to try to cover. Common sense. No, this motherfucker see me making some kills over there. No, I gotta get those too. Get the fuck away from me. I'm serious. I think I yelled that when I was playing with you. Get the fuck away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look, I played Emma, you was on the Punisher. I put the shield in front of you and just went into the front. You remember that? I said, nope, I'm gonna put Emma's shield in front of you and let you cap them on the turret, and I'm gonna just go in the front and I'm gonna just start beating their ass up with the force.
We were playing on Asgard? No, it's Krakoa. And we're taking the Quiet Council of the center part, right?
Oh yeah, the domination map.
Domination map. I set up and I'm there. I'm picking them down. They down, taking the shit, picking them down, right? Dude playing Jeff is right behind me. He healing me. He doing his job, right? I'm like, good. This motherfucker playing Hawkeye, he comes from the left side of the map all the way over to where I am. And then bounce out the way. Why are you drawing fire to me, you dumb fuck? Get your ass back over there on the left side of the map. We should never be in the same spot. The other two healers, because that was a 3-healer team. The other two healers, Dagger and Sue Storm, guess where they ass ended up? In the respawn. Why? Because they're standing next to each other, healing nobody. And both got killed at the same time. I'm like, what sense does that make? Who sends out 3 medics and 2 of them is shoulder to shoulder everywhere? The whole company gonna get killed that way.
And based on the Jean Grey gameplay, I said she punishes everybody. If you bunched up, you getting punished.
You're not supposed to be bunched up. Hela, Scarlet Witch, Star-Lord, Iron Man, fucking Ultron. A lot of those characters, fucking even Jeff in some ways, a lot of them characters punish people for being bunched up. That's how a lot of you get taken the fuck out. You're not supposed to be that close together. But you see these motherfuckers just starting the match, can't keep from standing on top of you. Like, why are you standing? We ain't even started the match yet. I'm standing way over here. Why did you bring all 4 of your monkey asses over here to stand on top of me? What is that? That is so weird to me. Like,
I lost rank matches because of that shit in platinum, where it's like I'm in one position because I'm DPSing. 3 people come my ass. I'm like, why the fuck are y'all standing by me? Go spread out and go get the point. Like, why are y'all by me? I got a perfect off angle. I'm not playing down the middle. I'm shooting the off angle where I can hide behind shit and take cover and not have to worry about getting pocket healed. I'm doing my thing on my own. Y'all come over to me, and then everybody starts shooting in this direction.
I was on the New York map. This happened twice, 2 different times. I'm on the New York map. We're pushing out with the convoy, coming out of the building and going right before the Baxter building. Do you know these motherfuckers was caught up in that first little turn? Why? Because they wouldn't push forward. I set up with the Punisher way back. Nigga, I mean way back. I'm shooting out this building, down the street, hitting them in the turn. The motherfuckers would not move forward. I laid out everybody. They would not move forward. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Move up. Go. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. No, they want to run back and be next to me because they worried about the kills that I'm getting. Who gives a fuck about that? I'm doing my part of the job, meaning this is how you play the Punisher, folks. You suppress the enemy. You keep them down, keep them backing the fuck up because none of them want to get hit so you can move up. And when you move up and push them back a little more, I move up, set the line again. Simple. Just keep pushing the line. These motherfuckers, when we stayed there for about 5 minutes in that corner. And every time I would have to either jump off the turret, run up there, start laying down all the motherfuckers, get them to back up around the corner again. Then, all right, move the fuck up. They wouldn't move up. They're fucking cowards. I'm like,
yeah, that's a lot of it in this game.
We end up losing in that fucking game. That close. That close. Like 10-yard line loss. Like, nigga, you can't get 10 yards? You can run it 5. You can run at 5. No, they couldn't get that shit. I'm like, this is fucking pathetic, dude. This is embarrassing. That was one of the times I got to the end screen. We lost that shit. I'm not thumbs up at nobody. I don't even want to look at the stats. I'm out of here. Fuck, back. Not on to the next match. Back. Get this group of assholes out of my queue.
That's what I do. Re-queue.
Yeah, get out of my queue. Let me take a breath, and then I'll come back in, and hopefully I get a new group.
And see, in rank, you can and see they also have the avoid. I use the avoid teammate function, and especially in rank, because what will happen is you'll re-queue with a lot of those people. Sometimes I re-queued 3 times with the people that I lost 2 matches. I said, "Oh hell no! I didn't wait long enough to respawn. I just forgot to hit the damn avoid teammate button."
I've re-queued with people I've lost matches with. I've re-queued with people I lost a match to. Like, oh, well, this is interesting. That means it's just this small group of people playing at this time.
Mm-hmm.
I keep getting the same names. Yeah, fuck you. I don't want to play with you. So I try to keep quiet and not keep cussing out people. But like I was telling you, I got my voice chat settings turned off. I can't hear nobody.
Oh, I got it off too.
Yeah, I had it off. I don't hear anybody. So I don't have to worry about what they said, what they didn't say, hear no dumb shit they said. And when I stream, I don't have to worry about nobody saying anything that I can't moderate. All you can hear is me. That's it. Fine. That's good then.
Look, once the pros that be playing in them big ass $3 million tournaments say, "Oh, my voice chat is off. Voice chat is overrated." Once they said that shit, I was like, "It's done." They said they cue people they know. I said, I'm good.
Voice chat is best for how my son uses it, where it's his friends and his little play group that plays. That's when voice chat is the best.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to each other, right? Randos, absolutely not, nigga. Type it. Absolutely not, because it's like being on YouTube sometimes. Sometimes the background noise is more annoying than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to play. Turn that shit off in the background or smack that kid or something. Do something. Tell that bitch to shut up. You know?
More so, I just don't tolerate the disrespect. And it's like, talking shit to your teammate, like that's going to help us win this fucking match. I'm like, you idiot, that ain't going to help us. All you want to do is start a fight. Well, you trash, man, get off.
No, you see the stuff that I say. Look, can somebody do something? I just ask questions. Can nobody take Iron Man? Can nobody shoot Iron Man? Do we have any healers on this team? Especially if I ain't caught one. If I ain't caught a heal, where the healers at? Because I know I'm in the middle of the fight. Where are the healers? You off somewhere else trying to be the biggest kill counter? It's not your fucking job, dude. Do your job. Heal some folks. Otherwise, what the fuck you playing that character for? Just to be out there hiding and shit? Mm-hmm. So I do the count. When I start my matches, I do the count. I turn around and look at what everybody else picked and what type of characters they are. Hiding, behind the scenes, floating away. No real frontline fighters, huh? This is going to be a tough match.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to be doing that, hiding.
I said, do I need to go? I've been thinking, do I need to go Wolverine in this match? Because that's the only motherfucker that's team that can move shit out of the way because everybody else is too scared. That's how you saw when I played Wolverine with you the other day. I went in domination map. Only one doing shit. How many times you heard me hit my ultimate?
That's how I play with the Punisher too. That's the same way. It's like if I need to drop into doing DPS, the rest of the team is doing something wrong. Because I'll play a healer quick. I'll play a Vanguard secondarily, right? I don't play, regardless of that, I don't play a lot of duelists. I don't. More of my healers are ranked up close to captain than my duelists. My Vanguards, most of them are ranked kind of higher than my duelists just because of that. That's a fallback. That's the easy work part. But these characters that are harder to play, they go up into difficulty and shit like that, it's not necessarily the duelist. Spider-Man is difficult to play for me. at the very least. It's difficult as fuck to play. So I'm happy when I start seeing, okay, he got enough kills, more kills than deaths. Okay, I'm doing something right now. Okay, I'm
getting the KDA ratio is
I'm getting into a groove with him now. Okay, that's cool. I started playing Captain America because I was playing Captain Clintar. Okay, getting the feel for the character. He's a Vanguard, a little quicker Vanguard, but he's still got his own little quirks and shit like that. Okay, I'm getting a little better at him. I can't throw the shield as many times as I think I should be able to in a minute. That's kind of his main thing. So I don't know. The little shark can throw more bubbles than I can throw shields. I should be able to ricochet that bitch like twice, real quick. That's the whole shield, right? You throw that shit, he catch it, throw it again. Like, so can I get 2? 1 ricochet, 1 rebound throw? No.
But you gotta land your punches. Is it this attack? You just gotta land them 2 hits and throw that bitch 4 times in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and people can fade out of contact with Captain America real easy. Because you think he's fast. He's not. He should be fast in the game. He's not that fast unless you're doing that running shit, right? But I was noticing that people were avoiding my punches because they was backpedaling.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to hit them like it's just short. It's just short. That's fucked up. But then I start mixing in that little charge. A timely charge. Got you stunned. Cap needs chain punches like Iron Fist at a point. He need to give you some chain punches, especially some speed. He need to give you America.
Do you leave his dash on?
Do I leave his dash on? I turn it on when I start the running shit. Yeah.
Well, because there's an animation cancel that everybody does now. Because I was doing this shit before everybody else. Before I realized like the number one guy that everybody does it. Brother by the name Japanese Curry. Everybody follows it. It's an animation cancel that when you leave it, I leave my dash on. I don't turn it on and off like most people do. When you run forward, it actually, when you get your 2 hits, it actually shortens the. You don't do the full. You know how he swings his arms when he throws the shields.
Mm-hmm.
It just throws when I run and kind of punch at the same time. It shortens it, so you actually get the kill and hit them more often. Because that's what it is. That's the trick. It's an animation cancel. But that's why I be whooping motherfuckers' asses with Cap. If people really pissing me off and nobody's really pushing their point, I say, okay, let me just jump on Cap and annoy the fuck out of your back.
Yeah. What's up, UFO? Yeah, I was doing some damage with Cap when I was getting the hang of him. I think his punches should be harder.
Yeah, that's what I said.
His punches should be a lot harder because he's supposed to be right under superhuman. So he should be able to hit you fucking hard. And he should be able to hit you fast because the whole thing with having a super soldier serum is, you do what regular humans do. You just do it damn near at a superhuman level. So he should be able to chain punch your ass like Ipman. He should be able to, especially if you already dash it. He should be able to give you like a good Star Spangled combo, nigga. A Star Spangled sandwich.
What's that flip kick he did in fucking Street in Marvel vs. Capcom where he go on the ground and double spin kick your ass with his hands? He should be able to do that in this game.
He should be able to give you some of that. He should be able to give you that 2-piece and a biscuit real quick. He don't have to do the whole Iron Fist shit, but he should be able to do part of that. And if Wolverine got his own attack that's super fast, and Iron Fist got his own attack that's super fast, Cap definitely should be able to have a super fast attack, especially when he already dashing. He should be able to go in there on you and go head or gut, man. Even if it's just 3 hits, he should be able to give you three what force right up front. Like, god damn.
Couple of kicks, couple of knees, couple of elbows.
He just knocked me back. Yeah. Or at least give you the Winter Soldier front kick.
I mean, hell, you gave him a fucking whole roundhouse.
Frost got a whole choke slam, nigga.
Choke slam, roundhouse, kick your ass. I was like, well, goddamn, Cap can't get a kick or 2.
You can't get a front kick? A 2-piece?
No. Super Soldier knee drop like Sagat from Street Fighter.
Oh, shit. American need? Like, no. He need to be able to give you something, and he doesn't have that. So, to me, playing the character now, I think, well, that's something that's missing. That's just something that's lacking on the character. Doesn't mean the character is bad. It's just nothing is perfect, dude. So that's something that they could fix on that if they want to do something.
And that's where I give them credit. They always working on their product. They always giving you an update. They always trying to maybe rework something. They listening. They listening to the stuff. They even added some stuff for this season for like where you can go in. There's like the lures on the cutscenes before the match start. They're giving you something now to where you can go back and actually read that stuff from the cutscenes because it happens too quickly before you load into the match. So for each of the individual matches, they said it was something for the lore people that's into the lore of the story.
Well, that's good. I mean, it's apparently the community for this game is actually really vocal and they really pay attention to them. That's what I'm telling you because I know you're involved in that shit. Man, just filter that shit up to them. Just throw it in there. It ain't nothing but a little balloon, a little kite that says, man, you can fix this and make it better. Cap needs a chain punch. At least a three-piece. At least a three-piece.
Look, I called the Emma Frost shit before anybody else. I said, everybody was saying, well, Emma Frost. I said, dude, Emma Frost is going to be a goddamn Vanguard. Everybody like, why? I said, because she has a whole diamond form that she can fight people with. And as soon as it came out, I said, what did I tell you? Now I'm seeing the shit that I said about Beast floating around this whole goddamn internet space, too. Oh, Beast should be a tanky strategist that has melee and have thrown like little experiments to heal people. Now I'm seeing that shit fly all over the goddamn space.
Well, it's common sense for if you know the damn character, what the character does in a sense. Beast should be a Vanguard. Or he could be a duelist healer.
I said make him a tanky strategist, so he's like more mobile and hard to dive on.
He mobile as fuck. He should be able to beat Iron Fist or Wolverine. He should outmaneuver Wolverine. My thing of it is that some of these characters are not as maneuverable as they should be, and some of them, like Scarlet Witch, her range is way too broken. That shit is broken as fuck. That range on that shit is broken as hell, dude.
And that's the shit talk that people be saying. That's the shit talk like, oh, easy ass character, because all you can do is just hold the trigger down and auto lock.
Well, these are three characters that I don't like in this shit right now because they get over on easy ultimates because of auto locking. Star-Lord, Scarlet Witch, and Spider-Man. And I'm forgetting Psylocke. Those are four characters I don't even fucking play. I play Spider-Man sometimes. I haven't played Scarlet Witch that often. None, because that shit is lame to me. Why do these four characters have auto lock? And these are the only characters people want to play all the goddamn time. That's on Fury, man. Shut the fuck up with that erratic ass bullshit.
Nah, for me, it's fucking Squirrel Girl.
Squirrel Girl has an area effect, right? So me playing Squirrel Girl, I can get people because motherfuckers bunch up all the time. Yep. I can get a lot of people with area effects. I can. That Squirrel Stampede, it only run in a straight line. So if you're all bunched up in one area trying to come through and I see your ass, get the Squirrel Stampede. Get it.
Yeah, they lock onto you if you don't kill them squirrels in town. I'd be like, yo, shoot the fucking squirrels for the love of God.
Squirrel Girl, the Squirrel Stampede, and the Jeff trying to swallow you up is easy to defend if you're paying attention to the goddamn screen. When you see them squirrels start running, shoot them bitches. Shoot the lead squirrels. John Wick ain't gonna come get you. It's okay. It's a video game. Shoot that fucking squirrel, and if you see that shark fin, shoot it too. That's all you gotta do.
I can't tell you how many times
trying to swallow your friends. Shoot that fucking squirrel and kill that motherfucker, and your friends will be safe. He won't get to swallow up the whole team. He taking damage. He dead right there. Everybody else pop out. Shoot him.
I have to waste the Magneto on the Jeff ult because people don't think to get the hell out of the way. So then as soon as he ults, I'm Magneto and drop that damn meatball and instantly kill his ass and save the whole goddamn team so we don't lose the point. I'm like, God damn it. Get out of the way and shoot him.
Gotta counter shit. I have countered that squirrel stampede because I shot the squirrels. I've countered a Jeff trying to swallow up everybody because I shot Jeff and then chased the little Finn that was running away. Oh no, where you going, motherfucker? No, no, all this shit in this game can be countered. You just have to do it. But if you're not watching your teammates back or protecting your healers or understand the difference of where your positioning is supposed to be with a vanguard, you're not supposed to be in front of him. You probably should be behind him. Yep. Then you miss all of that kind of shit.
Yeah, people don't shoot the ults. It's like, bro, you can kill Punisher in his ult, you can kill Star-Lord in his ult.
You should, if you playing against the Punisher, you should look for him to be in one of two states. If he's in his turret state, you should be looking to lay his ass out because he's not running. He can't run. Not that fast, right? And if you catch him when he's popped his ult and he ain't targeted you, he can't target you. I hid behind a pillar with the Punisher letting off. Wasted, nigga, wasted. Please waste it on me. You ain't hitting me. You just wasting that shit. Get him. Shoot him from the side. Because he's focused on me right now. If y'all paying attention, shoot his ass. That's the 2 times he's really vulnerable. It is. All the rest of the time when he running and gunning and shit like that, he can get out the way. He can smoke one. But when he's set up in that turret, that motherfucker is vulnerable. If he catches you in front of his field of vision, you can be a damn done. But if you behind him or something, I've taken Punishers out many a times with Jeff. Many a times. That's embarrassing, nigga. I play Punisher. That's embarrassing. Jeff got you. Who got you? Jeffy got you with the little water cannon. Gave you the little Pokemon? Yeah, because you were stuck in that turret. I didn't see that motherfucker.
Yeah, I get pissed off when people just be running some shit, like running. I'm like, they hear Wanda's ult. I'm like, shoot the damn ult. Like, why are we running behind shit? I can understand you out of ammo. We on a cooldown. Because like even other content creators be like, what is this shit when everybody wants to run and hide? Shoot it. Like people literally gotta I've seen other content creators make videos and say, shoot these fucking things. Stop running.
Run from Scarlet Witch. Pure shooter. Shooter. She's just floating up in the air just now. Shoot her. Hella, you hear her going up for that shit? Shoot her. Find her in the sky and shoot her ass. Plain and simple. Get them first. Stop running from them. Stop being cowards. No, these motherfuckers start running, ducking, and dodging. Oh my God, she about to do her all. You know she's vulnerable, right?
Yeah. I will grab her.
Yeah, where everybody can see.
Playing Emma Frost, grab her, jump up in the air in Dinosaur, grab her ass, and pull her down to interrupt the ult. There we go. Like, thank you. I'm like, yeah, y'all could have shot her, so I'm the only one stand. Everybody else taking, running and hiding and shit.
This is my thing. If you have a bunch of people who Winter Soldier, Star-Lords, Spider-Mans, Scarlet Witches and shit like that, if you're not the ones hitting and not prioritizing in your field of vision, them flyers and people who are up in the air, you are fucking up on your job. That is your priority. Number one. You should never have an Iron Man, a Johnny Storm, a Storm, a Ultron, nobody flying above you the whole time unmolested if you got a Punisher, Star-Lord, Winter Soldier, or Spider-Man on your team. No, never. Those should be the first people going down. That motherfucker should get tired of hitting the respawn to where he come back playing a different character. No, those should be the first people.
Ella, Hawkeye, Black Widow, Namor. I lost a match the other day. In rank, they have Storm and Iron Man and Ultron. Nobody was shooting at these motherfuckers. Nobody. It was on that Central Park map where you coming out of the floor, girl. We didn't make it out of the fucking respawn. Yeah. I couldn't play who I think I wanted to play Namor, but he got banned. And so I said, and so for me, immediately when I start seeing certain bands and rank, I'll be like, okay, they either gonna run this, and this. I'm either gonna see a Spider-Man, a Black Panther, or a flyer in my back on them all day. They finna do some flank shit, or they finna fly above us. Bandit, I'm trying my hardest. These motherfuckers hit surrender.
Yeah, fuck that surrender shit. You need a consensus to get a surrender, motherfucker, because I don't surrender. I don't care if I did lose. I'm not surrendering. It wouldn't be because I surrendered. Fuck that.
I kept hitting no. Like multiple people hit. I kept hitting no, and I'm like, no, fool. All y'all got to do is jump on Hella, Hawkeye, Black Panther. We had all the characters that can take out the flyers. Wanda, all of them. I said, damn, y'all, all you Spider-Man names and quick play, but when it come to rank, y'all disappear.
And my experience playing rank, I have never accepted a surrender. I'm no every time on that shit. I don't want it popping up on my fucking screen. Because I'm watching the person who called for it. Why are you calling for a fucking surrender? What are you, French? Fucking surrender monkey? No. Hell no. Get this shit off my screen. I'm trying to win a match. Surrender? Not an option.
No, especially when it's winnable. It's like, I'm like, yo, this shit is winnable. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, no. Most of this shit is winnable. You lose it by doing dumb shit. Right? When the really good matches that you have, and you can say this for yourself if you've seen this, the really good matches that I've had go back and forth. It's even. Everybody in there. We could all be in the same place playing domination, just slugging it out in the zone.
The fight tempo go back and forth.
The fight tempo goes back and forth. It's not just the periphery. We in the zone fighting. These people who hang around the periphery and time just keep going up because they only know, oh, I can't get in there. There's somebody in there. Man, if you don't run up in there and start handling your business so we can take this shit from them, because this is where the fight is. You got a problem. I'm not saying just run in there and be stupid. It's not that. It's that you understand that time can't build. That percentage can't build if you're in there.
Mm-mm.
So you need to be in there. You need to be in there fighting them. And if it's 4 or 5 of y'all in there, circling each other, taking out, maybe we double team, maybe we got that motherfucker out, now we getting this other one, and holding it down, that is a good match going on.
Everybody's ults is going off, and some people are combining ults. Like a great example is these pro tournaments that they showing on the YouTube channel, and you see the team, everybody you'll see the Luna ult with the defense applicator with the Punisher ult, and then they'll combine it with the Groot ult, and then the other team is probably maybe mirroring the same comp, and so you'll see that for like a good 2-3 minutes. It's like, god damn, until somebody go down, and then that's when it's like people don't understand low tempo. It's when your team is dead, kind of fall back a little bit. High tempo is when you got them and then you finish them off. And then the neutral game, a lot of times they don't understand about the fight tempo. I'm like, you got to slow it down sometime, or like when okay, we got to speed it up.
Well, the few times when I played after you that people was listening to me, I was still playing Jeff the Healer, right? So we're playing in Krakoa, and the little thing where Xavier's helmet is, right? We took that zone. The rest of the team was off in the corner fighting them off. And what I was able to do is, from my position, holding post in the zone, I was still able to heal them from a distance and then throw them explosive water bubbles when the other team kept coming around the corner trying to get in there. So they was getting held down, right?
Yeah.
I had a Punisher behind me. And I'm calling out to the Punisher, watch these 2 portals, because these portals is going to open up. Portals is going to open. They coming out this motherfucker. Just watch them.
Yeah. You don't know where the portals are. They'll pop up on you.
I'm going to be focused this way. You watch my back and watch them goddamn portals. Sure enough, I heard something behind me going off, caught a couple heels, turned back around, and I got it mixed up. He was Jeff. I was Punisher, sorry. Turned around. That motherfucker came out of the portal and went after him first. And it was somebody playing another Punisher. They had switched and tried to play a Punisher too because I was laying their ass down. When he came out that portal, he saw that Jeff first and went after Jeff because Jeff healed me twice and then ran, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you, Jeff, for the heads up. I came behind that corner, laid his ass out. What you doing over here, boy? Get off my character. And then got right back down in my post, picking off his homeboys. They were stuck. They wasn't coming that way. They only kept coming one direction, which was I was telling my team. Everybody stopped running through the same opening. There's 6 of us. 4 of us should not all be running through the same one opening.
Yes, control the off angles, goddammit. I'd be like, please, somebody control these places over here.
Way, please. Spread out. They can't look in both places at the same time. Nope. Them people was making that mistake. And you know what? How I know it was a mistake? Because they kept getting laid out by me every time. They didn't get close enough to the edge to start seeing where they can get into this shit. That portal opening up was the only way they was going to get over here. Because my team was up there holding them back. And when that shit was working and we started getting closer to the time, okay, push them back, hold them there. When they start running back, 10 seconds. Don't come back here. Don't let them come back over here. No. Don't fall back. Stay up there. Push your advantage that way.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get them gaining ground because you think you need to be at the zone in the last 10 seconds to win this shit. No, you don't. Stay where the fuck you at and hold them down. Match over. Yeah, you're welcome. I had to do that 2 times in our match because we lost the first round on dumb shit. And then I switched to another character to start playing. And then I played that way in 2 rounds. Then we won. Should have won the other one too.
Mm-hmm.
No, I had to actually hold post because everybody keep vacating the goddamn zone you're supposed to be holding. Well, if there's nobody in it, there's nobody to hold it. What are y'all doing? What's the goal? What is the stated goal of this mission? Dominate? Well, you need to dominate, not just keep chasing them around. Stop chasing them. They got to come to you. They're trying to stop you.
Yeah, beta fight. A lot of people don't know how to do that. Like I'll do that. Like I do that with like Wolverine or Magic, where I'll bait them. It's like, no, come back. I'm backing up. Come into this room because this is an enclosed space and you ain't got nowhere to go against this brawler.
I have stopped teams from trying to pin us down in the respawn because I did one simple thing, Beast. I didn't stop there and fight them. I ran right through them. Behind them. Behind their line. They start turning around like, oh, where the fuck is he going? Yes. This is how you get them baited away. I got 4 people chasing me. What is the 5 people on my team doing right now? Still standing there looking stupid? No. I got 4 people chasing me. I just drew them off. Get your ass in the zone. Or get moving.
Yeah, I just redirected fire. What we doing? Like
I will take the hit if it gets us ahead of where we're supposed to be going to. But you have to understand that play. Stop trying to fight them right there. Push past them. Run past them. Get to the zone. That's where the fight is supposed to be at. They happy with trying to hold it right here, which would be my tactic. But the tactic is understanding the defense. What's the defense for that? Push past them. Don't fight them.
Yeah, because on one of the other ranked matches was on the Spider Island, and it was in the overtime. It was in that double overtime shit. And I told them, and I said everybody was about to go out this front door. I said no. I pinged. I said nope. We going out this side door on Spider Island. I said I hit the group up like 3 times. Like everybody over here, group up on me. And I said because I know they had group waiting right outside of that door, and we came out that side door and started laying their ass down. I said, I told you to come out this way. I said, because they gonna expect us to come out this front door.
That's the common way everybody comes out. It's common. And when it's common, everybody knows that you need to think of something different. Like I was happy when I was playing the other day. I was seeing some of my tactics showing up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we're playing in Central Park. And I think I was playing Captain Clintar. And somebody's playing a Punisher. Well, he's set up with the Punisher inside of the treehouse in the doorway. Yeah, motherfucker, that's what you're supposed to do. Because you can heal. Nobody can hurt you while you're sitting in here. But you can touch outside of there, so you can protect your people coming out. Well, the only variation to that shit I made was when I played Captain Clintor, I didn't run right out of the tree house through that main opening. I ran around the side. You know what happened when I ran around the side? Down them stairs over
where the health pack is.
Where the health pack is, you know what happened? They was all exposed to me. Their whole side was exposed. And I jumped in there on their ass. Threw that shield in there and dashed in there and started fucking people up. What happened then? They started backing up. Why? Because they wasn't expecting that shit. They expecting everybody to run to the top of the stairs like a goddamn buffet and get served up. No, sir. I came around low behind the wall. Got your ass. Caught you slipping.
Like I tell people, it's like, man, you gotta. People get frustrated. And I'm like, you gotta understand the game. I said, what pisses me off is people that have been playing this game for a minute and don't understand the goddamn maps. And like, oh, I didn't know you didn't know that you can punch through this wall right here and go behind them and take them out right here. I say, you got to go into the custom matches and just go through the map by yourself.
I found that for the first time week before when I was playing that, I think it's the Asgardian level, where that upper section, or maybe it's
the one you asked me about on stream.
Yeah, that upper section, you destroy that wall and it goes all the way around behind the other team. I hadn't seen that before until I was playing and that shit was open. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I didn't know this wall could be destroyed because I hardly ever turn on that, infravision or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be where you can see what can be destroyed and whatnot. But it wasn't destroyed. And I went through around there and said, man, this goes all the way around behind these motherfuckers.
Yep.
You end up on that balcony right behind them and pick them off the whole time. Oh, I'm using that whenever I feel like it now.
Oh yeah, I tell you, that's what I do. If I'm running a flank character, if I decide to in quick play to decide to run BP or Psylocke or Wolverine or hell even Hawkeye, I'm gonna just go right behind them. I said I'm gonna break through this wall. And people that I played with for the longest didn't even know. You said you can go through this. I said me and another guy was like that played Psylocke. I was like, yeah, you didn't know that. I was like, we do this shit all the time. I go on. It's a health pack in here too in case I need to fall back and retreat and everything. I said, yeah, I go on here all the time and just start laying motherfuckers out. Like I went one time, I went there with Black Widow and just started capping the hell on. They didn't know where the hell I was. It wasn't until one of their flyers figured out where I was at, and I started capping them too.
Yeah, I went back there with Jeff, nigga. So what do you think I was back there doing with them exploding water bombs? Throwing water balloons on their ass. That's what I was doing. Like, what the fuck? Yep. Jeff is on point. Got you. Oh, he coming? Let me shark dive on this bitch.
Let me shark dive the tree, and there's a health pack right there, so I'm gonna swim over here to get this pack and be right back. Just change position.
Let me get out of here. The jig is up. My bad. Got you. Caught you slipping. No, look. The maps. There's more than one way to get anywhere in that game on any one of these maps. That's why I don't understand why people get so locked in always come in one direction, always one way. That is right for a smorgasbord. But that's human nature. You follow the path that's laid in front of you most of the time. You don't deviate from that path too often because you
follow the yellow brick road.
Yeah. Well, if everybody knows about the yellow brick road, that's the last road you should be walking on, man. Because everybody know where you're coming.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be having the issue. I'm gonna come see you in 15 minutes. You using the yellow brick road? Yep. Okay, I'll see you in 10. 10 minutes. See you in 10 minutes, homie. Don't worry about the 15. Got you in 10.
I know exactly where you come from.
Concealment versus cover. Yep. Stacked up UFO and then concealment versus cover. You're always supposed to be concealed. Law enforcement trained, certified, and active shooter, day, night, combat shooting, rapid deployment, first responder, crowd management, anti-terrorist, swing fun fact. Okay. Relating to what though? Yeah, you got to use some tactics, man. And it's not like you have to be military or law enforcement trained to do it. It's just common sense. Have you ever played a game?
Yeah, basic strategy.
Yeah, like Beefy was saying, he's supposed to be some Modern Warfare players, right? Is this how y'all play Modern Warfare? No wonder you get killed so much. Like,
It's to blame everybody in the game but yourself. Oh, it's the matchmaking. No, fucker, no. Some of y'all using it as a cope. Sometimes it's you, player.
I watch people play Modern Warfare. That shit look like the most irritating, erratic shit ever. Next to watching people play Fortnite, because there's too much bunny hopping in that shit. Too much bunny hopping.
In first person too.
Yeah, first person bunny hopping. I'm like, this shit reminds me of watching Ford play Halo. But how do you even fight in this shit? And everybody's jumping all over the place and shit. Stupid. You wouldn't do that in an actual fight, nigga. You get shot. You up too high. You too visible. But I guess it works if people's field of vision is only this.
Pretty much. They don't look up. They don't look behind them. They don't do anything. That's like I tell people, that's the biggest problem. The complaint was that's why you're getting all these character ability changes for this new season. Well, there's a flyer meta. That's ain't no damn flyer meta. Me and a few other people have said on here, ain't no damn flyer meta. You have a problem looking up meta, and you don't know how to shoot what's in the sky. You ain't learned that with the two flyers that you started the game with, Iron Man and Storm.
Yeah, you have to be looking up, especially when they do their ults. You need to be looking up.
Maximum pull. You don't.
That maximum. Look, I'm looking for anything flying in the sky anyway. Okay, anything flying in the sky anyway is automatically gonna draw my ire. Especially if I'm not playing them. But if I have a flyer on my team and they have flyers on their team, I expect my flyers to be going after theirs.
Yep.
Not focused on shooting at everybody just on the ground. We got this covered. We got this part covered. But you know who I don't expect to be taking out Iron Man? Fucking Groot.
Nope.
He's not up there in the sky. It's a little bit more of a hassle trying to throw something up there and get at him. It's a little harder to target.
Yeah, I've had to cut my mic on just to tell people. I'm like, all right, what we doing here? Because I'll get pissed off enough where I start calling out battle strategies. Like at the start of the season, we getting our ass kicked. We ain't left on that Asgard map, and we ain't left on the convoy map. We ain't left the spawn. And I said, all right, fuck it. Here's what we doing. I said, I'm on Punisher. I said, Venom, my man's playing Venom. I said, yo, hit the back line. You ain't got to get no kill. Just disrupt them to keep their heat, to keep from healing their tanks. I said, my other cat was Namor. You focus Iron Man. The other Wanda, you focus the other Wanda with Wanda. So y'all gonna have that. I said, I'm gonna just anytime Mag and Thane come to that back line, I'm on Punisher. I'm laying their ass the fuck down. Healers just keep everybody doing, and we started moving the payload just because of that. I said, because they're like, yo, what we doing? I said, because my biggest problem, I tell people, I said, if I'm on a team, I said, and if we requeuing and I'm requeuing people, I said, the biggest problem is, I said, we going into the fight trying to fight everybody and kill nobody. Target priority. Everybody pick one damn target, focus it, and then take them out when you want. I tell people I'm big on the 1v1s. When you 1v1s, that way, and if you need help, that way we can team up, or if we have to team up on one of them, 2-on-1, make it unfair, keep them staggered. I'm calling. I get tired when people don't have no plan.
Yeah, no, I've said the same thing. Like, if I'm playing and I got a Hawkeye with me, I say, Hawkeye, you can't target Iron Man. Why don't you get in that other position so we can target Iron Man? Because he can't shoot in both directions at the same time. It's just not possible. So if you picking his ass off slowly with that arrow and he turning your way to try to maximum,
yeah, draw fire.
Yeah, he drew fire, nigga. That's it. He showed his whole iron ass. Got him. He dead.
Listen for the auto cues. Listen for the. When I hear that, I said, "Okay, Iron Man is flying around. So y'all need to be listening and looking, because if he's flying in one direction and we don't see him in front of us, he probably about to try to hit us with his ultimate from behind."
What's the other one? What's Storm's shit? Something unleashed.
Spirit or wrath for the goddess.
Shoot her too. You see that whirlwind? Hit it. Hit it with everything you got. Everybody should just be targeting it automatically because she's a problem for everybody. Take her out. It's not overly hard. It's not.
Well, you can kill her before it. Yeah. I've taken her out before. As soon as she did it, and I'm real good because this would be pissing me off if I play Wolverine where I'm focusing the flyers. I gotta dash up and use the Pharaoh leap and take out the flyers and shit. So when I see Storm and if I'm on high ground, I'll Pharaoh leap her out of it. And I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know you can do that. I said, yeah, you know what? You get tired of fighting flyers. So you get clever and creative with these damn characters.
When you get tired of fighting flyers, you figure out some shit. And that's usually what I do. Like, if I use Groot and I have to fight flyers, I'm using spores. I'm realizing that, you can build those walls up in the air in some places too.
Mm-hmm.
I made a whole shield. He looked like the fucking shield hero. But that shit. I got you now, bro.
And like this is what we all figuring out. You can actually build the walls while you're standing in that area, and you'll be standing on top of the walls. I was like, that's called creativity. What you want?
Yes, I will grow a wall. I will grow a wall out of a wall to hit a flyer. Fuck you. Because those walls work for actually, doing them creeping vine shit and actually hitting people good. Fuck it.
Utility, man. Utility.
Grow it. I will put it in a doorway, but not upright in a doorway. That motherfucker will come out the side of the doorway so you can't walk through that bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Screw you. Double them up. I go after flyers now. Try to bait them into a corner where I can hit them with that damn spore bomb. Like, bam, got the ass.
Done.
Take that. Get that vein. So Groot and Reed. I've gone after flyers with Reed because that grab works on flyers too. Let me get them little rubber hands on you.
Especially when you can pull them back. When you can now grab them and it give them like a slow effect, so that you slow them down and you can still hit them again. Yep.
Look, this is just all shit I had to figure out because sometimes people ain't doing their damn jobs. And I like things getting done. So pluses and minuses. But I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here, Beast. We talk for another 2 hours just on rivals.
Yep, yeah.
Rival angst. Like my angst with rival. You were there, you felt it with me.
Yeah.
Isn't this such great bullshit? Yeah, you weekend rival players is bullshit, dude. Y'all need to spend some time during the week. Also, somebody brung it up too. One of the reasons, because we was talking about why ranked is bad. Everybody forgot that it's the fucking summer. So you got a bunch of kids on rank, and I was like, yep, you know what? That's probably why ranking sucks this season right now, because we got a bunch of little ass kids that don't know a damn thing about tactics on here, and we getting fucked up. That's fine. If you was willing to learn, it's fine. Because I'll tell you. I will tell you. I may sound attituded when I do that shit, but because I am. But I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you to help you. Because I don't like losing matches. I don't like losing matches. Especially matches I could win. If the team is just better, they do better tactics. They do their 1v1 matchups like Wolverine keep coming after me when I'm playing a healer. That's the fuck Wolverine should be doing. The problem is if nobody's protected me to take out Wolverine, then you're up on your job.
Nobody feels.
Stay alive. Okay? So that means somebody with a Vanguard need to be trying to get this Wolverine the fuck out of here. And I've gotten killed by the same Wolverine 3 times playing a healer in the game because he was on mission. He did not deviate from what his plan was, man. Healer killer. That's all he was there.
He showed you why he was the best at what he did.
Yeah. I cut back in there. I just get back to the battle. Like, God damn it. Wolverine again. God damn, this dude is on his job. He was not letting y'all get no heals. That's why he was getting laid down. Because he had your healer department covered, man. It was covered. It was locked down. There was no heals happening here today. There will be no healing today. So no, learn them tactics. Somebody got to yell at you on the microphone about what you're not doing. Don't get all sensitive in your fucking fifis about it. Understand you ain't doing something. Figure out what that is and what they were saying and start doing it. It would help just this team that you're on currently, but every team you're on come after that. It would help. Makes the gameplay experience a lot better for everybody else. Because I can tell you this, I do have a faction now. I did create a faction because I wanted to play in that tournament. I have nobody on that shit. I have nobody on that shit. Why? I haven't approved anybody. I don't know. I don't know how you judge this shit. I had to play with some of these people to see how they.
You got to play with people because if the symmetry ain't right first from the jump, you'll fucking lose. There have been many people that I linked up with after the match, and I've kicked them out of my lobby just because when we won that one match and lost 5 after, I'm like, nope, this shit ain't working. It was just for that one match.
This ain't working.
Everybody be all like, man, I don't want to offend. Fuck that. Bye.
It's a bunch of people playing this game, dude. You're not offended anybody. It's fine. It's good. If I was stinking up the place, I still, after all the time I've been playing this game now, I still have not played with my son and his friends again. I was stinking up the place. I was making them look bad. I have not tried to play with his ass again at all. I will not embarrass my kid like that again. Nope, not this dad. I probably could and do really well playing with them. I ain't asked. I ain't looking for it. Nope.
Well, you'll probably win a hell of a lot more games because at least you'll know your son got some tactics.
Exactly. I would get in line with what they doing on their team. Just tell me what you need me to do. Tell me where to go. I will do that part. I know I can play my role and help his team out if they needed it. But other than that, no, I ain't played with him since then. No, I got my own problems to deal with. And I ain't gonna make one of them embarrassing my son on video. Nope. So no. I started my own little faction with Midnight Suns again. No matter.
Oh, you was able to get away with that name? Because I can't make a name for shit that ain't nobody.
The way I wrote it, I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because you gotta it's computer and the internet, so you have to do a derivation of how you spell words and numbers to get that shit off. I know most of the people who pick Midnight Suns ain't nothing but some white boys. Excuse me. So I did it. It's you'll see it on there. What's the acronym? MNS1?
Okay.
MMS1? Yeah. You see it on there. How I spelled it. Because I'm not using the sun that rises in the sky version.
SUN, where people keep using. Oh, they need the suns. I was like, first off.
Oh, that ain't it.
Stop doing that stupid ass video game.
Yeah, stop doing that dumb shit. There's no existence of no midnight rising suns that I know of. I know of a bunch of dudes running around in their dark suns, but not no rising suns. Nah, bro. Completely different. Anyway, final thoughts for you, B, so I can eat my cold cheeseburger and maybe play this game.
Same as always, make good shit but you know what? I'm kind of tired of telling y'all that. Independent creators make some good shit so that these people can actually have competition to make good shit, because they're going to eventually get tired of losing money. They're going to get tired of doing remakes and 20-year-old sequels to this stuff. Because I heard that Rebirth shit ain't doing too good. So
put them out of business if you can. They earned it. They can't give the fan base what it wants or give the fan base quality. Then they get what they get. They get exactly what the fuck they get. It's not your fault that you don't like crap. That's your fault. Keep trying to serve it to you after you've already said I don't like it.
Yeah, syrup on shit pancakes is still shit.
It's still shit. With maple syrup or not, it's still shit. It's not filling. Still excrement. Whatever you want to top it with is your business, but it's still shit. So appreciate you, Beast. I'm gonna drop you down and I'm gonna close.
All right.
Appreciate you. That has been. Why is it this camera? Here we go. That has been my show for today. Thank you guys for coming back after I was delayed. I was sick. You heard me sneezing. I'm still scratchy in my nasal area. Probably got an infection like Charles, which means it's probably something in the goddamn air. But I'm feeling better than I was yesterday. I can tell you that much. So apparently my body has done a Scorpio thing and rejuvenated and recuperated enough to be functioning to take my oxen ass out there and get back to work again tomorrow. Oh well. I will check out the Sandman season 2. I didn't do reviews for Sandman number 1 or season 1 the first time. I may do it for Patreon. I did my watch alongs for Ironheart on Patreon, so those are all up. So if you want to watch me watching the movies or watching the episodes and giving commentary to them as the show goes on, excuse me, you can see that on Patreon. The Patreon link is in the description and on the main page description. Maybe Peacemaker, maybe. I can't remember if I did episodic reviews of Peacemaker. I don't think I did. I think I just talked about it on the stream every week, which works a little bit easier when it comes out episodically and not in clumps. But Patreon needs content just like YouTube does, and it's better if it's clumped together for me to do episodic reviews on Patreon. Doesn't get too bogged down. I will check out Old Guard this week. And what do we have this week? I think, is it Superman or something like that coming out this week? Yeah, I think Superman comes out this week. So I guess I'm going to have to go check out Superman this Thursday or Friday, which should be interesting. I better buy my ticket now that I'm thinking about it. I'm not shitting on the movie. I want the movie to be good. I want to like it. I'm predisposed to like it because I already like James Gunn's directing. I'm just not sure what it will be for Superman. I don't know if it'll be a good fit for Superman. But I will go see the movie and give you guys my reaction and my review of it as soon as I see it. Yeah, that's about it. I didn't get to go see Megan 2, so I got to wait till a friend gets back from Indonesia so we can go see Megan 2. So we got some fun seeing that shit because we saw the first one together. We got to see the second one together. It was just too much fun. I got to share that with somebody who knows how much fun I had in that movie the first time. That shit was fun. That was hilarious. Yeah, Superman is on the 11th. Yep. So Superman comes out and Jean Grey. The Phoenix and Superman come out on the 11th. Really? You didn't plan that way, Marvel? Assholes. Always trying to steal DC shine. Do your own shit. Cowards. Sandman's cool. I didn't even know season 2 dropped. Damn. Yeah. Beastly reminded me that season 2 dropped. So it must have dropped at the same time. It must have got overshadowed by Squid Game season 3 dropping. Because that's what I'm finishing up on, a Squid Game. I forgot about Sandman. So I can go back and watch Sandman after I finish this episode of Squid Game. And Squid Game season 2 and 3. That's some good shit, dude. That's some good shit. Like I said, it's a trans dude in the show, and it's one of the more compelling characters in the damn show. And you don't give a fuck that they trans. Not that they fooling anybody. Not that they fooling anybody, but that... I really wonder what that dude that sits down and writes these Squid Game shows is thinking about. He be having people getting fucked up, dude. Fucked up. So anyway, that's it. That's been my show. I've been artisanmc. This has been the hero's journey. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. given I wake up on time until I feel like stopping. Usually an 8-hour show, apparently 7 hours today. Shout out to people who donated to the stream earlier. I forgot to get it because we was into the conversation. Shout out to Aquatechie. Appreciate you, Aquatechie. Shout out to Joe Herb. Appreciate you, Joe Herb. Shout out to D Castor as well. One of them had a message. That was on the Kashapa side. He said, supporting the stream and salute. Oh, wait, that wasn't Joe Herb. That was Joe Thompson. My bad. That was JT. Said, make slugs real again. Make slugs great again. You're pretty funny sometimes, JT. I would have been hooked up with you all weekend, man, if I wasn't sick. I'm telling you, I wanted to be drinking Uncle Nearest all weekend. Could have hung out. I was sick as shit. So that was that. And then shout out to Sportaholic and Joe Herb on the Super Chat side. Appreciate you guys. Goes a long way into making this stream possible. I will catch you guys next week unless something earth-shaking happens. I did not talk overly about Michael Madsen's passing, Jim Shooter's passing, and Julian McMahon's passing, but it didn't work its way into the conversation today. But I will say for each one of these people, 2 actors and 1 Marvel, I think Jim Shooter was the editor, publisher, he can write too. Iconic. Michael Madsen in and of itself is iconic as an actor, let alone for the roles that he has played because they've been so good. Julian McMahon, yeah, the one believable Dr. Doom and being on Nip Tuck, he was a good actor. I liked his Dr. Doom. I did. So I think it's kind of funny that he passes away not 4 years older than me before this Fantastic Four movie comes out. He's not that damn old. He's not. So that's tragic as shit. Jim Shooter, you can't talk about Marvel Comics without talking about Jim Shooter. And as far as I remember, Jim Shooter was the one responsible for getting rid of Jean Grey, killing her ass off. I think he was responsible for that or bringing her back. One of those two. I forget. He did a lot at Marvel, and they usually hate it or love it with Jim Shooter. But make no mistake about it, what he did was for the comic book industry to try to make sure that shit was being profitable. And you can turn some money off of that shit. So hate him or love him. He is an icon in that shit. So rest in peace to all of those great men. Sorry to see you go. A lot of them with cancer, which is seeming to be the common theme this month. Kind of scary when you got cancer on both sides of your family. So just lets me know I'm getting up there in age. So y'all better enjoy these streams while they're here. Because apparently the Murderers Row in the 50 block, Gen Xers is clearing out. So let's enjoy this shit while we can. Oh yeah, Young Noble from the Outlaws. Yeah, that was the other one. That was the 4th one. Yep, thanks for reminding me, Beast. Yeah, Young Noble from the Outlaws was the 4th one. Black Bane was telling me about that one. So I don't know. I can't remember that much from Young Noble, his verses or anything like that. And I think it's because I mix them up with Thug Life right now. In my head, that's a disservice to him. But needless to say, RIP to all of them. Iconic in their own way. And bless them on their passing. And those that remember them. I will see you guys next time. Peace.